Chapter 507. Noisy. Marquis Bayun struck out with his palm, and the black energy turned into a long saber that slashed down, tearing through the void and making the evil demon feel the threat of death. Human. The evil demon was furious as it punched out, colliding with the long saber. Boom. The fist cracked, and blood splattered everywhere. The anger on the evil demon's face quickly turned into fear. At this moment, an invisible wave spread out in all directions with Marquis Bayun as the center. Everything within the range of the wave became stagnant. The evil demon felt its body sink as if a huge mountain was pressing down on it. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with shock and anger. Domain. Human mighty figure. At this moment, the evil demon no longer had the intention to fight with Marquis Bayun. Human mighty figure. He was a powerhouse comparable to the demon gods of the demon abyss. Although it was at the 5th level of the heaven-human realm, it was still far inferior to such a powerhouse. It did not dare to hesitate. The evil demon turned around and ran. However, just as it was about to escape, countless runes appeared, and terrifying lightning fell from the sky, forcing the evil demon back. Grandmaster Array Formation. Boom. Without waiting for the evil demon to come back to its senses, Marquis Bayun took a step forward, and the great underworld dark sky had already slashed down. The evil demon wanted to resist. However, with the huge gap in strength, it had no ability to resist at all. The black saber slashed down, causing its body to crack, and it coughed out blood. In the next moment, Marquis Bayun stepped into the air with his hands behind his back and executed the 9 steps of immortal ascension. He took 5 steps in the air. The evil demon was directly suppressed. Its 10,000 feet tall body crawled on the ground like a huge mountain. Its hard skin cracked, and blood gushed out like a stream. Qin Shujian was now like a spectator, watching Marquis Bayun easily suppress a 5th-level heaven-human realm evil demon. That kind of strength. It was the first time he faced an mighty figure directly. How powerful was he? Mighty figure. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. He did not use his Dharma eyes to see Marquis Bayun's realm. After all, it was too eye-catching to see his attributes. If it was an enemy, it would be fine. However, the problem was that Marquis Bayun was an ally. If they were to look around at this moment, it would not look good on either side. However, even the weakest mighty figure was at the 7th stage of the heaven-human realm. According to the information he had obtained, Marquis Bayun was less than 1,000 years old. He had broken through to the heaven-human realm a few hundred years ago and had taken over the position of Marquis Bayun. A few hundred years. Being able to break through to become a mighty being was already a shocking feat. He should not have reached a limit yet. Therefore, in Qin Shujian's opinion, Marquis Bayun should be at the 7th or 8th level of the heaven-human realm. The 5th level of the celestial being realm was only 2 or 3 levels away from the 7th or 8th level of the celestial being realm. However, the difference was so great that it was surprising. Looks like the gap between celestials grows larger the further one goes. Breaking through to the 7th level of the celestial human stage allows one to condense their own domain, making one's strength even more terrifying. If I break through to the 7th stage of the celestial human stage, how long would it take to suppress a 5th stage celestial human stage evil fiend? Thinking about it from another perspective, Qin Shujian realized that if he were to break through to the 7th level of the celestial human realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to suppress a 5th level celestial human realm evil fiend. Or rather, if he could break through to the saint realm, he would be able to suppress this demon. In terms of foundation, Qin Shujian was much stronger than ordinary celestial beings. While he was thinking, he didn't miss the changes in the field. In front of Marquis Bayun, this evil fiend had no power to fight back. However, whenever it wanted to escape, Qin Shujian would control the array formation and force it back. Boom! An ancient and vast aura came, and in the next moment, a shocking killing intent appeared. The void distorted violently and cracked. A stone spear appeared from the cracked void. There were some bloodstains on the spear, and it seemed like a godfiend was roaring angrily. The moment he saw the stone spear, Qin Shujian was shocked. Zhu Bing. The stone spear in the human emperor's hand back then was indeed Marquis Bayun's Zhu Bing. The reason why Marquis Baiyun followed the human emperor to the demon clan was that he had borrowed Zhu Bing. But fortunately, Qin Shujian had already known about these things, so although he was shocked when he saw Zhu Bing, he recovered in an instant. However, although he was fine, some evil fiends were going crazy. Zhu Bing. The evil fiend's ferocious face was full of fear. Waves of demonic qi burst out, trying to break through Marquis Baiyun's suppression, but it was useless. The evil fiend wasn't too afraid when it was suppressed by Marquis Baiyun earlier. But now that Zhu Bing had appeared, it was really terrified. If possible, this evil fiend wanted to go back to the original seal and bury himself. Zhu Bing. That would really kill the evil fiend. The gentle smile on Marquis Baiyun's face was no longer gentle. The moment he held the stone spear, he had already slashed at the evil fiend. He stabbed out with the spear. The void shattered. It seemed like a simple spear, but it showed the shadow of a godfiend falling. A terrifying murderous aura erupted in an instant, causing everyone who felt this aura to be shaken to their core. I won't. The evil fiend was frightened and roared crazily. Powerful demonic qi condensed in its body, trying to resist Zhu Bing's attack. However, compared to Zhu Bing's power, the demonic qi was too weak. In front of Zhu Bing, the condensed demonic qi was easily torn apart. Then, with a flash of blood, the evil fiend's body stiffened and then fell to the ground powerlessly. Rumble. The earth shook. In Qin Shujian's sight. Earlier, when the ancestral armament killed the evil spirit's blood essence instantly withered. Even its spirit deity's consciousness withered. At the same time, the aura of the stone spear also became stronger. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression changed again. His become stronger. Could it be that Zhu Bing can increase his power through killing? Qin Shujian wasn't sure. Because he didn't have Zhu Bing, the sect had been worshipping the blood of 1,000 mountains, but it didn't have much effect. It was difficult to make Zhu Bing. With the tens of thousands of disciples, even if they worshipped day and night, it was impossible to make one Zhu Bing in a few years. Otherwise, with the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhao country, Zhu Bing could be mass-produced. In the past, Qin Shujian didn't know the difficulty of making Zhu Bing, so he spent time carving stone statues for the disciples to worship. If he had known, he would never have wasted this time. At this moment, the evil fiend was killed by Marquis Baiyun, and its body turned into yuan-corroding bone powder and scattered on the ground. Qin Shujian praised, Zhu Bing's power is really shocking. The immortal evil fiend was killed so easily. If the human race had thousands of Zhu Bing, they wouldn't be afraid of the threat of the demon abyss. It's difficult to make Zhu Bing. Since ancient times, there haven't been many Zhu Bing in the human race. Marquis Baiyun also understood Qin Shujian's thoughts. Regarding this, he only said it in his heart that it was naive. During the ancient heavenly court, the myriad races were at their peak, and there weren't many supreme treasures that could kill evil fiends. Otherwise, even if the heavenly court couldn't resist the demon abyss, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state. After putting away Zhu Bing, Marquis Baiyun said, "This place has been corroded by demonic qi. I hope Sect Master Qin can set up a purification array to purify the demonic qi here. It's a small matter." Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. A purification array was just a matter of thought for him now. After the array was set up, Qin Shujian also removed the array formation that covered the fortress. Marquis Baiyun rose into the air and looked at the army stationed outside the fortress. He said loudly, "The evil fiend here has been killed today. Quickly return to the imperial court to report." "Yes, General." At the front of the army, a general cupped his hands and accepted the order. Marquis Baiyun nodded slightly and then looked at Qin Shujian. The two of them directly left this place, turning into streams of light and fleeing to other places. In Baiyun Mansion, there were a total of 20 sealed evil fiends. Now that one had been killed, there were still 19 left. If 19 evil devils were to gather together, then even a supreme expert would have to retreat. After all, although mighty figures were strong, the evil fiends weren't weak either. Any evil fiend was at least a powerhouse at the first level of the heaven-human realm. Among them, there was no lack of powerful evil fiends at the 4th level of the heaven-human realm and below the 7th level. With such strength, even mighty figures couldn't contend with them. The strength of a cultivator at the 7th level of the heaven-human realm was much stronger than a cultivator below the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. But seriously speaking, both of them were at the heaven-human realm. Fortunately, the remaining 19 evil fiends were scattered and sealed in various places. In this way, things were much easier to handle. With Marquis Baiyun's strength and Zhu Bing in his hands, a single evil fiend was no match for him at all. Even an ordinary demon god might not be able to contend with him. Under such circumstances, Qin Shujian was completely reduced to a spectator. During the battle, with Marquis Baiyun around, he was responsible for watching from the side to prevent any evil fiends from escaping. Besides that, there was nothing else to do. Boom! Another evil fiend fell. Qin Shujian's eyes turned red. Every evil fiend. They all represented a large amount of life source and luck value. But with Marquis Baiyun around, it wasn't his turn to collect the heads at all. At this rate, the evil fiends in Baiyun Mansion should be cleaned up in a few days. Marquis Baiyun put away the stone spear with a faint smile on his face. In a few days, he and Qin Shujian walked through half of Baiyun Mansion and killed as many as 13 evil fiends. The two of them didn't stop. After settling one place, they immediately went to the next place. Marquis Baiyun's strength is amazing. Otherwise, the evil fiends wouldn't be killed so quickly. Qin Shujian smiled and then set up a purification array. Let's go. Marquis Baiyun didn't say much. Afterward, the two of them left this place. While Marquis Baiyun was killing the evil fiends, the imperial court began to recruit a large number of manpower and resources to the end of the Skyend mountain range to build a huge city that could resist the other 3 continents. At the same time, the demon beasts in the Skyend mountain range were also wiped out by the imperial court's army. Then, many people moved to expand the territory of the human race. At this point, the entire eastern continent was completely occupied by the human race. In a hidden mountain forest, a group of players gathered together, led by Wang Renbin. Compared to the high-spirited Wang Renbin before, the current Wang Renbin was much more embarrassed. He was no longer handsome. What's the imperial court doing now? Wang Renbin looked at the people around him and asked coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a young player replied, "The imperial court's army is sweeping the demon beasts in the Skyend mountain range and preparing to open up the territory of the demon race. They've also sent a large number of manpower to build a huge city at the end of the Skyend mountain range. In my opinion, they won't have time to pay attention to us in a short time." Bang! Wang Renbin smashed a rock beside him with his fist. His face was full of gloominess. Damn the imperial court. We can't go on like this. Now, there are still rewards for us everywhere. Even if they don't pay attention to us, it's difficult for us to have a chance to develop. Speaking of this, Wang Renbin's face became even gloomier. The human emperor faked his death. Not only did he cheat the vassals and the demon race, but he also cheated the players. When the human emperor fell, the system prompt said that the vassal mode would be activated. Many rich and powerful players tried their best to recruit troops and buy horses, wanting to take the opportunity to conquer the world. Among them, the Wang family, where Wang Renbin was from, had invested a lot of manpower and resources, almost emptying the Wang family's assets. In the end, the human emperor didn't die. If the human emperor didn't die, the human race would be in internal strife for a long time. They might not be able to fish in troubled waters, but at least they would have a chance to withdraw. In the end, as soon as the human emperor appeared, the rebels were gone. As for the demon race, they didn't even dare to fart. They hid in the Skyend mountain range and didn't come out until now. In this way, the other players who entered the vassal mode were miserable. The human emperor came back and swept through the wilderness with the force of thunder. All the rebel forces were uprooted in just a few days. Among them, there were many cities occupied by players. After a great battle, All the players who participated in it died at least 2 or 3 times. That wasn't all. Later, the Imperial Court issued a wanted order, and all the masterminds of the rebellion were wanted. There were also the Imperial Court's army sweeping back and forth in various mansions, specifically looking for the rebels. For a time, the rebellious players were having a hard time. Not to mention the drop in realm, they were also wanted by the Imperial Court. They had no chance to show up in front of people. It should be known that the game world now had a lot to do with reality. If one's realm fell here, it would also be affected in reality, and their cultivation would slow down. And excluding this factor, a large number of players died, and these vassal players also had to pay a lot of money. The Wang family, where Wang Renbin was actually considered good. After all, they had a deep foundation. Even after such twists and turns, they just suffered some damage and didn't go to the end. However, some of the weaker clans had declared bankruptcy and perished in this turmoil. Thinking of this, Wang Renbin was angry, but also a little relieved. At this time, the players gathered around him were all the team cultivated by the Wang family in reality. Wang Renbin was a direct descendant. Now that he was being hunted by the Imperial Court, he naturally had guards around him. "Young Master Wang, what do you plan to do now?" a player asked with a worried expression. It couldn't go on like this. They were suppressed to the point that they couldn't level up, but the other players were constantly accumulating strength. 10 days to half a month was okay. Now that everyone's realm had risen, such a short time wasn't enough to open up a big gap. But if it continued for a year and a half, or even 3 to 5 years, the gap would be too big. And they would also be officially eliminated by the other players. Wang Renbin's expression was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "Now the Imperial Court won't stop until they kill us all. If we want to fight against the Imperial Court's army, we have to gather all the players together. Otherwise, no one can fight against them. The only way now is to wait for the Imperial Court to open up the 3 major continents, and we can take this opportunity to sneak out." In his opinion, this was the last way. What was in the 3 major continents? He didn't know, but the Imperial Court definitely didn't know too much. The human emperor was powerful, but he only controlled the eastern continent. When the time came, the players would escape to the other 3 major continents. No matter how powerful the Imperial Court was, there was no way to find them. When the other players heard this, they all fell silent. Wang Renbin's idea was the only way out they could think of at the moment. In this situation, they could either fight to the death with the Imperial Court, or they could only escape. It was obviously impossible to fight to the death with the Imperial Court, so the only thing left was to escape. Wang Renbin said, "You guys contact some of the other aristocratic families and see what they think. It's best to persuade them to come over and leave together. The Imperial Court is now building a city there. In my opinion, when the time comes, even if they open up the 3 major continents, this entrance will definitely be firmly controlled by someone. It won't be easy for us to sneak out. If they also have ideas, it will be much easier for us to get out when the time comes." The Imperial Court's purpose of building a giant city was to defend against the 3 major continents, and to control the entrance to prevent others from entering and leaving at will. When the time came, if they wanted to force their way to the 3 major continents, it would be inevitable that there would be another big battle. After that, Wang Renbin continued, "Send some people out and pay close attention to the movements of the Imperial Court's army. As for the rest, stay here in the Skyend Mountains and raise the level that they have dropped first. We may spend the next year here. You guys should be mentally prepared. Young Master Wang, don't worry. We know what to do." "That's good." Wang Renbin was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the Wang family still had some people who were trained in reality. They would not betray him at this time. After all, if they betrayed him, it would not be as simple as dying once in the game. With the Wang family's means, it would not be a problem to kill a few people in reality. In the real world, with the recovery of the spirit chi, more and more people stepped into the cultivation world. The spirit mountains and rivers of the various earth veins were gradually recovering. Many powerhouses who had retreated from the world were also showing their talents. In a mountain forest, A lot of spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered here. A person was sitting there cross-legged. As he breathed in and out, a large amount of spirit chi of heaven and earth poured into his body. After a long time, the Blade Master's breathing suddenly stopped. Invisible energy spread out from his body, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth that gathered here suddenly retreated. He opened his closed eyes, and light shot out from them. Whoosh! A tree that would take 3 or 4 people to encircle broke from the middle and fell to the ground. Rumble. The loud noise startled a large number of birds. 7th level of the true martial realm, physical invulnerability. The Blade Master got up, exhaled softly, and then checked his condition. Immediately, he shook his head regretfully. Physical invulnerability. In his heyday, such strength was no different from an ant. He could kill thousands of them with just a breath. But a real man would not boast about his past glory. The Blade Master was now only a physical invulnerability cultivator. Although he was confident that he could kill people of the same level as easily as eating and drinking, it could not change the fact that his cultivation was not high. What a pity. I can only reach this level now. If I go any higher, I will attract attention. The Blade Master looked at the sky with a touch of coldness on his face. The strongest person in this world now was only a physical invulnerability cultivator. Although he was not sure which level they were at, he was sure that they had not reached the spiritual martial realm. Now that the spirit chi has recovered, the group of people who cultivate the fastest will always be watched by heaven and earth. I'm just a stowaway. If heaven and earth watch me now, I will be in big trouble. In the Blade Master's view, the rules of this world were too perfect. Compared with his original strength, they were not at the same level at all. It took him a lot of effort to sneak in with his means. Now he did not dare to show his face easily. In order to enter this world, the Blade Master had waited for too long. It wasn't that he hadn't experienced death before, but if all his previous efforts were wasted, it wouldn't be so easy for him to enter again. He took a deep breath. A palm-sized cyan token appeared in the Blade Master's hand. On top of the token, there were 2 mysterious characters. At this moment, 3 cracks had appeared on the token, occupying 1/5 of it. I just broke through to the physical invulnerability stage, and now there is 1 more crack. If I were in the first realm now, the token would have been broken. It seems that I have to slow down my cultivation. But now that the spirit chi has just recovered, the physical invulnerability stage is enough for now. There is no need to continue improving my strength. He put away the token solemnly. The Blade Master glanced at the surroundings, then wiped away all the traces he had left behind before leaving. He walked in the forest. The Blade Master would not deliberately attack, but anyone who dared to attack him would be killed by him. Especially now that the spirit chi had recovered, many beasts had become more bloodthirsty and ferocious. The forest where ordinary people could step into freely had gradually become a dangerous place where ordinary people could not approach. The forest was lush with vegetation. Mountain peaks of various sizes were scattered all over the place, forming a natural scene. There was smoke rising up ahead, proving that there were traces of people there. The Blade Master stopped in his tracks and looked at the mountain beside the smoke. There. He sensed a weak spiritual aura. Cultivator. The Blade Master murmured. He originally wanted to walk towards the smoke, but now he changed his direction and walked towards the mountain. In the eyes of others, as long as one reached the first level of the martial arts realm, they could be called a cultivator. But in the eyes of the Blade Master, only those who had reached the real martial arts realm were qualified to be called a cultivator. Strictly speaking, the basic martial arts realm was not a cultivation level at all. It was just a process of laying the foundation. The so-called 1st to 10th levels of the basic martial arts realm were all like that. Only when one broke through to the real martial arts realm and condensed true essence in his body could he be considered a real cultivator. Chapter 508. In the yard. Tai Chingzi was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the dilapidated Taoist temple, breathing in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He now spent a certain amount of time playing games every day. The rest, he cultivated in the Taoist temple to improve his cultivation. At this moment, all of a sudden, Tai Chingzi had an idea. When he opened his eyes, he saw that there was already another person outside the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Tai Chingzi looked calm, but his heart was uncontrollably shocked. Immeasurable Lord of Heaven, may I know who you are? Why did you suddenly come to my small Taoist temple? While speaking, Tai Chingzi had been secretly sizing up the newcomer. Since the spiritual qi recovery, he had stepped into the real martial arts realm. Now, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the real martial arts realm, which was close to the physical invulnerability stage. Even if Tai Chingzi didn't easily get involved in the mortal world, he knew that there were not many people in the world who were stronger than him. But the person in front of him gave him a strange feeling. He couldn't see through it. He couldn't figure it out. If he didn't see it with his eyes, he wouldn't even notice that there was a person standing here. About this, Tai Chingzi's heart skipped a beat, and his expression turned solemn. Such an expert came to his place for no reason. He was definitely not just passing by. The 6th level of the real martial arts realm, the peak of the inner invulnerability stage. It's only been a year since the spiritual qi recovery, but you've already reached such a level. You're amazing, the Blade Master said with a smile, cupping his hands. Seeing this, Tai Chingzi also got up, cupped his hands, and asked, "May I know where you're cultivating?" This was a Taoist gesture. Some people could do it, and some couldn't. But it was the first time he saw such a correct gesture like the Blade Master's. Even he might not be able to do it as perfectly as the Blade Master. The Blade Master said with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary individual cultivator. I came here to take a look because of the spiritual qi. I didn't expect to see you cultivating here. I'm Tai Chingzi. I haven't asked for your name. My name is a thing of the past. If you want a name, just call me Dao." Dao. Tai Chingzi frowned imperceptibly. Such a name was a bit strange. However, judging from the other party's appearance, he might also be an expert from some hidden sect. These sects were secluded from the world all year round, so they were very different from ordinary people. It was normal for them to have strange names. Tai Chingzi also felt relieved. The sword master did not explain further. Instead, he took out a jade stone and threw it at Tai Chingzi. The jade broke through the air. His aura was quite astonishing. Tai Chingzi's heart skipped a beat. He infused his energy into his palm and caught the jade stone. Looking at the jade lying quietly in his palm, he frowned again. "Brother, may I ask what this is?" "This is the jade talisman of the Heavenly Alliance. You can make it recognize you as its owner by dripping your blood on it. You can communicate with other members of the Heavenly Alliance through the jade talisman. You can exchange for whatever you want as long as you can pay a sufficient price. Similarly, if you help others to complete their missions, you can also get a corresponding reward. In the Heaven Alliance, these are called Heaven Dao Points." The Blade Master explained. Heavenly Alliance. Tai Chingzi looked puzzled and his heart turned heavy. He had never heard of this name before. The Heavenly Alliance was founded by you. What's the purpose of this organization? If it were an ordinary person, Tai Chingzi would have driven him away. But the Blade Master was different. He felt that the Blade Master was too powerful. In Tai Chingzi's opinion, the Blade Master was at least a physical invulnerability realm practitioner above the 7th level of the martial realm. It was even possible that he was above the true martial realm. He would not offend such a strong person if he could. Tai Chingzi was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die without knowing why. Spiritual qi had just recovered, and he was already a practitioner at the 6th level of the martial realm. He had a chance to reach the divine martial realm or even the celestial being realm in the future. The future was still bright. He could not waste it. The Blade Master said, "The Heavenly Alliance has existed since ancient times. No one knows who founded this organization. The purpose of the Heavenly Alliance is to provide a platform for practitioners in the cultivation world to communicate and help each other. You have to understand that with the recovery of spiritual qi, we humans can enter the cultivation world, and so can other things. Besides, you only need to know that the recovery of spiritual qi is just the beginning. There are still many things waiting for us. The purpose of the Heavenly Alliance's existence is to improve the overall strength of the human race as much as possible and cultivate strong practitioners who can deal with future disasters. Brother, do you mean that the recovery of spiritual qi is a disaster? Tai Ching's expression changed. He had never heard of what the Blade Master just said. However, with the Blade Master's strength, there was no need to deceive him. Unless he had a bigger purpose. However, Tai Ching's could not figure out what the Blade Master's purpose was. Anyway, the human race would really face a great disaster. In the past, Tai Ching's would not have believed such nonsense. But it was different now. The recovery of spiritual qi had caused many changes in the world. No one could tell whether these changes were good or bad. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a disaster, an opportunity or a disaster. The Blade Master tried his best to fool him. He did not care whether it was a disaster or not. He just said it as mysteriously as he could. If the human race is strong enough, what will appear in the future will be an opportunity. If the human race is not strong enough, what will appear in the future will be a disaster. There are some things that I can't tell you too much about now. If you can grow to that level one day, everything will be clear. It's meaningless to say too much before that. Hearing that, Tai Ching's lowered his head slightly and fell into silence. He could no longer tell whether the Blade Master was telling the truth or not. And what kind of organization was the so-called Heavenly Alliance? Had it really existed for a long time, or had it just been created? It was hard to say. Everything was hard to say. Soon, Tai Ching's woke up from his thoughts. He looked up at the Blade Master and said, "Brother, why did you come to me? I've already told you the reason. It's because you have the potential to become a top practitioner." The Blade Master put his hands behind his back and looked proud. Those who can join the Heavenly Alliance can't be mediocre. You can break through to the physical invulnerability realm within a year of the recovery of spiritual qi. Your talent is not top-notch, but it's top-notch. As long as you don't die in the future, it won't be a problem for you to reach the God martial arts realm. You even have a 30% chance of becoming a diviner. You should know that in the heyday of the Heavenly Alliance, only diviners were real members. Those below diviners were not qualified to come into contact with the Heavenly Alliance. Although the Heavenly Alliance has declined after the Dharma ending age, now that the spiritual qi has recovered, the Heavenly Alliance will eventually return to its former peak. If you didn't have the potential to break through to the diviner realm, I would never give you this Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. After that, a terrifying aura emanated from the Blade Master. At that moment, Tai Ching's felt as if he was in a purgatory of knives. The pure and terrifying killing intent made his firm Taoist heart tremble a few times. But very quickly, this feeling disappeared. However, at that moment, Tai Ching's expression changed. If he had suspected that the Blade Master might be an expert above the true martial realm, he was now sure that the Blade Master's strength had reached the spiritual martial realm. As for whether it would be higher, Tai Ching's wasn't so sure. The Blade Master knew that the strongest person in the real world would not enter the spiritual martial realm, but Tai Ching's did not know that. After all, there were so many cultivators in the world. It was possible that some of them had been hiding in the mountains and forests, and had silently cultivated to an unfathomable level. In Tai Ching's opinion, he could cultivate to the 6th level of the true martial realm. It was not impossible for those geniuses or the older generation experts in the Dharma ending age to break through to a terrifying level while the spiritual qi was recovering. He ignored Tai Ching's thoughts. The aura he had just released had a deterrent effect. At least, in the Blade Master's opinion, he had already created a mysterious and powerful image in Tai Ching's mind. I've already said that the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman will only be given to the destined one. I hope you cherish it. After the Blade Master finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared from the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Tai Ching's pupils shrank again. Distance shrinking. So close, yet so far. He was not sure what method the Blade Master had used. However, Tai Ching's was sure that the Blade Master must be an expert who lived in seclusion. Thinking of this, he looked at the jade stone in his hand. The Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. Normally, The most appropriate way to deal with an unknown object was to throw it away. However, Tai Chingzi thought of the Blademaster's method and what he had said. He hesitated again. It was easy to throw away the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. However, it would be a big deal if he missed an opportunity because of this. Moreover, what really made Tai Chingzi hesitate was the great calamity that the Blademaster had mentioned. Is the spiritual qi recovery really a calamity? Tai Chingzi's expression changed again and again. If the recovery of spirit qi was a disaster, then would it be a disaster when the world fell into the age of Dharma ending? Or, the Dharma ending age was not a calamity but a means of self-protection? For a moment, Tai Chingzi thought of many things. He felt that he seemed to have come into contact with some kind of truth. However, there was a thick fog in front of him that blocked his vision. He wanted to dispel the fog. However, he could not dispel it. In the end, Tai Chingzi looked back at the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman in his hand. After hesitating for a while, he bit his left index finger and smeared a drop of blood on it. The blood fell on the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. It immediately seeped into the talisman like water touching soil. Then, a faintly discernible connection appeared in his mind. Tai Chingzi pressed the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman against his forehead. A huge amount of information appeared in his mind. Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. Heavenly Path Points. He could accept corresponding missions to earn Heavenly Path Points. Heavenly Path Points could be used to exchange for resources, including cultivation methods, elixirs, and even weapons. Apart from that, if the Heavenly Alliance members had corresponding information, they could also communicate in the Heavenly Alliance chat group. Heavenly Alliance chat group? When Tai Chingzi saw the words, he took down the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman and was dumbfounded. The Heavenly Alliance is keeping up with the times. The chat group had even appeared. How could they not keep up with the times? However, although he was speechless, Tai Chingzi was still surprised by these methods. At the same time, he was deeply afraid of the Heavenly Alliance's existence. After a short period of shock, he pressed the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman against his forehead again. There were a total of 3 interfaces in the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman. One was a mission interface, one was an exchange interface, and one was a chat group interface. First was the mission interface. There were not many missions in the mission interface. There were only a few in total. However, Tai Chingzi was shocked when he saw the mission content. Mission 1. Seek a Yin-Yang 9 Rotation Mixed Energy Elixir, Level 9 Elixir Pill. Mission Reward, 100,000 Heavenly Path Points. Mission 2. Kill a ferocious beast in the ancient land. Its strength is suspected to be around the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human realm. Mission Reward, 500,000 Heavenly Path Points. Mission 3. Seek help from a senior to break through the God Martial Arts realm. Mission Reward, 10,000 Heavenly Path Points. Mission 4. Seek Tianluo Star Iron. Mission Reward, 20,000 Heavenly Path Points. There were a total of 13 missions, but each of them left Tai Chingzi dumbfounded. He did not know what the Yin-Yang 9 Rotation Mixed Energy Elixir was. However, the Level 9 Elixir Pill at the end made him understand how precious it was. There was also something about killing a ferocious beast in the ancient land and being at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human realm. What ancient land? Is there a place called the ancient land in this world that even has ferocious beasts at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human realm? Tai Chingzi was completely stunned. He suddenly realized something. The world had become so strange. Among the 13 missions, none of them were easy. Before he got the Heavenly Alliance Jade token, he thought he was strong enough. But now, Tai Chingzi, on the other hand, realized that he was really weak. There were so many unknown things in this world. Calamity. For some reason, Tai Chingzi thought of this word again. He looked at the missions above. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he did not suspect too much. The Heavenly Alliance Jade token was already very unusual. He suppressed the shock in his heart. Tai Chingzi exited the mission area and went to the exchange area. It was also divided into several sections. There were mainly 6 sections, including cultivation methods, martial arts, elixir pills, divine weapons, precious armors, and tools. Tai Chingzi browsed through them one by one and then exited with a dull look. During this day, he had been shocked too many times and became a little numb. Finally. Then, Tai Chingzi entered the chat group. Please set a nickname for your name. A prompt appeared in his mind. Tai Chingzi instinctively wanted to use his Taoist name as a nickname. But he did not know why. He paused when he was about to set it. Then, he typed a few words and then chose to confirm. Then, the image changed again. A more modern chat window appeared in Tai Chingzi's mind. There was another prompt. Little Taoist joined the group chat. 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor, welcome newcomer. Boundless Holy Man, another newcomer, not bad. Shuesho, welcome. Darkness Emissary, welcome. Then, there was a row of welcome words. There are so many people. Tai Chingzi looked at the constantly refreshed chat history and was stunned. He knew that the Heavenly Alliance was not simple, but he was still surprised when he saw so many people. However, when he saw the nickname, his expression became strange again. 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor, Boundless Holy Man. These people were really good at bragging. He looked at his nickname, Little Taoist. It seemed too low-key. Just when Tai Chingzi was about to send a message. Boundless Holy Man, Brother Jiutian, I heard that an ancient beast appeared on your side. How have you been? Has it been resolved? Jiutian Immortal Emperor, sigh, if it had been resolved, I would have cancelled the mission long ago. Let it be arrogant for now. I will become a heavenly being in 2 days. I will kill it then. Mouth of Darkness, Phut, Jiutian, can you do it? Don't ask us to collect your corpse after you are killed by the beast. Jiutian Immortal Emperor, shut your dog mouth. I will go over and smash your dog head. If it were not for the decline of my strength, I would not have allowed a small beast to behave so atrociously. Jiutian Immortal Emperor, now that the spiritual chi has recovered, my strength will recover quickly. I will kill it in 2 days. Mouth of Darkness, keep bragging. I will become a heavenly being soon. Do you want me to go over and help? Jiutian Immortal Emperor, get lost. Shuesho, stop arguing. I think Jiutian will have no problem dealing with the beast. Let's cancel the mission. It seems that a holy land will appear in a month's time in the Great Holy Region. Do you want to go and take a look? Mouth of Darkness, are there any restrictions on the appearance of a holy land? Shuesho, there should be some restrictions, but they are not big. Those below heavenly being able to enter. Little Daoist, Tai Chingzi mechanically sent a message and then fell into silence. At this moment, there was only a big F***ck in his heart. He originally thought that the other party came up with these nicknames casually to scare people. But looking at those chat records, he realized that it did not seem to be the case. What about breaking through to heavenly being? What about the decline of strength due to the decline of thousands of years? What about the Great Holy Region and the appearance of a holy land? These words all revealed the aura of a big shot. Could it be that these people are really hidden powerhouses, or existences before the Age of Chaos? Tai Chingzi was shocked by the thought that emerged in his mind. It had been thousands of years since the Age of Chaos. If that was the case, then what level of existences were these people at? He was suspicious. But after looking at the chat records, Tai Chingzi fell silent again. At this time, in the chat group, after Shuesho revealed the news of the Holy Land, many people had already joined in the conversation. There was no lack of big shots among them, as well as some questions from newbies. Seeing this, Tai Chingzi could not help but send a message. Little Daoist, big shots, may I ask what the Holy Land is? Boundless Holy Man, oh, so it's a newbie. Usually, this kind of question requires heavenly Dao points. But seeing that you just came, you probably don't have much to gain, so I'll tell you for free. Little Daoist, thank you, Dao Master. Boundless Holy Man, the so-called Holy Land is a secret realm created by powerhouses above the diviner level. But with the advent of the Age of Chaos, many holy lands have sealed themselves off, waiting for the spiritual energy to recover before they reappear. Boundless holy man, in addition to abundant spiritual energy, there are also some precious treasures in the Holy Land. If you're lucky, you can also obtain some cultivation techniques. But generally, for safety, the Holy Land will have some restrictions. Boundless holy man, for example, it restricts powerhouses above the diviner level from entering, to prevent the Holy Land from exploding when fighting. Little Daoist, so it's like this. Thank you for your explanation. Boundless holy man, what level are you? Little Daoist, True Martial Stage 6. Boundless holy man, a series of ellipses. Tai Chingzi saw a strong sense of disdain in them. Suddenly, he fell silent. Tai Chingzi was no longer proud of his strength at the 6th level of the martial realm. Because just a few seconds ago, he had been despised by someone. Soon, Tai Chingzi calmed himself down and immediately took advantage of his newbie's advantage to ask all kinds of questions. He gained a lot in an instant. On the other side, after Tai Chingzi dripped his blood to become his master, the Blade Master sensed it. As expected, no one can resist the temptation of opportunity. The Blade Master shook his head and laughed. Then, he took out a heavenly Tao Jade talisman and placed his divine thought on it. After a long while, the Blade Master was speechless. Because he found that the person he had just fooled had a lot of questions. He thought that the other party would keep a low profile since he was so old, but the truth was completely opposite. It's okay. Let's chat if you want. I have many alt accounts, so I'll chat with you slowly. Soon, the Blade Master collected himself and continued on his way while answering Tai Chingzi's questions with all kinds of alt accounts. Now, only a piece of the Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman had been distributed, so it didn't have much effect. Although the Heavenly Alliance was just something he made up. But to be honest, the Blade Master had his real purpose for creating the Heavenly Alliance. In the following period of time, every time the Blade Master went to a place, he would give a Heavenly Alliance Jade Talisman to a true martial realm cultivator who had some cultivation. Then, he would use the same trick he used on Tai Chingzi to trick others. In less than half a month, dozens of people appeared in the Heavenly Alliance chat group. Like Tai Chingzi, these people were the cultivators the Blade Master had fooled. However, he had a requirement for the people he chose. They had to at least break through to the true martial realm, but not the physical invulnerability realm. In general, among these dozens of people, the lowest cultivation was LV1 of the true martial realm, and the highest was LV6 of the true martial realm. As for those with higher cultivation, they would easily attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao. The Blade Master wasn't ready to expose himself yet. As more and more people appeared in the Heavenly Alliance chat group. Most of the time, these newcomers were chatting with each other. In this way, the Blade Master had a lot of free time. He didn't need to use a bunch of alt accounts to chat with one or two people and liven up the atmosphere of the chat group. Now, he only needed to let a few of the big shot Smurfs appear once in a while and chat casually. Chapter 509. The matter of the Heavenly Alliance had just begun, so it did not attract much attention. The Sword Master did not spread the Heavenly Alliance in one place. Instead, he found suitable people in each city, threw out hundreds of jade talismans, and then moved on to the next city. One had to know. The population in a city was at least 1 million. Throwing hundreds of jade talismans into a city was no different from throwing stones into the sea. The Sword Master was not in a hurry. Haste makes waste. Moreover, he was a stowaway. With the recovery of spirit chi, the Heavenly Tao had also awakened. The Heavenly Tao. The Sword Master had always been wary of it. Especially since he was a visitor from the foreign realm. Even if he was at his peak in the past, he still had to be careful when facing the Heavenly Tao of this world. There's no hurry. There's still a long time. Take it step by step. Sooner or later, it will blossom. The Sword Master smiled and looked at the crowd in front of him with a calm expression. Being able to sneak into this world was the greatest victory. The rest. He was no longer in a hurry. This is the only chance in the endless years. I can't mess it up. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Suddenly, the Blade Master let out a sigh. He had forgotten how long he had existed. As time passed, some of his memories had become blurry. If it were not for the fact that the past was engraved in the depths of his divine soul, the Swordmaster would have long forgotten about it. Then, the Swordmaster thought, I've already reincarnated. I wonder how many of those guys have been revived and how many have been drowned by the river of time. Although he had thoughts in his mind, he did not have the intention to go back and take a look. Every time he returned to his original world and came out again, his body would be tainted with a trace of aura. For others, being tainted with this trace of aura was not a big deal. Because these people's essence was still engraved with the imprint of this world. However, the Swordmaster was different. Even if he had occupied Peng Qing's body and devoured everything of him, his divine soul did not belong to this world. If he was tainted with too much of the aura of the foreign realm, it would be easy for the heavenly Tao to detect it. The Swordmaster estimated the gap between his current strength and the heavenly Tao. In the end, he shook his head. No hurry, no hurry. The Swordmaster murmured softly and then disappeared into the vast crowd. There were too few people in the Heaven Alliance. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he would need a long time to accumulate experience. Even though there was still a lot of time left, no one could be sure that there wouldn't be any changes along the way. If something went wrong, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Boom! The stone spear shattered the void, and gods, demons, immortals, and saints fell. Marquis Bayun held the Zhu Bing in his hand and nailed a fourth-tier celestial being evil devil to the ground. No matter how the other party wailed and struggled, it was useless. It didn't take long for Zhu Bing to absorb all of the evil spirits. Qin Shujian said enviously, Zhu Bing can absorb the power of the demons he killed. If he could kill all the demons in the demon abyss, how strong would Zhu Bing become? The current Zhu Bing was already this strong. If it continued to rise, it would be too terrifying. Marquis Bayun shook his head and said, You're thinking too simply. If Zhu Bing could rise without restraint, how could the demons dare to enter this world so easily? Marquis, do you mean that Zhu Bing's rise has a limit? Yes. Marquis Bayun stroked the stone spear with his palm and sighed. Zhu Bing is a real divine weapon created by heaven and earth. After reaching this level, Zhu Bing doesn't have a specific level. However, there are also differences in strength among Zhu Bing. The more living beings one killed, the more energy the ancestral armament would be able to absorb. Thus, the strength of the ancestral armament would also increase. However, there's a limit to this absorption. Marquis Bayun looked at Qin Shujian curiously. Marquis Bayun smiled faintly and said, If Zhu Bing's power rises to a certain level, it will usher in its own tribulation. If it survives, Zhu Bing will become stronger. If it fails, it will die in the tribulation. Does Zhu Bing also have a tribulation? This time, Qin Shujian was really surprised. Zhu Bing was going through a tribulation. If Marquis Bayun hadn't said it himself, he really wouldn't have known. Not to mention him, even the Bow of the Cosmos might not know about this. No matter what. The Bow of the Cosmos was only a spiritual weapon. Even if it had some imprints of heaven and earth, it couldn't know too many things. After owning the Bow of the Cosmos for so long, Qin Shujian often chatted with it. Many of these topics were related to Zhu Bing. Unfortunately, the Bow of the Cosmos only knew how to cast Zhu Bing. Other than this, it knew nothing else. Marquis Bayun said, Under the rules of heaven and earth, all living things have a tribulation. It's just a matter of whether it's big or small. If you want to get more power, you have to endure a corresponding tribulation. Strictly speaking, this shouldn't be considered a tribulation, but a test. If you want to control more power, you need to have enough strength. Otherwise, you can't be superior to others. Was there ever a Zhu Bing who was destroyed in a tribulation? Yes. Was there ever a Zhu Bing who survived a tribulation? Yes. In the end, Marquis Bayun added, but compared to Zhu Bing who was destroyed, there are very few Zhu Bing who survived a tribulation. Hearing this, Qin Shujian finally understood something. Ever since he found out that the ancestral armament could absorb the power of the evil demons, he had always been curious as to why the Marquis of Northern Cloud didn't use the ancestral armament to kill the evil demons, and instead left the ancestral armament for him to handle. In the beginning, Qin Shujian thought that Marquis Baiyun didn't want Zhu Bing to be exposed. But now it seemed that Marquis Baiyun might have this concern, but there was another factor, which was Zhu Bing's problem. The power Zhu Bing absorbed was too strong. Then it would suffer a tribulation. If it could survive the tribulation, it would be fine, but if it couldn't, it would suffer a great loss. Qin Shujian knew very well how difficult it was to forge a Zhu Bing. There were only 2 Zhu Bing in the entire human clan, so one could imagine how difficult it was. Once a Zhu Bing was destroyed, the human clan would lose an arm, but it wouldn't be far from it. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said with a solemn expression, Marquis Baiyun is now using Zhu Bing to kill enemies. Aren't you afraid that Zhu Bing will transcend a tribulation? It's not easy to accumulate enough power to transcend a tribulation. The Marquis of Northern Cloud shook his head and explained, even if it's just an ancestral armament, it still needs to kill dozens or even hundreds of celestials in order to gather enough power to pass through the tribulation. Moreover, after passing through a tribulation, the ancestral armament will be able to withstand even more power. However, no matter what, there is still a limit. If it weren't for the current situation, I might not have killed these demons. If it was sealed, then so be it. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, Marquis Baiyun would rather these demons be sealed for thousands of years. It was just that the current situation was different, so he had to kill these demons. Originally, Qin Shujian was a little envious of Zhu Bing's power. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Zhu Bing might bring about a tribulation when he killed the demons, but he didn't have this hidden danger when he used the Red Lotus of Purgation to devour them. Perhaps the Red Lotus of Purgation also has this problem, but the limit it can withstand is definitely not something that Zhu Bing can compare with. Qin Shujian thought for a moment. There were at least hundreds of demons who had died in his hands. Even so, the Red Lotus of Purgation didn't have any problems. This alone was enough to prove that this ability was more powerful than he had imagined. In fact, Qin Shujian was thinking about a problem. Should he secretly train a group of men of sacrifice who specialized in cultivating the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic? This Guiyuan Ancestral Classic was not the abridged version in the library, but the complete version, the kind that could cultivate the Red Lotus of Purgation. In this way, it was equivalent to having a group of people who could kill demons. For short, human Zhu Bing. However, as soon as this idea appeared, Qin Shujian extinguished it. The Guiyuan Ancestral Classic was of great importance. Once it was spread out, it would do him no good. Unless he was 100% sure, Qin Shujian would never take out this trump card. The principle of keeping a tiger in one's bosom was applicable everywhere. If the demons failed to refine him and he was refined by someone else, it would be a disaster. Qin Shujian said, Marquis Baiyun's ancestral armament, how many calamities did it undergo? 3. Marquis Baiyun said with a smile. Zhu Bing, who had survived 3 tribulations, was already considered a very powerful existence among Zhu Bing. Every tribulation was a metamorphosis. Surviving 1 tribulation was strength. Surviving 2 tribulations was strength. Surviving 3 tribulations was even more strength. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was also a little jealous. After overcoming 3 divine tribulations, one could very well imagine how powerful the ancestral armament was. The biggest trump card in his hand was the 7-seal Taoist artifact, the 13-grade Golden Lotus. This was his means to contend with a powerful figure. But now it seemed that Qin Shujian suspected that the 13-grade Golden Lotus might not be able to withstand a blow from Zhu Bing. I do have something I'd like to ask you about. What is it? Is Zhu Bing really completely superior to Taoist artifacts? Can a Zhu Bing who has not transcended a tribulation easily crush a 9-seal Taoist artifact? Qin Shujian asked the question that had been in his heart. He had always wanted to know. Was Zhu Bing really so powerful that it could completely crush a Taoist artifact? If it was true, Qin Shujian would be lying if he said that he was not discouraged. He had worked so hard to improve a Taoist artifact, but in the end, he was told that Zhu Bing could easily break it. Even a 9-seal Taoist artifact would have to call Zhu Bing daddy in front of it. If that was the case, it would be heartbreaking. At the same time, Qin Shujian also had to consider whether to fight or flee if he encountered a powerhouse who was holding a Zhu Bing in the future. Marquis Baiyun took a deep look at him and then said, Zhu Bing and Taoist artifacts are on two completely different levels. They are either above Taoist artifacts or Zhu Bing. There is actually no comparison between the two. Qin Shujian nodded secretly. The Bow of the Cosmos had said that Zhu Bing was completely superior to Taoist artifacts, but it didn't seem to be the case after hearing Marquis Baiyun's words. Compared to the half-baked Bow of the Cosmos, he was more willing to believe in Marquis Baiyun. Marquis Baiyun said, not all Zhu Bing are more powerful than Taoist artifacts, but there is an essential difference between the two. It's very difficult for an ordinary Taoist artifact to contend with Zhu Bing. Marquis Baiyun's stone spear versus a 9-seal Taoist artifact. Which side is more powerful? A 9-seal Taoist artifact is already considered the pinnacle of Taoist artifacts, and it is also an existence that is close to Dao transformation. However, in front of my Zhu Bing, it can withstand 3 rounds. Marquis Baiyun thought for a moment and gave an answer. A 9-seal Taoist artifact could withstand 3 rounds. Qin Shujian was a little speechless. At the same time, he was also shocked. Zhu Bing was really too powerful. A 9-seal Taoist artifact couldn't withstand a few rounds of Zhu Bing's attacks. A 7-seal Taoist artifact could already withstand the attack of a mighty figure. If it was upgraded to a 9-seal Taoist artifact, it was still unknown whether an expert at the heavenly being limit could compare to it. Is Zhu Bing really that powerful? Sect Master Qin, you're mistaken. The powerful one is not an ordinary Zhu Bing, but a Zhu Bing who has transcended a tribulation. The difference between a 3-tribulation Zhu Bing and a 2-tribulation Zhu Bing is much greater than the difference between a 3-seal Taoist artifact and a 2-seal Taoist artifact. A 9-seal Taoist artifact is already a creation of heaven and earth. With the power of a 9-seal Taoist artifact, it is enough to suppress a 1-tribulation Zhu Bing and confront a 2-tribulation Zhu Bing. I see. Qin Shujian nodded thoughtfully. Fortunately, it was still okay. The 9-seal Taoist artifact wasn't as weak as he thought. Although it couldn't withstand a 3-tribulation Zhu Bing, it was enough to confront a 1 or 2 tribulation Zhu Bing. A 3-tribulation Zhu Bing. Even though Qin Shujian didn't know much about Zhu Bing, he could guess that there were very few Zhu Bing who could reach the 3-tribulation level. In this way, if the Taoist artifact could be upgraded to a 9-seal Taoist artifact, it would be very useful. When he thought of the 7-seal Dao artifact that he had on him, Qin Shujian felt a little more confident. A 7-seal Taoist artifact. In that case, they should be able to withstand the attacks of ordinary ancestral armaments. Marquis Baiyun said, there's still a sealed evil spirit in the Baiyun mansion. There's no time to lose. Let's go there first. No problem. Qin Shujian nodded. After setting up a purification array that covered the stronghold, he left with Marquis Baiyun. Boom. A stream of light tore through the sky. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at a majestic fortress. In the stronghold, Marquis Baiyun showed his identity token and then ordered all the troops to withdraw. Then, he followed Qin Shujian to the seal altar. He looked at the seal altar on the ground. Qin Shujian's pupils constricted slightly. 9-star array? No, 10-star array. At a glance, the array was mysterious and obscure, emitting a terrifying power. To be honest, Qin Shujian had killed so many evil spirits, but this was the first time he saw the 10-star array. All along, he thought that the strongest evil spirit seal in the human race was the 9-star array. But now that the 10-star array had appeared, it meant that the evil spirit sealed under the array must be very terrifying. Could it be a fiend celestial sealed under it? Qin Shujian looked a little shocked. He could tell that the array master who set up the 10-star array was definitely not as simple as the first realm. Even with his current vision of the peak of the second realm, he still felt that it was obscure. It could be seen that the person who set up the array might be a third realm master. Third realm master. Qin Shujian had comprehended the enlightenment crystal given to him by the human emperor some time ago, which was left by a third realm master. The comprehension of the power of crystals was hard to understand and mysterious. It also made him understand that the gap between the second realm and the third realm was much bigger than the gap between the first realm and the second realm. Marquis Bayun shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe it's a fiend celestial, or there are several sixth realm celestial beings sealed inside." "You don't know?" Qin Shujian was stunned. Was there anything in the Bayun mansion that Marquis Bayun didn't know? "Were you kidding me?" Marquis Bayun glanced at him and said calmly, "Do you really think that the Great Jiao is the entire history of the human race? Before the Great Jiao was established, humans and demons existed side by side in this world. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there are many things that no one knows. The seals of the spirit realm and the other major realms were almost all set up by the powerhouses 10,000 years ago. Some of the seals left by the human race will be passed down by the powerhouses. Some of them may not be set up by the human race, or the powerhouses who set up the seals did not leave behind any information. Therefore, not everyone knows what's inside the seals." Marquis Bayun's words enlightened Qin Shujian. That's right. The spirit realm and the other major realms had existed long before the Great Jiao had established the world. Furthermore, the surroundings of these realms had been surrounded by a large number of true dominion and mortal realms, which had existed for countless years. In that case, the evil demons sealed inside had to have a long history as well. At this thought, Qin Shujian said solemnly, "Marquis Bayun, are you sure you want to open the seal here? If there's a powerful fiend celestial, the problem will be troublesome. Or do you have the confidence to kill the fiend celestial? Even if I can't kill the fiend celestial, I still have Sect Master Qin, right?" Qin Shujian was speechless. Marquis Bayun really thought highly of him. If it was really a battle between the fiend celestial and the Almighty, how could he, a first-realm celestial being, intervene? Although he had a grade 13 golden lotus with him, it was used to resist attacks. Besides, Qin Shujian was not 100% sure how long the grade 13 golden lotus could resist the Almighty. Upon seeing his speechless expression, Marquis Bayun smiled and said, "Sect Master Qin, you don't have to worry. This seal has existed for at least 50,000 years. After 50,000 years, even if the fiend celestial is sealed below, it won't have much strength left. After all, although the fiend celestial is strong, its strength needs the support of fiendish qi. Although spirit qi seeped into the array formation, spirit qi is highly toxic to the evil demons. They won't absorb spirit qi to cultivate. Just 50,000 years is enough to make a fiend celestial without fiendish qi enter a weak state, let alone a long time. 50,000 years. The Almighty of the human clan had endured for 50,000 years and died countless times. The evil demons had a long lifespan, which was why they could hold on. However, although they were alive, it was hard to say how much strength they had left. Qin Shujian felt a little helpless as he said, "Marquis Bayun, you can finish your words in one go next time. Don't leave half of your words unfinished. It's quite tiring." Hearing this, Marquis Bayun smiled slightly and immediately changed the topic, saying, "But there's one thing you still have to pay attention to. The evil demon sealed by the 10 stars array is not simple. Even after 50,000 years, it's hard to say what kind of tricks it has left. Before I break the array, please set up the array first to ensure that the evil demon won't escape. Otherwise, the people of Bayun Mansion will be plunged into misery and suffering." At the end of his words, his expression was extremely solemn. This was not a joke. Marquis Bayun also had a hunch that there might really be a fiend celestial sealed inside. It would be fine if such a powerhouse was killed, but once it escaped, there would not be many people in the world who could keep the fiend celestial in check. After all, if such a powerhouse wanted to escape, who could stop it? If a fiend celestial went out and caused a demon disaster, at least half of Bayun Mansion would fall. Even Marquis Bayun had to treat such a problem seriously. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and said, "Give me some time." He had to set up an array. And it was an array that could resist the fiend celestial, so he had to use all his strength. In fact, he even had to participate in the battle. Qin Shujian did not dare to ignore this possibility. If a powerful fiend celestial really appeared, Marquis Bayun would really drag him along. In that case, Qin Shujian also had to be fully prepared. After saying that, he spread out his divine thought and engraved array patterns in the void, densely packed like a large net. An invisible wave spread out from it, which made Marquis Bayun's heart skip a beat. Domain. Only a mighty figure could condense a domain. But Marquis Bayun had already felt the power of a domain in the array set up by Qin Shujian. Array Dao Grandmasters are blessed by nature. Marquis Bayun sighed with emotion. A Grandmaster at the second realm could touch the power of a domain, although there was still a certain gap between such power and a domain set up by a mighty figure. But a domain was a domain. In a domain, there were rules. It could be said that Array Dao Grandmasters were walking in front of ordinary cultivators. Only when a cultivator broke through the celestial being and reached the saint realm could they control the power of heaven and earth. Only when a mighty figure could they turn the power of heaven and earth into the power of their own domain. But Array Dao Grandmasters were different. A Grandmaster at the first realm could borrow the power of heaven and earth to set up an array, and a Grandmaster at the second realm could directly have the power of a domain. In terms of power, the first realm of the Grandmaster could only correspond to the third level of the Transcendent realm, and the second realm could only correspond to the third level of the Saint realm. This also led to, as long as Array Dao Grandmasters were well prepared, they could suppress experts of the same realm. Of course, the strength of the array also had a lot to do with the cultivator himself. Qin Shujian was only at the first level of the celestial being realm, and with the means of the second realm of the Grandmaster realm, he could only set up a weakened version of a domain. But when the other party broke through to the level of a mighty figure and combined with the array domain, he would definitely be able to suppress a mighty figure of the same level. Marquis Bayun felt the changes in his surroundings and suddenly had an idea. Should I also learn about array formations? With one more method, my strength will definitely become stronger. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. Array Dao was strong. But he had to reach the second realm of the Grandmaster realm to be of help to his current cultivation. Even if Marquis Bayun thought that he was amazing, he was not confident that he could reach the second realm of the Grandmaster realm. Talent in cultivation was different from talent in array formations. Even someone as strong as Marquis Bayun was not confident that he could reach the height of Qin Shujian. It was foreseeable. Once Qin Shujian reached the level of a mighty figure, combined with the other party's array formation methods, he would definitely be one of the strongest among the mighty figures. Marquis Bayun was very confident about this. Become stronger, there are still too few human powerhouses. Chapter 510. Buzz, fluctuations spread out like waves. The void was slightly distorted. Marquis Bayun said, "Is your array stable enough? Can it withstand the full power of a mighty figure's domain? Try it first," Qin Shujian said. Hearing that, a vast domain rose from Marquis Bayun's body, and immediately, the array trembled violently. Countless array patterns appeared in the void, and then it collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stop, stop. Qin Shujian's expression changed, and he quickly stopped Marquis Bayun's action. He was also cursing in his heart. Qin Shujian knew that the domain of a mighty figure conflicted with the array. After all, Marquis Bayun's domain had caused a reaction in the array during their previous cooperation. But at that time, Marquis Bayun didn't display the entire domain like now. Now that the domain had spread out, it almost burst the array. No. It wasn't a close shave, but it could really cause the formation to explode. Marquis Bayun frowned and said, "If it's really a fiend celestial, I'm afraid I'll have to use all my strength. In that case, it will clash with your array. I'll try again." After Qin Shujian said that, he immediately repaired the broken array patterns, and then took out the spirit stones from his storage ring. He originally wanted to take out 100 spirit stones. However, after thinking about it, he decided to take out 365 of them to make up the number of heavenly cycles just to be safe. Then, a 13th grade golden lotus was placed in the array to support and suppress the entire array. Qin Shujian said painfully, "Marquis Bayun, if the spirit stones are used up, the Imperial Court will have to reimburse us. After all, there are tens of thousands of disciples in the Yuan sect waiting to be fed. We don't have much food left. When setting up an array with spirit stones, the origin power inside would be extracted if one wasn't careful. This was a completely different concept from rushing in to cultivate. Marquis Bayun said, "Don't worry, the Imperial Court will pay for you." "That's good." Qin Shujian breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Marquis Bayun, try again and see if you can shake the array." Hearing that, Marquis Bayun immediately expanded his domain. This time, although the formation trembled, it showed no signs of collapsing. Qin Shujian said, "It looks like there won't be much of a problem using your domain within the array formation. But, unless it's absolutely necessary, I still don't recommend that you fully utilize the strength of your domain." "Alright, I got it." Marquis Bayun nodded. To be honest, when he sensed the strength of the formation, he was also slightly shocked. A Mighty One's domain was the strongest technique of a Mighty One. It might seem simple to open a domain, but its power was not weak at all. But even so, he was unable to break the formation. A well-prepared array Dao Grandmaster was much more powerful than Marquis Bayun had expected. Shortly after, Marquis Bayun calmed himself down and took out Zhu Bing, breaking the seal of the 10 Stars formation. The seal was strong. However, the 3 Tribulations Zhu Bing was even more powerful. As the seal was broken, a terrifying and decaying power was emitted from it, as if a sleeping powerhouse was awakening. Boom! This feeling only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths of time. In the next instant, a shocking fluctuation spread out. "A human." A hoarse voice came from below. Endless black fog emerged from the broken seal, blocking the vision of others. Whether it was Marquis Bayun or Qin Shujian, they both looked solemn at this time, waiting for the other party to appear. Judging from the fluctuation just now, it was indeed a demon god sealed here. But it was not clear how strong it was. Even the Marquis of Bayun was not 100% sure how much power the other party had retained after more than 50,000 years of experience. In the next moment, black fog surged. A middle-aged man in black armor walked out of the black fog and appeared in front of the two. Black armor. A human. Seeing the middle-aged man in black armor, Qin Shujian was shocked. He had seen many demons, but it was the first time he had seen one like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but activate his Dharma eye. His eyes turned into stars and fell directly on the middle-aged man in black armor. Name, Bloodfire Demon Godrealm, 9th level of the Heaven-Human Realm, seriously injured state. It was really a demon god. And it was a powerhouse in the 9th level of the Heaven-Human Realm. Qin Shujian's pupils constricted, and he was shocked again. At this moment, the middle-aged man in black armor, who was Bloodfire Demon God, seemed to have sensed something and looked at Qin Shujian with a hint of anger on his expressionless face. A human in the transcendent realm dares to covet the strength of a demon god. As soon as he finished speaking, Bloodfire Demon God struck out with his palm, and the void immediately collapsed. Qin Shujian did not need to say anything. The moment the other party attacked, Marquis Bayun stabbed out with the stone spear in his hand, and endless killing instantly erupted. Boom! With the two of them as the center, the space suddenly shattered. Bloodfire Demon God looked at Marquis Bayun, and his expressionless face became more solemn. An almighty of the human race. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the stone spear, and his expression finally changed greatly. Zhu Bing, Bloodfire Demon God, was not afraid of an almighty of the human race. With his strength in the 9th level of the Heaven-Human Realm, he had killed an expert of this level when he was at his peak. Although he was not at his peak, he was still not afraid of an almighty. However, if an ancestral armament was to be added to the mix, the situation would be bad. An almighty of the human race was not afraid. But with an almighty of the human race and Zhu Bing, Bloodfire Demon God had to treat them seriously. Marquis Bayun did not say anything. While Bloodfire Demon God was still in shock, he had already charged over with Zhu Bing in his hand. They were both demon gods. Back then, the Azura Demon God gave him a threat, but it was not as powerful as the Bloodfire demon god in front of him. This was an ancient demon god. He was so ancient that he had been sealed for at least 50,000 years and could still exert strength above the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. Even though he had expected it, Marquis Bayun did not expect that there would be such an expert sealed in the seal. But now that the seal had been broken, it was meaningless to think too much. The only way to solve the problem was to kill the demon god. Bloodfire demon god gave him a lot of pressure. But Marquis Bayun was not afraid at all. No matter how many levels of the heaven-human realm the other party was, as long as he had not crossed the threshold, his strength and the power of Zhu Bing was enough to kill the other party. The moment Marquis Bayun attacked, Bloodfire demon god also attacked instantly. As soon as he attacked, a monstrous demonic aura surged like the boundless hell. The stone spear shattered the vacuum and tore the boundless hell apart. The two exchanged blows at an extremely fast speed, and the terrifying power shattered the surrounding void. Demonic aura surged and murderous. If it were not for the array, the vast fluctuations would have spread out. So powerful. Looking at the two fighting, Qin Shujian's expression became solemn. After breaking so many seals, any evil demon that appeared was easily suppressed and killed by Marquis Bayun. It was the first time that such an intense battle had happened. Be careful, Marquis Bayun. He is a demon god in the 9th level of the heaven-human realm at his peak. Qin Shujian had to remind him. Although Marquis Bayun seemed to have a high chance of winning, if he really fell, he would be in a lot of trouble. What's there to be afraid of? Marquis Bayun laughed heartily, and his attacks became even more fierce and terrifying. However, deep in his heart, there was also a trace of seriousness and doubt. He could not see through Bloodfire demon god's specific realm, but Qin Shujian could see that he was a 9th level heaven-human realm expert. Marquis Bayun really had a lot of secrets. That was just a thought. Marquis Bayun's attack did not stop. A large amount of true essence poured into Zhu Bing, constantly stimulating the power of Zhu Bing. The endless sharp power of slaughter stirred up the surrounding void. Bloodfire demon god's palm crushed the void, and there seemed to be a grey river vaguely. The power of the collapse of heaven and earth caused the surrounding area to tremble continuously. Blood demon realm. Bloodfire demon god roared at this moment, and a vast fluctuation swept out from his body. As the fluctuation spread, a monstrous sea of blood appeared in the void. The sea of blood surged and swallowed everything like magma. Marquis Bayun snorted coldly, "It's just a realm. It's the same as anyone else." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of energy spread out from his body and collided with the Bloodfire demon god's blood demon realm. The two realms collided. The void collapsed silently. In an instant, only the sea of blood was destroyed. However, Marquis Bayun's expression was grave. Bloodfire demon god was a veteran heaven-human realm expert, after all. Even if he was not at his peak, the power of his realm could not be underestimated. Now that his own realm had completely erupted, it could only offset the opponent's realm. "Human, you're courting death." Since the realm was useless, Bloodfire demon god's eyes were filled with killing intent. He blasted out a palm, and the palm aura directly expanded to thousands of feet in size, enough to cover the entire fortress. Fortunately, in the formation, Qin Shujian used the mustard seed Sumeru technique. With the small fortress as the foundation, he directly derived a vast space. Therefore, although Bloodfire demon god's attack was powerful, it was not to the extent of bursting the space. Boom! Boom! Both of them did not hide their strength, and the battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. Qin Shujian was constantly watching the changes in the battle. At this moment, he had a fierce expression and shouted, "Marquis Bayun, remember to reimburse me." After saying that, he did not wait for Marquis Bayun to answer. He stepped into the air and directly entered the core of the formation. Once he entered the core of the formation, the entire derived space was under Qin Shujian's control. Through the formation, he could see the intensity of the battle between the two. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's divine thought spread out and operated the formation. The 13th grade golden lotus swayed, and 365 spiritual stones erupted with powerful spiritual energy. Outside the fortress, vast and boundless spiritual energy surged toward the fortress, alarming the garrison stationed outside the city. In addition to that, the experts from various regions also noticed the changes in this place. Inside the formation, in the sky above the dome of heaven, laws appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's divine thought moved, and all the rules directly fell on Bloodfire Demon God. A mere formation, how dare you control me? The Bloodfire Demon God was enraged. When the rules fell, he felt his power being suppressed. A terrifying force erupted from his body, and it was about to force the rules out. In my formation, I am the master. I don't care if you are in the 9th level of the heaven-human realm. Just lie down. Qin Shujian gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. The next second, 100 spiritual stones shattered, and the power of the origin was extracted. The rules of the entire formation suddenly became several times stronger. Demon Seal. Boom. The heaven and earth rules that should have been forced out by Bloodfire Demon God fell in an instant. I'll kill you. 100 spiritual stones shattered. Vein Seal. Another 100 spiritual stones shattered. Chi and Blood Seal. One after another, the heaven and earth rules fell, forming a terrifying imprisonment that made Bloodfire Demon God roar again and again. Even if it wasn't at its peak, such a formation couldn't do anything to him. But the problem was, now that Marquis Bayun was attacking fiercely from the side, Bloodfire Demon God's domain was completely offset by the other party's domain. Under such circumstances, Bloodfire Demon God no longer had the capital to fight against the rules. 300 spiritual stones shattered. In exchange, Bloodfire Demon God's strength was weakened by a whole 10%. Don't underestimate the 10% reduction. For Almighties, a 10% difference was enough to determine success or failure. Qin Shujian had also put in a lot of effort this time. The 300 spiritual stones shattered just like that. This wasn't a simple absorption of spirit qi, but directly shattering the origin inside. After that, whether Bloodfire Demon God died or not, these 300 spiritual stones would be permanently damaged. If Marquis Bayun hadn't promised to reimburse him, Qin Shujian would never have put in so much effort. Well done, kill him. I'll reimburse you when I go back. Marquis Bayun laughed loudly. He could also feel the weakening of Bloodfire Demon God. Marquis Bayun didn't expect that Qin Shujian, who was casually recruited to help him, could play such a role at such a critical moment. A 10% reduction. That was enough. After laughing, Marquis Bayun shouted angrily, "Today, I'm going to kill a demon god." Boom. Zhu Bing's power surged and instantly suppressed the demonic power of Bloodfire Demon God. The severely injured Bloodfire Demon God's strength was slightly weaker than Marquis Bayun's. Now that it was weakened by another 10%, the gap had widened to the extent that it could determine the outcome. Zhu Bing suppressed heaven and earth, and an immortal god appeared amidst the slaughter. Bloodfire Demon God roared continuously, but in the face of Zhu Bing's power, he could only passively resist. Bang! A stone spear broke through the void and directly bombarded Bloodfire Demon God's body. A terrifying power erupted and sent the other party flying. Along the way, he smashed through countless voids and even caused the formation to tremble incessantly. Qin Shujian hurriedly drove the 13th stage Golden Lotus to stabilize the array. Marquis Bayun, don't randomly attack. If you pull the demon god out, the array will be in trouble. He was arrogant. Marquis Bayun was really arrogant. If he had the strength, he could just kill him directly. What was the use of using Zhu Bing to attack him? If Bloodfire Demon God took this opportunity to break through the array in one fell swoop, it would be a big joke. Don't worry, he can't escape. Marquis Bayun took a step and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Bloodfire Demon God took Zhu Bing's attack head-on, and the black armor on his body directly exploded. His sturdy body also cracked a lot, but it was quickly repaired by demonic chi. At this moment, Marquis Bayun stepped on the air, and a terrifying killing intent appeared. "Human, You really want to fight to the death with me? It's just catching a turtle in a jar. Don't overestimate yourself. Marquis Bayun chuckled and performed the 9 steps of immortal ascension, instantly suppressing Bloodfire Demon God. At this moment, Bloodfire Demon God finally felt what it was like to be a tiger in a plain. He was an expert in the 9th level of the heaven-human realm, but he was now forced to such a state by a human mighty figure. Bloodfire Demon God wanted to self-destruct. That way, he wouldn't die in the hands of Zhu Bing and could be reborn in the demon abyss. At the same time, he was confident that he could kill Marquis Bayun with the power of self-destruction. However, Bloodfire Demon God's bodies were too strong, so strong that they needed a certain amount of time to prepare for self-destruction. The human in front of him obviously wouldn't give him the chance. I've never killed a Bloodfire Demon God before. Today, I'll use you as an appetizer. Marquis Bayun took a step forward and the 9 steps of immortal ascension suddenly landed. A terrifying power instantly erupted. Bloodfire Demon God coughed out blood continuously. At the same time, a vast amount of true essence surged into Zhu Bing, activating the power of the 3 tribulations Zhu Bing as much as possible. In an instant, the blood on the stone spear came to life. Rumble. Zhu Bing hadn't attacked yet, but the power had already suppressed the void to the point of cracking. That terrifying aura caused the Bloodfire Demon God's expression to change drastically. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. It wasn't a simple death, but a real death that even the demon abyss couldn't save him. Human, why do you have to kill me? I can promise that I will never invade this world. Under the threat of death, Bloodfire Demon God finally lowered his head. He didn't want to die. Or rather, no one really wanted to die. Even though he had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, Bloodfire Demon God didn't want to die. For Bloodfire Demon Gods, they had eternal life. Moreover, as a 9th-tier heaven human, he was considered powerful in the demon abyss. Even if he was reborn and returned to the demon abyss, there were still not many Bloodfire Demon Gods that could threaten him. In this way, Bloodfire Demon God chose to lower his head. If you kill me, Zhu Bing's power will definitely increase greatly. By then, he won't be far from transcending the tribulation. Once Zhu Bing fails to transcend the tribulation, the consequences can be imagined. I swear in the name of the demon abyss that as long as you let me go, I will never step into this world. Are you serious? Marquis Bayun was a little tempted. Zhu Bing's power was still activated, but he had no intention of attacking for the time being. Killing a Bloodfire Demon God was good. But just as Bloodfire Demon God said, the power given by a Bloodfire Demon God was much more than that of other demons. Once Zhu Bing transcended the tribulation, it would be a huge problem. Bloodfire Demon God saw that Marquis Bayun was tempted and said, I will swear in the name of the demon abyss. I will never go back on my words. Swear in the demon abyss. Marquis Bayun hesitated. Bloodfire Demon God was relieved. The other party hesitated, which meant that he still had a chance. Just as Bloodfire Demon God was about to speak, the ancestral armaments that had been accumulating power the entire time suddenly shot forth. You're crazy. Bloodfire Demon God screamed in horror. He didn't understand why this human wanted to kill him. Didn't he know how dangerous it was for Zhu Bing to transcend the tribulation? Only 2 or 3 of Zhu Bing's 10 tribulations could really make it through. Could it be that this human was really so confident that he could guarantee that Zhu Bing would succeed in transcending the tribulation, or did he really hate him so much that he wanted to kill him? Bloodfire Demon God searched through all his memories, but he couldn't find any grudges with Marquis Bayun. At this moment, Zhu Bing had already landed, and his terrifying power directly pierced through Bloodfire Demon God. Marquis Bayun said coldly, I'm not used to negotiating with the demon abyss. It's better to kill you. Human, you'll regret it. I've already sensed the aura of the demon abyss. Soon, this world will definitely become the paradise of the demon abyss. I'll be waiting for you. The Bloodflame Demon God smiled miserably. Soon after, he stared coldly at the Marquis of Northern Cloud as he threatened. Even though he was a demon god, he could only last for a while under Zhu Bing's fatal attack. Not long later, Bloodfire demon god's entire body was absorbed by Zhu Bing, and his body turned into yuan corroding bone powder that scattered on the ground. After absorbing the Bloodfire demon god's power, the ancestral armament's aura grew even stronger. The Marquis of the Northern Cloud had a calm expression as he put away his ancestral armament. Qin Shujian also walked out of the core of the array and landed beside Marquis Baiyun. "Why don't you agree with him?" Qin Shujian asked. If the Demon Abyss Oath was really useful, he would have one less opponent. Marquis Baiyun shook his head and said, "The evil demon tribe can't be trusted. Although the Demon Abyss Oath is useful, it doesn't have much binding power. If I let him go, Zhu Bing in my hands will be exposed." Only a few people knew that he had Zhu Bing in his hands. This matter couldn't be exposed casually. When the Demon Abyss attacked the human race in the future, one more Zhu Bing that the evil demons didn't know about would increase their chances of winning. Or else, once the evil demons knew that he had Zhu Bing in his hands, the Baiyun Mansion would definitely be the target of many evil demons when they attacked the human race. This wasn't a good thing for him. Hearing that, Qin Shujian also nodded slightly. It seems that this Qin has misunderstood. However, there is one thing that I would like to know. What is it? Marquis Baiyun asked. The other party had a lot of questions, but for the sake of Qin Shujian accompanying him to kill the evil demons, he answered them patiently. Qin Shujian said, "Marquis Baiyun's ancestral armament, how many more evil devils does it need to kill before its next tribulation? It's not a problem to kill dozens of demon gods." Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. He noticed the meaning of Marquis Baiyun's words. What he said was not to kill dozens of evil demons, but dozens of demon gods. There was still a big difference between evil demons and demon gods. In other words, Zhu Bing in Marquis Baiyun's hands still had a long way to go before the fourth tribulation. In Qin Shujian's opinion, this was also the reason why Marquis Baiyun killed the Bloodfire demon god so easily. If Zhu Bing was really about to transcend the tribulation, Marquis Baiyun wouldn't kill the Bloodfire demon god rashly even at the risk of exposing Zhu Bing's existence. Afterward, Qin Shujian removed the array and took back the 13th grade Golden Lotus, together with the remaining 65 spirit stones. Then, he set up a huge purification array in the surroundings. In order to increase the effect of the array, Qin Shujian put in another 5 spirit stones. The demonic qi of demon gods is extraordinary. I'll put in 5 spirit stones now to increase the purification effect. Plus the ones I used before, there are exactly 305 spirit stones. Qin Shujian reminded him faintly. 305 spirit stones was not a small number. Although the possibility of Marquis Baiyun going back on his word was not high, he felt uneasy as long as he didn't get the spirit stones. Marquis Baiyun said helplessly, "Sect Master Qin, don't worry. The Imperial Court will pay the spirit stones." Chapter 511. Anyway, he wasn't the one paying the spirit stones. Although Marquis Baiyun was in charge of Baiyun Mansion, it actually belonged to the Imperial Court. Killing the demons. That was the Imperial Court's business. If there were any expenses during this period, it would naturally be paid by the Imperial Court. What Marquis Baiyun had to do was to report the matter truthfully. It was no big deal. Baiyun Mansion would pay the 300 spirit stones first, and then the Imperial Court would pay. If Qin Shujian hadn't used the power of the array, Marquis Baiyun wouldn't have been able to kill the Bloodfire demon god so quickly and so easily. No matter what. It was also an expert at the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. No matter how weak it was, it couldn't be killed with a wave of the hand. The Imperial Court had a lot of business. Although 300 spirit stones was a lot, it wasn't a big problem for the Imperial Court to take it out. Moreover, Marquis Baiyun was sure that the human emperor must have received the legacy of the Heavenly Court. Not all the treasures of the ancient Heavenly Court fell into the hands of the human emperor, but he also benefited a lot. A few hundred spirit stones. That was just a small matter. After returning to the Marquis Baiyun's residence, Marquis Baiyun immediately took out 305 spiritual stones from the storeroom and handed them to Qin Shujian. "Sect Master Qin, here are 305 spirit stones. You can count them. No need. I still trust Marquis Baiyun. Qin Shujian looked at the spirit stones on the table and put them into his storage ring with a smile. This time, he didn't get any profit from cleaning up the remaining demons in Baiyun Mansion. He was just going through the motions with Marquis Baiyun. Marquis Baiyun said, Sect Master Qin has contributed a lot to cleaning up the demons in Baiyun Mansion. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. I will definitely help if I can. With Marquis Baiyun's words, this trip was not in vain. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said. Looking at the Marquis of North Cloud, he suddenly changed the topic and said, I have something that I would like to trouble you with. What's the matter? I want to experience the means of a mighty figure, Qin Shujian said word by word. The Marquis of Northern Cloud's expression turned solemn. He looked at Qin Shujian's expression and wanted to see if he was serious or just joking. After a while, Marquis Baiyun said, Your foundation is very strong. Although you are only at the first tier of the celestial being realm, I can feel that the power contained in your body is not weaker than the second or third tier of the celestial being realm. However, you must understand that regardless of whether it is the second or third layer of the celestial human realm, strictly speaking, they are only at the transcendent realm. After transcendence is sainthood. Above sainthood is Almighty. He was telling Qin Shujian. Even if it was a transcendent at the pinnacle, in front of a mighty being, he could still be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Qin Shujian said seriously, Ever since I broke through to the celestial being realm, I've fought with Du Chengwu and Shen Hong. Du Chengwu's peak strength is very strong, and I'm not his opponent even with the help of the array formation. However, I didn't get to experience too much during that battle. Later, when I fought with Du Chengwu, he was seriously injured and was killed by me in the end. I've already experienced the strength of the transcendence and sainthood experts, but to be honest, I want to broaden my horizons with the Almighty. When the human emperor condensed the heavenly court, he had once transformed into the heavenly court's divine general and obtained power that far exceeded his own. But at that time, Qin Shujian didn't have time to give him too much insight. He didn't know how strong or weak that force was compared to the Almighty. The 3 continents were about to open. Qin Shujian was sure that there must be Almighty in the other 3 continents. Sooner or later, he would also encounter such a strong expert. When that time came, if he was no match for him, he would only be defeated. Therefore, Qin Shujian now wanted to experience the strength of Marquis Baiyun. It was also a good opportunity to understand the gap between him and the Almighty and whether it was really to the extent that he couldn't make up for it. If it was, then he had to be prepared to encounter such a strong expert in the future. His gaze fell on Qin Shujian for a long time. Marquis Baiyun finally nodded and said calmly, If you insist, then I'll fulfill your wish. Thank you, Marquis Baiyun. Let's go. It's too noisy when the Almighty attacks. Let's go outside and find a suitable place. Marquis Baiyun stood up and walked outside. Qin Shujian also stood up and left behind him. The 2 of them left the city without notifying anyone. However, when the stream of light streaked across the sky above Zongyang City, the people who sensed it were puzzled. Marquis Baiyun left Zongyang City again. In the past, when Marquis Baiyun stayed in Zongyang City, he might not even take a step out of the city for a few years. But now, he left the city one after another, which made many people surprised and puzzled. Marquis Baiyun left the city again. The last time Marquis Baiyun left the city, he wiped out all the demons in the Baiyun Mansion. Why did he leave the city this time? I don't know. The one who left with Marquis Baiyun should be Qin Shujian. Many experts were whispering to each other with their divine wills. In the Baiyun Mansion, apart from Marquis Baiyun, Qin Shujian was the only one who could ignore the sealing array of Zongyang City. The others. They couldn't do that. After leaving Zongyang City, Qin Shujian saw the hideous head that was abandoned outside the city. Even now, the head was still filled with thoughts that didn't disperse, and blood was still seeping out of the wound. It was the head of a heavenly human demon. Qin Shujian immediately confirmed the identity of the head. In the past, Marquis Bayun went deep into the Sky-End mountain range and killed a heavenly human demon with lightning speed. He even threw the heavenly human demon's head outside Zongyang City, which shocked all the demon clans in the world. According to the law of heaven and earth, experts who were killed would usually return to heaven and earth. Now that the heavenly human demon's head was abandoned here, it meant that the head was Marquis Bayun's trophy. A heavenly human demon. Even if he was dead, he still had power and influence. An expert who had reached this stage was already very terrifying. Looking at the neat and smooth cut on the head, Qin Shujian felt a terrifying saber chi from it. This heavenly human demon was killed by a single saber strike. Qin Shujian thought to himself. If he remembered correctly, Marquis Bayun had a bronze saber, which was a six-seal Dao artifact. It was the Dao artifact of Bayun Mansion. After glancing at the head of the great demon, Qin Shujian followed behind Marquis Bayun. It didn't take long for them to appear in the wilderness. The two of them stood in the air, facing each other, less than 30 feet away. "Make your move," Marquis Bayun said calmly with his hands behind his back. Qin Shujian didn't hesitate. A powerful force was being nurtured in his body. "In that case, I'll make my move." As soon as he finished speaking, 397 acupoints vibrated at the same time. Blood flowed like a river of stars, and a terrifying force instantly erupted. At this moment, Qin Shujian no longer looked like a human. Instead, he looked more like a terrifying beast in human form. Boom! Qin Shujian took a step forward. The void distorted and vibrated. He struck out with a finger, and the sound of wind and thunder was heard. The finger energy shattered the air. Marquis Bayun looked calm. When the finger energy was 3 feet away from him, a gust of energy appeared out of nowhere and directly blocked Qin Shujian's attack. The two collided, and a powerful fluctuation erupted. When the finger energy was destroyed, the energy shield also shook a few times. "It's quite powerful." Marquis Bayun nodded. Then, he struck out with his palm. The palm energy turned into 1,000 feet in size. It sealed the surrounding heaven and earth and pressed down on Qin Shujian. It was a palm strike. He didn't use any martial arts. He only used the strength of an almighty to strike out with the simplest palm strike. But that was it. Even Qin Shujian felt a terrifying sense of threat. Before the palm energy arrived, the qi and blood in his body were already vibrating violently. An almighty. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. In the face of such an attack, the most appropriate thing to do was to retreat. However, this sparring session was to understand the gap between himself and an almighty. If he retreated, the sparring session would be meaningless. Therefore, Qin Shujian didn't retreat. Instead, he went forward and blasted out the Great Desolate Devil Suppression Seal. It instantly collided with the palm energy. Boom! Boom! Qin Shujian's body faintly cracked. He coughed up blood and retreated. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Logically speaking, at that moment, Qin Shujian had already lost. However, he had asked for a sparring session. If he lost with a single palm strike, he would be utterly embarrassed. Moreover, it was only until now. Qin Shujian did not use all his strength. An almighty is indeed powerful. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me with a single move. Qin Shujian's aura was high. He took a step forward and raised his strength to the peak. Astral myriad body. The 397 star acupoints seemed to have turned into stars at this moment, and an illusory river of stars flowed through the void. Great Desolate Devil Suppression Seal. A seal was blasted out. The galaxy surged, and the star acupoints rioted. In the face of this power, Marquis Bayun's expression changed slightly. He already knew that Qin Shujian's strength was not as simple as being at the first level of the heaven-human realm. Although Qin Shujian was at the first level, in terms of strength, he was definitely comparable to a second or third level expert. However, the attack at this moment, to be honest, it already had the power of a saint. Without drawing on the power of heaven and earth, this was the strength that a fourth-level heaven-human realm expert could exert. Although he was surprised by Qin Shujian's strength, Marquis Bayun was still an almighty. However, Marquis Bayun was an almighty expert after all. He stretched out his palm, and black energy spread out, turning into a long saber that slashed down. The galaxy descended. It shook the void and caused it to tremble. However, when the black saber slashed out, it caused the void to shatter and vanish. Boom! Qin Shujian's expression was extremely solemn. The moment the great desolation devil subduing seal was broken, the heavenly cloud god sealing finger also blasted out. The power of destruction and imprisonment wreaked havoc in the void, forcibly shattering the black longsword. Then, he disappeared on the spot. In the next breath, he appeared behind Marquis Bayun and blasted out a punch. Marquis Bayun did not turn around. He just turned his elbow and collided violently with Qin Shujian's fist. Bang! There was an explosion in the void. The force of the rebound almost caused Qin Shujian's body to collapse. But soon, under the surge of vast qi and blood, the rebound of the physical body was forcibly suppressed. Then, another great wilderness demon suppression seal was blasted out. Although this martial art disappeared from the attribute panel, Qin Shujian firmly remembered it in his mind. In terms of comprehension, even the creator of this martial art could only look at it in the dust. However, although the great wilderness demon suppression seal was strong, it was useless in front of Marquis Bayun. At this moment, an invisible wave came from the void. Marquis Bayun frowned. His divine thought spread out from his body, and a vast domain suddenly descended. When the domain descended, the long saber that had slashed at his spirit deity silently shattered. At the same time, Qin Shujian only felt boundless pressure surging from all directions, causing the vital energy and blood in his body to become stagnant. That was not all. Even the heaven and earth spirit qi in the surroundings was isolated at this moment. Domain. Although Qin Shujian had never experienced the power of a domain, after sensing the changes in the surroundings, he knew that he had fallen into Marquis Bayun's domain. As soon as he entered the domain, it was equivalent to falling into the other party's palm. Although he could not be crushed to death easily, his strength was also weakened a lot. Boom! The black saber slashed out. Qin Shujian blasted out with his finger. The finger aura collided with the black saber, but it was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, the dustless celestial robe shone brightly and finally shattered together with the black saber. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not make any more moves. When he stopped, the domain power that covered his body also disappeared. Marquis Bayun took a step forward with his hands behind his back and landed on the ground. "I've finally experienced the power of an almighty today," Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said in admiration. From the beginning to the end, he had been suppressed by Marquis Bayun. The so-called counterattack was not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of the other party. Such a gap in strength, it made Qin Shujian feel a little uncomfortable. Although he still had the second realm of the Grandmaster realm and the 13th grade Golden Lotus that he had not used, Marquis Bayun had also held back. Not to mention Zhu Bing, the other party had not even used the 9 steps of immortal ascension. The dark heaven of the great underworld, which could fight with the Fiend Celestial, also did not exert much power. Even though Qin Shujian knew that there was a big gap between him and an almighty. But now that he had fought, he realized that the gap was no longer big. Seriously speaking, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. There was no comparison at all. If Marquis Bayun really wanted to kill him, it would definitely not take more than 3 moves. Even if he used the 13th grade Golden Lotus as a life-saving trump card, it would be the same. This was a gap in strength that could not be made up for by simple external objects. Marquis Bayun comforted him. Sect Master Qin's strength is not weak. Once the Almighty's domain is activated, unless it is an expert of the same level, it is almost impossible to resist. In terms of real strength, Sect Master Qin is actually not much weaker than the 4th level of the celestial being. In time, your strength will definitely become stronger. Marquis Bayun, you don't have to comfort me. Since I dared to ask for advice, I am also mentally prepared. Qin Shujian smiled and dispelled the haze in his heart. That's right. He was only at the 1st level of the celestial being realm now. If he used all his means, it would not be a big problem for him to fight with experts of the Saint Realm, even if he could not match the Almighty. However, although Qin Shujian was not discouraged, his fear of the Almighty had increased by several levels. If I don't step into the 4th level of the celestial being realm in the future, it's best to run away when I see the Almighty. Qin Shujian made a rough estimation based on the exchange just now. If he wanted to fight with the Almighty, he would have to at least break through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. If he was below the 4th level of the celestial being realm, he would have to stay as far away as possible. After all, once the domain was activated, the Almighty would have too much of an advantage when fighting against cultivators below the Almighty level. And even if he broke through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm, Qin Shujian was only confident that he could fight, but it was not 100%. This battle with Marquis Baiyun also gave him a more realistic understanding of the means of the Almighty. I have benefited a lot from Marquis Baiyun's guidance this time. There are still some things to deal with in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, so I'll take my leave first. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said. He had no intention of returning to Zhongyang City. This time, he had exchanged pointers with Marquis Baiyun and had fulfilled one of his wishes. As for the rest, it was more important to go back. Marquis Baiyun did not stop him. After the two of them left, other cultivators came here. That move just now is the dark sky of the underworld. I saw Marquis Baiyun make a move more than 10 years ago. It was this move that killed a great cultivator at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. Who is Marquis Baiyun fighting with? Could it be that a strong enemy has invaded the Baiyun mansion? Hiss, this is the means of the Almighty. It's really powerful. These experts who came looked at the fluctuations in the void that had not dissipated, and their faces changed drastically. These people. They were all cultivators of the Baiyun mansion. Those who had the guts to come here were all in the divine martial arts realm. In the absence of the celestial being, the divine martial arts realm was the peak. However, even such an expert was shocked when he sensed the energy fluctuations in the void that had not completely dissipated. An old man sighed and said, "If I'm not wrong, the person who is fighting with Marquis Baiyun should be Qin Shujian." Not long after the two of them left Zhongyang City, a battle broke out here. As long as one was not stupid, one could guess something. Hearing that, many people's expressions changed slightly, but they soon understood. It seemed that the only person in the Baiyun mansion who could fight with Marquis Baiyun was Qin Shujian. In this way, the battle just now was not a life-and-death battle, but a simple exchange of pointers. The strength of the celestial being realm is really shocking. I don't know if I'll have the chance to step into such a mysterious realm in my lifetime. Someone sighed, then looked at a middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Elder An, I heard that your sect's supreme elder is preparing to break through to the celestial being realm. Is that true?" After that, many people's gazes also landed on Elder An. After Fang Xinglan successfully broke through to the celestial being realm, the Traceless sect also spread the news that Yin Bancheng was about to break through to the celestial being realm. For this reason, they collected all kinds of treasures to prepare for the breakthrough. If Yin Bancheng also succeeded in breaking through, then the Traceless sect would officially join the ranks of the top sects. There would also be a third celestial being realm cultivator in the Baiyun mansion. And Peng said faintly, "Whether the news of the Supreme Elder's breakthrough is true or not, we'll know in a few days. Our sect has a good relationship with the Origin sect. When the time comes, we might even invite experts from the Origin sect to attend the ceremony." He knew what these people were thinking. Yin Bancheng's breakthrough was a situation that many forces did not want to see. But An Peng was not afraid. The strength of the Traceless sect was not weak, and its thousands of years of heritage was not just for show. In the Baiyun mansion, there were only a few sects that could compete with the Traceless sect. As for the others, their eyes flickered when they heard this. They could hear the warning in An Peng's words. The Traceless sect had a good relationship with the Origin sect. When the time came, there might be experts from the Origin sect coming to protect them. The other party was just short of directly saying that Yin Bancheng's breakthrough was facilitated by the Origin sect. Anyone who wanted to stop Yin Banqing's breakthrough had to consider whether it would anger the origin sect. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Peng also sneered in his heart. From the beginning to the end, the Traceless sect had never thought of hiding the news of Yin Banqing's breakthrough. This was because the breakthrough of a heavenly being would cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth, so it was impossible to hide it. So, rather than hiding it and waiting for the breakthrough to be noticed, it was better to announce it openly and show the confidence of the Traceless sect, making others feel apprehensive. For this reason, the Traceless sect also used the origin sect's tiger skin. But these things, the Traceless sect had also privately greeted the origin sect. They dared to do so because the other party did not object. Otherwise, if they angered a top sect, the Traceless sect would be in big trouble. When the Supreme Elder breaks through to the heavenly being realm, the Traceless sect will also have such an existence. Peng looked at the raging power in the void, which seemed like it could easily tear him to pieces. The gap between the heavenly being realm and below was really too big. If a heavenly being were to make a move, killing cultivators below the heavenly being realm was just a matter of waving their hand. However, the Traceless sect would soon have such an expert. At that time, it would be the most prosperous time for the Traceless sect in thousands of years. However, Peng still had some doubts in his heart. Can the Supreme Elder really become so strong after breaking through? He was a little uncertain. But soon, Peng dispelled this thought. Everyone, when the Supreme Elder succeeds in breaking through, I hope you will not be stingy and come to the Traceless sect for a gathering. Peng said loudly and immediately flew away. Only the other cultivators were left standing there with gloomy expressions. Peng is so arrogant. Could it be that the Traceless sect wants to invite the entire Baiyun mansion? If Yin Banqing really succeeds in breaking through, then the Traceless sect really has the confidence to do so. Some people were dissatisfied with Peng's attitude, but others were worried. One more heavenly being would mean one more unforeseen event. The emergence of the origin sect in the Baiyun mansion had already damaged the interests of many sects. If there was another top sect, the situation of the other sects would be even more difficult. This was also the reason why the other mansions had always been dominated by one top sect. This was because, although a mansion was big, it could not accommodate a second top sect. Below the top sects, there were many sects of the Major Protectorate, the Spirit Protectorate, and the True Dominion. If these sects wanted to survive, they could not do without the support of resources. Someone sighed and said, Yin Banqing's breakthrough is unstoppable. Don't you see that the other sects of the Major Protectorate dare not speak up? What can we do? I really don't know what Qin Shujian is thinking. How foolish of him to tolerate the emergence of a top sect at this time. Elder Liu, be careful with your words. If the origin sect hears about this, that person will be unhappy. Upon hearing this, the complaining person immediately shut his mouth. Qin Shujian was famous for being petty. If the other party bore a grudge against him because of this, he would suffer a great loss. Chapter 512. Fang Xinglan's breakthrough. It didn't affect the Fallen Moon Mansion much. Because the Celestial Array sect was a top sect, Fang Xinglan's breakthrough would only make the Celestial Array sect more powerful. It wouldn't change much. But the Traceless sect was different. Once the Traceless sect became a top sect, its power and territory would definitely expand. This would harm the interests of the other sects. No one wanted to see this happen. It was just that the Traceless sect was now backed by Yuan Zong. Even if these people were unwilling, they didn't dare to challenge Yuan Zong. This was the advantage of having a celestial being. As long as there was no powerhouse of the same level, they wouldn't be qualified to compete with the other party. Only a celestial being could deal with a celestial being. Now that the news of Yin Banqing's breakthrough has spread, it has caused dissatisfaction among many sects. Are we really going to intervene? In Yuan Zong, Zheng Fang asked in a deep voice. To be honest, he didn't want Yuan Zong to intervene. Whether Yin Banqing failed or not had nothing to do with Yuan Zong. If Yuan Zong supported the Traceless sect, the sects in Baiyun Mansion wouldn't say anything, but they would definitely be dissatisfied. For Yuanzhong, this wasn't a good thing. After all, although Yuanzhong was strong, it wasn't to the point of completely suppressing the cultivation world in Baiyun Mansion. If this caused dissatisfaction, over time, there would definitely be unrest. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, "The Traceless sect can afford this price. We're just doing this for money." As for these sects' concerns about Yin Bancheng's breakthrough, to put it bluntly, they're afraid of the expansion of the Traceless sect's territory. It won't be long before the 3 continents are connected. The main battlefield of the human race won't be in the Eastern continent, but in the other 3 continents. The Traceless sect won't interfere too much in the Baiyun Mansion. This was one of the conditions that Yuanzhong agreed to help the other party. The Traceless sect's breakthrough. They couldn't expand their territory in Baiyun Mansion, but had to go to the other 3 continents. Apart from that, Qin Shujian didn't care too much about the dissatisfaction of the other sects. If they weren't strong enough, they would have to worry about what these sects thought. As long as Yuanzhong was strong enough, any dissatisfaction could be suppressed. Just like the imperial court. As soon as the human sovereign appeared, it swept across the land, and all the voices of dissatisfaction disappeared. Because those who were dissatisfied had all been killed. The remaining people all submitted to the might of the Renhuang. Now, Qin Shujian hoped that he could be like the human emperor in the future. Anyone who was dissatisfied with him would be wiped out, leaving only those who had no objections. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was confident. With his life source, his cultivation speed was incomparable to others. Right now, he was only at the first tier of the heavens human realm. However, 3 to 5 years later, or even 20 to 30 years later, he would definitely not remain at his current realm. For other celestials, breaking through to the next realm in 20 to 30 years was basically an extravagant hope. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, it was not a big problem. Zheng Fang said, "In your opinion, what are the chances of Yin Bancheng breaking through?" "Half of it." Qin Shujian shook his head. Yin Bancheng wasn't Fang Xinglan. His foundation wasn't as deep as Fang Xinglan's. The Traceless sect also lacked divine connection cultivation techniques. To have a 50% success rate was already the result of the other party's many years of accumulation. If he didn't guess wrongly, Yin Bancheng's breakthrough this time was equivalent to forcefully breaking through. With his own strength and foundation, he forcefully broke through to the heavens human realm and then reverse-engineered the divine connection cultivation technique to perfect the Traceless sect's inheritance. This method was very common. However, there were more failures than successes. Originally, in Qin Shujian's opinion, if Yin Bancheng wanted to break through, he should have exchanged for a divine connection cultivation technique in the Yuan Pavilion. However, it seemed that the other party couldn't wait that long. At this moment, Qin Shujian said, "How far has the recruitment of disciples progressed?" "Many people have already come to Liangshan City. In the future, there will be more people coming. Don't you think Liangshan City is a little too small?" Qin Shujian suddenly asked. Zheng Fang's expression froze. Small? He really hadn't thought about this before. Compared to the cities of other top sects, Liangshan City wasn't considered small. Of course, it wasn't big either. At most, it was of medium level. After all, Liangshan City wasn't big. When Liangshan City was first built, it was built with Liangshan City and the chaotic stone forest as the foundation. Thinking of this, Zheng Fang said hesitantly, "Although Liangshan City isn't the top city among the sects, it's not small either. It's not bad. If you want to do something, you should do it to the best of your ability. Our sect's current strength is already in the top 3. However, our sect's city is a little small." After saying this, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. "It seems that we need to find an opportunity to expand Liangshan City." "Expand?" Zheng Fang frowned and said, "Now that Liangshan City's foundation has been laid, if we want to expand, many places will have to be rebuilt. The resources we need to consume won't be small. Great Elder, have you forgotten that Liangshan City isn't as simple as a city? Sect Master, what do you plan to do?" If Liangshan City becomes a Dao artifact in the future, expanding it will be just a matter of words. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. The current Liangshan City was a spiritual artifact. If they wanted to expand it, they would need to tear down more than half of the city. Tearing down a city was easy. However, tearing down a spiritual artifact wasn't an easy thing to do. If Liangshan City could be upgraded to a Dao artifact, then the problem of expanding Liangshan City would be solved. The power of a spiritual artifact was limited. Once it was upgraded to a Dao artifact, enlarging or shrinking it would be just a basic operation. This was also the reason why Heaven Realm cultivators would either use Dao artifacts or fight with their bare hands. A Heaven Realm cultivator's body could change its size. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem for a normal person to use a weapon. However, if it was enlarged, then it would be useless. Only a Dao artifact that could change according to the body could allow a Heaven Realm cultivator to display their true strength. When Zheng Fang heard this, he was also shocked by Qin Shujian's idea. Sect Master wants to upgrade Liangshan City into a Dao artifact. Upgrading a Dao artifact. If this news were to spread, it would be even more shocking than when Qin Shujian was upgrading the dustless immortal robe. After all, from ancient times until now, no one had ever managed to upgrade a city into a Dao artifact. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he couldn't do it. Even a Grandmaster blacksmith didn't have the confidence to upgrade a city into a Dao artifact. Qin Shujian said, "Why not? If I can forge a Dao artifact, I can forge a second one. It's not a big problem." After his array Dao entered the second stage of the Grandmaster realm, his forging Dao had also changed. When it came to forging methods, Qin Shujian was confident that even if he claimed to be second in the human race, there might not be anyone who could claim to be first. However, if possible, Qin Shujian would rather use his luck points to upgrade it. However, it was simply unrealistic to think about it. If he used his luck points to upgrade other Dao artifacts, he could still deceive others. However, if he directly upgraded Liangshan City, then even a fool would know that there was something wrong with him. Before fighting with Marquis Baiyun, Qin Shujian was still a little confident in his own strength. However, after fighting with the other party, he realized that his strength was still lacking. If he wanted to be fearless, at the very least, he had to be able to suppress a mighty figure. Before that, it was better to keep a low profile. He would honestly use normal methods to forge a Dao artifact. While increasing his prestige, it would also increase his status in the human race. A powerful Grandmaster blacksmith. It was a scarce resource everywhere. Zheng Fang didn't know what to say. To be honest, he was also a little helpless about Qin Shujian's confidence. Was it really that simple to forge a Dao artifact, or a city into a Dao artifact? Although he hadn't come into contact with the Dao of forging, he also understood how difficult it was to achieve this step. If Sect Master builds Liangshan City, it will cause a big commotion. At that time, all parties will definitely send people to observe. The meaning of Zheng Fang's words was already very obvious. If the forging failed, then it would be a disgrace to the entire cultivation world. He felt that he had to stop it. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Great Elder, don't worry. Don't worry about me doing things. I will never do things that I am not confident in." His words were filled with strong confidence. "Fine. Since Sect Master has already made his decision, I won't stop him. However, when does Sect Master plan to start?" Zheng Fang sighed and asked seriously. Qin Shujian said, "If you want to forge a Dao artifact, you have to have a carnate embryo. Carnate spiritual items should be born in the new district soon. It has been less than 2 years since the last exploration. It's about time." Qin Shujian looked into the distance. It was the new district close to the Liangshan spirit domain. In his senses, there were several dense auras that were being nurtured in the new area. Those auras, Qin Shujian was very familiar with them. They were characteristics unique to carnate spiritual items. In a newly born area, innate spirit items would be born one after another within a few years after the birth of the area. As time passed, the chaotic heaven-earth law would become stable. When the heaven-earth law reached the mortal domain level, it would slowly absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to increase the upper limit of the district. Then, it would slowly reach the true domain level and merge with the Liangshan spirit domain. If he wanted to forge a city into a Dao artifact, it was obviously impossible to rely on one or two carnate embryos. Qin Shujian secretly estimated that he would need at least 3 carnate spiritual items in order to forge the Liangshan city into a Dao artifact. It would be best to forge the Liangshan city into a Dao artifact before the 3 continents are connected. In the end, Qin Shujian had an additional thought. However, when the Dao artifact would be forged depended on when the carnate embryos were born. Based on his senses, the carnate spiritual items would be born in about half a year to 2 years. As for the exact time, Qin Shujian wasn't sure. The faster the carnate spiritual items were born, the faster they would be forged. However, if the carnate spiritual items were born slowly, there was nothing he could do. After instructing Zheng Fang to pay close attention to the new district, Qin Shujian stood up and left. Inside the forbidden area, he took out all the remaining spirit stones. There were a total of 700 spirit stones. He originally had more than 1,400 spirit stones. First, he used 365 spirit stones. Now, he was still in the recovery stage. Then, he built the spatial mystic realm and placed another 365 spirit stones inside. At the moment, he only had about 700 spirit stones that he could use. Originally, Qin Shujian planned to keep these spirit stones and think of ways to use them for other things. Or, if he encountered a strong enemy in the future, he could use them to save his life. However, after sparring with Marquis Baiyun, he had completely extinguished this idea. What's the use of keeping these spirit stones? If I don't improve my strength, no matter how many spirit stones I have, they won't be enough for me to save my life. Instead of wasting them in the future, I might as well convert them into my own strength. This way, even if I encounter an almighty in the future, I will have more confidence to escape. Yes, escape. Qin Shujian had no intention of fighting with an almighty at the moment. If he encountered one, he would just escape. As long as he could escape, it wouldn't be a problem. 700 spirit stones were embedded in the array formation, and a vast amount of spirit qi immediately swarmed over. Qin Shujian soaked in the spirit qi and prepared to circulate the Guiyuan ancestral cannon to absorb the power and then break through the acupoints in his body. After breaking through to the heavenly being realm, the treasures of the human body had been completely opened. Qin Shujian didn't know how many acupoints there were in the human body. According to other records, there were at most 365 acupoints in the human body, which was the number of Ju Tian. However, when Qin Shujian transformed into the divine general of the heavenly courts, he saw that more than 10,000 acupoints had been opened in his body. It could be seen that the number of acupoints in the human body was definitely not that simple. Even though he had now obtained all the contents of the divine chapter of the Guiyuan ancestral canon and understood that the great perfection of the divine chapter was to cultivate 129,600 star acupoints, Qin Shujian wasn't sure. 129,600 star acupoints was really the limit of the human body. The human body is the greatest treasure and also the greatest reliance of a cultivator. If the human body can be developed to the limit, I'm afraid there will be no opponent. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He wasn't sure how powerful the great perfection of the Guiyuan ancestral canon was. However, just by looking at the 129,600 acupoints, he could guess that if he really reached that step, he would probably be able to suppress an almighty with a punch and a kick. After all, although an almighty was powerful, they definitely hadn't reached that level. When he fought with Marquis Baiyun, Qin Shujian discovered that his strength might not be as strong as when he had opened 10,800 star acupoints. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, Marquis Baiyun was hiding his strength. If he really used his full strength, it would be hard to say who was stronger between him and Marquis Baiyun. However, to open 129,600 star acupoints, if it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to cultivate until the day they die. With more than 300 spirit stones, he could only open 30 acupoints at a time. How many resources would it take to cultivate to the great perfection? If he didn't rely on spirit stones to cultivate, it was still unknown whether he could open 1/10 of the star acupoints when his lifespan was exhausted. Qin Shujian murmured to himself, if the origin sect uses the Guiyuan ancestral canon as an inheritance, then it will be destroyed sooner or later if this continues. For ordinary people, it was basically impossible to cultivate such a cultivation method to the great perfection. In other words, if one used the Guiyuan ancestral canon as an inheritance, the early stage of the celestial being realm was already the limit. It could be said that it was an extravagant hope to cultivate to the saint realm, almighty, or even the limit of the celestial being realm. As for breaking through to the celestial being realm, that was even more of a joke. Even Qin Shujian himself, if he didn't rely on the source of life, he didn't have the confidence to cultivate this cultivation method. Just what kind of sick skill did I manage to fuse with? If I were to continue fusing with it, would it become even stronger? At this moment, Qin Shujian also had the idea of integrating the cultivation method again. Soon, this idea was forcefully dismissed by him. What kind of joke was this? What if he integrated the red lotus of purgation and lost it? Moreover, the current Guiyuan ancestral canon was already difficult enough to cultivate. If he continued to integrate it and used this cultivation method as the inheritance of the origin sect, it would really cause the destruction of the origin sect. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing to have a cultivation method that was too strong. Because the stronger the cultivation method, the more difficult it was to cultivate. If something went wrong, the inheritance might be broken. Qin Shujian didn't think too much about this issue. It was impossible to integrate the cultivation method. Now, he could only work hard to cultivate when he didn't have enough source of life and open a few acupoints to increase his strength. With this thought in mind, he abandoned the distracting thoughts in his heart and then entered a state of cultivation. As the cultivation method operated, every time Qin Shujian breathed, it would cause the 396 acupoints in his body to vibrate. A huge amount of heaven and earth spirit qi crazily poured into his body as he breathed. Rumble. The star river flowed and constantly impacted the acupoints. This time, Qin Shujian entered seclusion and didn't come out as soon as he did before. In a flash, 7 days passed. During the period when Qin Shujian was in seclusion, the Baiyun mansion was also not peaceful. As the Traceless sect continued to collect all kinds of resources and treasures, the news of Yin Banqing's breakthrough also spread to an extremely powerful level. It wasn't just the Baiyun mansion. Even the other manors also focused their attention on the Traceless sect. For the cultivation world, the addition of a celestial being would not only affect the Baiyun mansion, but also the entire cultivation world. For the other manors and sects, they also didn't want the Baiyun mansion to have another celestial being. This was because once the Baiyun mansion had another celestial being, the other manors would have to bear a lot of pressure. They also had to consider how to deal with it if the Baiyun mansion's cultivation world reached out. However, the Origin sect released the news that they publicly supported the Traceless sect. If the other sects wanted to attack the Traceless sect, they would have to consider whether they could bear the anger of the Origin sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect had been destroyed by the Origin sect long ago. At that time, the Origin sect didn't have a celestial being. But now, the Origin sect had 2 celestial beings, and its strength was not what it used to be. Such strength, it could already be said to be shocking. Some of the old top sects had to seriously consider in the face of such strength. It was also at this moment, the Heavenly Array sect of the Fallen Moon Mansion also released the news that they would support Yin Banqing's breakthrough. Because of this, it caused quite a commotion. The Heavenly Array sect was an old force. Although it had never had a celestial being, as the number 1 array sect in the cultivation world, it also had the combat strength of a celestial being. Now, Fang Xinglan had broken the shackles and become a celestial being in one fell swoop. The power of the Heavenly Array sect could be said to be at its peak. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for others to ignore the existence of the Heavenly Array sect. Regarding this, the other sects couldn't help but wonder if the 3 sects had reached some kind of alliance agreement. But that was just a thought. With the support of the two top sects, no one dared to attack the Traceless sect. Those who weren't strong enough didn't dare to. Those who were strong enough didn't think it was worth it. Especially when there was a powerful existence like Qin Shujian who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Not many people wanted to provoke him. The reputation of the Origin sect, it was established on the basis of the destruction of a large number of sects. Such a fierce reputation was enough to deter many people. Northern Spirit Region. The Traceless sect. At this moment, the Traceless sect was under martial law. All the disciples temporarily stopped going out to perform missions and training, and were waiting in the mountain gate to prepare for war. Sect Master, how confident are the Supreme Elder's breakthrough? In the main hall of the sect, an elder of the Traceless sect asked worriedly. Now that Yin Bancheng had broken through, the Traceless sect had become the focus of everyone's attention. If the breakthrough was successful, it would be fine. But if the breakthrough failed, the sect would lack a peak divine martial realm expert to take charge. This would be a huge blow to the Traceless sect. On the main seat, an elegant middle-aged man shook his head. The Supreme Elder chose to break through. Naturally, he is confident. It's meaningless to guess so much now. Just wait for the result with peace of mind. As the sect master, Jing Bianyun was actually a little flustered. It was just that others could panic, but he couldn't. Once the sect master panicked, the entire sect would definitely fall into chaos. And Peng looked at the elder and said unhappily, "Elder Li, what's there to worry about? The Supreme Elder dared to break through, so he must be confident of success. Now that he's panicking, wouldn't it be a joke to others? Yes, the Supreme Elder will definitely succeed this time." Su Yuan nodded and said. He would definitely succeed. He had to succeed. This time, whether or not the Traceless sect could rise and reach unprecedented heights depended on Yin Bancheng's success. If the Supreme Elder failed to break through, the strength of the Traceless sect would be greatly reduced. At that time, the Sky Origin sect and the Sky Array sect would no longer care about the Traceless sect. Because these two sects were willing to support the Traceless sect. To put it bluntly, it was on the premise that Yin Bancheng might break through to the diviner realm. Once Yin Bancheng failed to break through, the Traceless sect wouldn't have the capital to cooperate with these two sects. Not to mention, this time, in order to let Yin Bancheng break through, the Traceless sect almost emptied out. This was the tragedy of ordinary sects. The price to pay for the birth of a diviner realm expert was too great. Jing Bianyun said in a deep voice, "Now, pay close attention to the movements of the other sects. We can't let them disturb the Supreme Elder's breakthrough. The sects should behave themselves. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at this time will be severely punished. Don't worry, Sect Master. We know what to do, that's for the best." Jing Bianyun nodded. It was also at this moment that a vast aura spread out, causing everyone's expression to change. Chapter 513. The Divine Martial Breakthrough. A vision of heaven and earth appeared. Just when everyone's attention was on the Traceless sect, a voice suddenly rang out. A vast aura erupted from the Traceless sect, shaking the sky and causing it to change color. Yin Bancheng has begun to break through. A vision of heaven and earth. The experts from all sides were shocked. An expert from a large region said in a deep voice, "Once he enters the breakthrough stage, there is no way to stop halfway. If we want to make a move, now is the best time." The Traceless sect only has two great cultivators at the peak of the divine martial realm. Now that Yin Bancheng has entered the breakthrough stage, only Jing Bianyun is left. He may not be able to compete with us. There were also experts with fierce eyes. Yin Bancheng was breaking through to the divine martial realm. If they wanted to stop him, this was their last chance. Once Yin Bancheng succeeded in breaking through, there would be no other way. For a moment, many people fell into deep thought. Especially the sects in the Baiyun mansion, they were even more conflicted. The emergence of the first top sect was a good thing. At least the cultivation world of the Baiyun mansion had the capital to contend with the cultivation world of the other mansions. But if there was a second top sect, many people's interests would be damaged. Sect Master, should we make a move? In the giant spirit sect, an elder looked solemn. Let's wait and see. The one who spoke was a burly middle-aged man with a dignified face. He was the current giant spirit child of the giant spirit sect, and also the current sect master. The elder of the giant spirit sect said, if we wait any longer and Yin Bancheng succeeds in breaking through, our giant spirit sect will be in trouble. They were both sects in the Baiyun mansion. The giant spirit sect and the traceless sect had always had a lot of friction. The previous giant spirit child died because of the traceless sect. This kind of hatred was difficult to resolve. If the giant spirit sect was given a chance, they would definitely destroy the traceless sect. Similarly, if the traceless sect had a chance, they would not let the giant spirit sect go. Now that Yin Bancheng had broken through, it was a huge nightmare for the giant spirit sect. Giant spirit child said with a gloomy face, the Celestial Array sect and the Origin sect are now openly supporting the traceless sect. If our sect makes a move, it is undoubtedly equivalent to offending the two top sects. The Celestial Array sect is fine, but the Origin sect is not to be trifled with. Although the Heavenly Array sect was a top sect, it was far away in the Fallen Moon Mansion. Even if they were offended, it would not be easy for the other party to make a move on the giant spirit sect. After all, if a top sect from a prefecture were to meddle in another prefecture, it would easily lead to a backlash from the entire cultivation world. However, Yuan Zhong was different. The Sky Origin sect was born and raised in the North Cloud Mansion. If they offended the Heavenly Array sect, the Giant Spirit sect still had room to maneuver. However, if they offended the Origin sect, it would be hard to say. The Great Spirit sect elder disagreed and said in a deep voice, even if we don't offend the two sects, does Sect Master think that Yin Bancheng will let our Great Spirit sect go after breaking through to the Celestial Being realm? We'll die if we attack, and we'll die if we don't. At worst, we'll just fight. Anyway, my sect has a grudge with the Traceless sect. This is a grudge between the two sects. Sky Origin sect has no reason to intervene. You're discussing reasons with Yuan Zhong? Zhu Lingzi sneered, shook his head, and said, Qin Shujian has been famous in the cultivation world for so many years. Have you ever seen him do things for a reason? As long as there is a reason, he can directly take action. Are we just going to watch Yin Bancheng break through? Is there any news from the Crimson Heaven sect and the Yin-Yang sect? Zhu Lingzi tilted his head and asked. The Great Spirit sect elder was startled, but he quickly recovered and said, there's no news from the Crimson Heaven sect yet. However, the Yin-Yang sect is willing to help, but the price is a bit high. What price? 20 spirit stones. 20 spirit stones, they really dare to ask for it. Zhu Lingzi sneered. For the Great Spirit sect, 20 spirit stones occupied 1/5 of their resources. However, after sneering, Zhu Lingzi said, tell the Yin-Yang sect that if they can make Yin Bancheng fail to break through, the Great Spirit sect will give them 20 spirit stones. If they can kill Yin Bancheng, the Great Spirit sect will give them an additional 10 spirit stones. Sect Master, isn't this price too high? The elder frowned deeply. 30 spirit stones, this was a big price. Zhu Lingzi said, if Yin Bancheng succeeds in breaking through, our Great Spirit sect will lose more than just a few spirit stones. Also, send a message to the Crimson Heaven sect. Okay. The elder immediately picked up the communication jade talisman. Zhu Lingzi stood at the peak of the Great Spirit sect, looking at the various phenomena that constantly emerged in front of him. His expression was as calm as ever, but there was killing intent brewing in his eyes. With Yuan Zhong here, the Great Spirit sect couldn't directly attack the Traceless sect. Unless he was prepared to move the entire Great Spirit sect, Yuan Zhong couldn't offend them openly. However, if the Great Spirit sect couldn't attack, then he would find another sect that could. The Crimson Heaven sect and the Yin-Yang sect both came from the Whiteyong prefecture. Even if they destroyed the Traceless sect, Yuan Zhong couldn't directly attack the Whiteyong prefecture in anger. Because inside the Whiteyong prefecture, there was also a top sect guarding it. Zhu Lingzi believed that Yuan Zhong wouldn't be so reckless to offend a top sect for a Yin Bancheng who had failed to break through. As long as the traceless sect fails to break through, then there won't be any problems. But once the breakthrough is successful, then all our efforts will be in vain. Zhu Lingzi looked in the direction of the traceless sect, and his expression became solemn. The other sects hesitated. He couldn't hesitate. Yin Bancheng must not succeed in breaking through, even if the Great Spirit sect had to pay a huge price for it. Subsequently, Zhu Lingzi took out another communication jade talisman and sent out several messages. Traceless sect. Ever since Yin Bancheng entered the breakthrough stage and the celestial phenomenon covered the sect, the entire traceless sect entered an absolute state of martial law. Jing Bianyun's expression was solemn as he said, "Send disciples to pay close attention to the movements of the other sects, especially the Great Spirit sect. With the death of the previous Zhu Lingzi, the Great Spirit sect will definitely not sit back and watch the Supreme Elder succeed in breaking through. With Yuan Zhong and Celestial Array sect stepping in, would the Great Spirit sect still dare to take action?" Su Yuan disagreed. If the Great Spirit sect dared to take action at this time, they would be digging their own grave. He couldn't wait for the Great Spirit sect to take action. At that time, he could invite the experts of the two sects to uproot the entire Great Spirit sect. Top sects. They valued face the most. If the Great Spirit sect took action, it would be publicly slapping the faces of the two sects. How could the two sects sit back and watch? Jing Bianyun said, "Don't put all your hopes on others. If we really ask the two sects to take action, we will also have to pay a huge price. Which force that can become a top sect is easy to deal with? Since Yuan Zhong became famous, dozens of sects and forces have been destroyed in their hands. This time, in exchange for the resources for the Supreme Elder's breakthrough, our sect has already paid too much. If we ask the two sects to take action, our sect's foundation will be completely emptied." He wouldn't be so naive to think that. With the support of the two sects, Yin Bancheng would be able to break through smoothly. There were too many things involved in this. Jing Bianyun said, "Zhu Lingzi also knows that if the Supreme Elder succeeds in breaking through, our sect will definitely settle our grudges with the Great Spirit sect. The Great Spirit sect isn't weak, but they can't resist a celestial being. In this way, the Great Spirit sect may be driven to desperation." What sect master said is right. Peng nodded and said with a solemn expression, "Our sect has enmity with the Great Spirit sect, and the other sects won't want to see the birth of a celestial being. I'm afraid that the Great Spirit sect will have a way to get the other sects to take action together. At that time, it will be the most troublesome time." When the other elders heard this, the smiles on their faces also disappeared. Driven to desperation. This possibility was very high. If the Great Spirit sect was really driven crazy, they might drag the Traceless sect down with them. If they were the Great Spirit sect, knowing that their sect would be destroyed if Yin Bancheng succeeded in breaking through, they would definitely fight to the death in advance. Su Yuan said, "What's your plan now, sect master?" "Send a message to Yuan Zhong. If possible, invite several experts of the God Martial Arts realm to come over. It would be best if we can invite Sect Master Qin. In addition, spread the news that if our Supreme Elder succeeds in breaking through, we will not touch the resources of the other sects. This will appease the people and avoid causing too much agitation." Jing Bianyun said calmly. The most important thing at the moment was to find someone to take charge. The other sects were afraid that Yin Bancheng would break through. To put it simply, they were worried that the Traceless sect would encroach on their resources after being promoted to a top sect. Giving a promise in advance could also be considered as stabilizing the other sects. Speaking of this, Jing Bianyun looked at Su Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Let Elder Su contact Yuan Zhong. In our sect, besides the Supreme Elder, you are the one who has the most contact with Yuan Zhong. If others come forward, there might be some problems. Sect Master, don't worry. Leave this matter to me." Su Yuan nodded. He was familiar with Yuan Zhong. No matter what, he had been there twice. The last time he went there with Yin Bancheng, he also met Qin Shujian. Speaking of which, he was also someone who had been personally received by a celestial being. This matter. When Su Yuan returned to the Traceless sect, he even bragged for a while. After Su Yuan left, Jing Bianyun looked at the other elders with a solemn expression. Elders, the success or failure of our sect depends on this. As long as the Supreme Elder succeeds in breaking through, you and I will leave a deep mark in the history of the Traceless sect. But if it fails, everyone present may be the sinners of the Traceless sect. This sentence sounded serious, but in fact, it was the truth. If Yin Bancheng succeeded in breaking through, the Traceless sect would usher in unprecedented glory. If Yin Bancheng failed in breaking through, the Traceless sect would definitely decline because of this. Whether or not they could keep their current status was a problem. Therefore, the breakthrough this time, it was not only a tribulation for Yin Bancheng, but also a tribulation for the entire Traceless sect. It was also a tribulation for the sect master and elders. Tiangang sect. In a courtyard, a middle-aged man and an old man were sitting opposite each other. The middle-aged man was the sect master of Tiangang sect, Xiong Hongfei. Giant Spirit sent a message, hoping that we can work together to deal with Yin Bancheng. In Supreme Elder's opinion, should we agree? Xiong Hongfei looked indifferent and said with a chuckle. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder said calmly, Sect Master already has an idea in his heart. Why ask this old man? Supreme Elder is the pillar of our sect. Although Hongfei is the sect master of Tiangang sect, there are still some things that need to be discussed with Supreme Elder. Yin Bancheng has no ambition, but Jing Bianyun is not the same. Once Yin Bancheng succeeds in breaking through, it will be difficult for our sect to stay out of it. The Supreme Elder sighed and said. Xiong Hongfei said, then in Supreme Elder's opinion, should we agree with the Giant Spirit sect's proposal? From our point of view, this matter should be agreed. But from the point of view of the entire Tiangang sect, the sect master needs to think twice before acting. The great Supreme Elder stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, the Traceless sect is not a problem, but the origin sect behind the Traceless sect is the key. As for the Heavenly Array sect, they are just giving face to the origin sect, which is why they voiced their support. But if we really want to send experts to help, the probability of the Celestial Array sect is not high. On the contrary, the probability of the origin sect is high. Origin sect. Xiong Hongfei furrowed his brows for a moment before relaxing them. He couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of which, Qin Shujian is really a troublemaker. Ever since he appeared, the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion has never been peaceful. In his opinion, Qin Shujian was the troublemaker of the entire cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion. Or rather, the entire Origin sect was like this. Before the appearance of Origin sect, the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion had never experienced so many twists and turns. Xiong Hongfei said, we can wait, but the Giant Spirit sect can't. If I'm not wrong, the Giant Spirit sect won't appear in person this time. After all, they have to leave a way out for themselves. So I suggest that we should agree to Giant Spirit sect's proposal and see what other tricks they have. Since the sect master has thought it through, then it's fine. Supreme Elder said calmly. Since Yin Bancheng entered the state of breaking through, the situation in the entire Baiyun Mansion had become tense. Many people wanted to stop Yin Bancheng's breakthrough, but they were afraid of Origin sect. In this kind of entangled state of mind, time passed little by little. Rumble. In the void, a green lotus took root. The lotus bloomed and swayed, making people feel relaxed and happy. It's the second day. Giant Spirit sect murmured softly. His hands behind his back involuntarily clenched. On the first day, the sun rose in the sky and drove away the jade rabbit. On the second day, a green lotus was planted in the blue sky and covered the sky. According to the normal situation of a breakthrough, the phenomenon would generally last for about 5 to 7 days. In other words, now, Yin Bancheng was about to break through halfway. Moreover, the phenomenon did not collapse, which meant that he had not failed to break through. Compared to dealing with the Traceless sect, Giant Spirit sect hoped that Yin Bancheng would fail to break through. In this way, many things would become simpler. And if Yin Bancheng failed to break through, he would not attract the attention of Origin sect. And this time, the The Traceless sect had paid a great price for Yin Banqing's breakthrough. Once the other party failed to break through, the Traceless sect would be weakened. At that time, they would be at the mercy of the Giant Spirit sect. At this moment, the elder of the Giant Spirit sect stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sect Master, the Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect have both agreed, but they have to get the Spirit Stones first before they are willing to help. Tell them that the Giant Spirit sect can give 10 Spirit Stones as a deposit first, and the rest will be given later." "Sect Master, the two sects may not agree." "Don't worry, they will agree." Giant Spirit sect waved his hand. Yin Banqing's breakthrough. It was not just related to the Baiyun mansion. Just as the elder was about to leave, Giant Spirit sect added, "Remember to keep this matter a secret. Except for you and me, no one in the Giant Spirit sect can know about it." "Sect Master, are you worried about a traitor?" "There's nothing wrong with being careful." Giant Spirit sect shook his head and said, it didn't matter whether there was a traitor or not. The important thing was that the Giant Spirit sect had contacted the two sects to help. At least, they couldn't let Origin sect get a hold of it. In this case, even if Origin sect had some suspicions, they couldn't do anything to the Giant Spirit sect without any evidence. Moreover, Giant Spirit sect muttered to himself, the Crimson Heaven sect and the Yin-Yang sect don't want to see another top sect in the Baiyun mansion. His lips curled into a cold smile. Origin sect's deterrence was great. However, as long as the Giant Spirit sect paid a sufficient price, they could attract others to help. In the cultivation world, benefits would always be placed at the top. On the other side, Su Yuan had just arrived at the Cold Mountain Spirit Domain. He came to the Cold Mountain City again. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation gate, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. When did the Cold Mountain City become so crowded? Su Yuan revealed a stunned expression as he looked at the scene of people coming and going. It had already reached the point of being crowded. The last time he came, although there were many people in the Cold Mountain City, it wasn't to this extent. When a cultivator passing by saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, you still don't know, right? It's not long before the Origin sect opens its mountain gate. Therefore, people from all over the world are constantly rushing over in order to not miss the opportunity to join the Origin sect." "Thank you for your explanation." Su Yuan understood and at the same time, cupped his hands and thanked him. No wonder. Now that there were so many people in the Cold Mountain City, it made sense. In fact, the Traceless sect also knew that the Origin sect was about to recruit disciples. However, during this period of time, they were busy with Yin Banqing's breakthrough and had forgotten about it. Now, after being reminded by other cultivators, Su Yuan finally reacted. Walking in the Cold Mountain City. At this time, Su Yuan was also secretly shocked. In his perception, there were already no less than 10 or 20 auras that were not weaker than his. There are still a few months before the mountain gate opens, but there are already so many God Martial Realm cultivators here. When the day comes, won't there be hundreds of God Martial Realm cultivators here? Su Yuan's understanding of the Origin sect's influence was once again refreshed. Hundreds of God Martial Realm cultivators, even the entire Baiyun mansion might not be able to gather so many. However, he also knew that these people were not here to join the Origin sect, but to escort their juniors. Su Yuan thought to himself, when will my sect be so powerful? The news of recruiting disciples could attract experts from all over the world. For so many years, the Traceless sect had never received such a treatment. However, in Su Yuan's opinion, as long as Yin Banqing successfully broke through, the Traceless sect would also reach this step sooner or later. With a celestial being in charge. It was completely different from not having a celestial being in charge. In addition to being shocked by the Origin sect's influence, Su Yuan was also jealous of the Origin sect's income. There were so many people in the Cold Mountain City now, and all of them were famous figures. Not every one of them was rich, but more than 90% of them were the kind that did not lack money. After a few months, the Origin sect had probably made a lot of money. After taking a deep look at the Cold Mountain City, Su Yuan directly headed towards the Cold Mountain. The most important thing now was to complete Jing Bianyun's instructions. Everything else. They all leaned back a little. In the martial inheritance hall, Su Yuan cupped his hands and said, "Elder Jing, I'm afraid I'll have to disturb you again this time. Elder Su is too polite. May I know why you're here this time?" Zheng Fang smiled slightly. Qin Shujian was in seclusion. If someone came to visit, he would naturally receive them if they were of high status. If their status was ordinary, there was no need for him, the Grand Elder, to make a move. Obviously, as an elder of the Traceless sect, Su Yuan's status was relatively important. If Yin Bancheng successfully broke through, the other party's status would not be much lower than his. Su Yuan went straight to the point and said, "Our sect's Grand Elder is breaking through to the celestial being realm this time. Now that the Traceless sect is surrounded by wolves, I'm afraid something unpleasant will happen in the next few days. Elder Su, are you worried that someone will attack the Traceless sect?" "That's right. Our sect has already stepped forward. There are not many sects in the Baiyun mansion that dare to disobey." Zheng Fang chuckled and said unhurriedly, "Don't you think your sect is a little worried? It's better to be safe than sorry." Su Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't mean to question the origin sect, but many sects are now unwilling to see the birth of a celestial being in our Traceless sect. Although we have the support of the sect's Grand Elder, there may be other sects that are desperate enough to interfere with the Grand Elder's breakthrough. If it's one or two sects, it's fine. But if there are too many sects, the Traceless sect can't do anything." Zheng Fang asked, "What do you want, Elder Su?" "I hope that you can invite a few great cultivators in the God Martial realm from your sect to guard the Traceless sect. It'll be best if nothing happens. If someone attacks, they can resist it. Of course, our sect will also give a corresponding reward." In the end, Su Yuan added one more sentence. He knew. No matter how much he said, it was better to be practical. It was the easiest to deal with such a sect, but it was also the most costly. If it weren't for the fact that there was no other way, Jing Bianyun would not be willing to let the origin sect take action. Hearing this, Zheng Fang fell into silence. After a while, he said, "Our sect can send at most 3 experts in the God Martial realm, 2 in the middle stage and 1 in the late stage." "That's enough." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. 2 in the middle stage and 1 in the late stage of the God Martial realm. This strength was enough. If the origin sect sent out 3 experts at the peak of the God Martial realm, the Traceless sect might not be able to afford it. Of course, in Su Yuan's opinion, the origin sect could not send out 3 experts at the peak of the God Martial realm. In fact, the fact that the origin sect could send out 2 in the middle stage and 1 in the late stage was already beyond Su Yuan's expectations. Just as Su Yuan was smiling, Zheng Fang said lightly, 2 in the middle stage of the God Martial realm will be 1 spirit stone each time. 1 in the late stage of the God Martial realm will also be 1 spirit stone. 2 spirit stones in total will be enough." Immediately, Su Yuan's smile stiffened. Chapter 514. Spirit Stones. Spirit stones again. Su Yuan wanted to pry open the skulls of everyone in Yuan's sect and take a good look to see if their heads were filled with spirit stones. Otherwise, why would everyone ask for spirit stones? Did they really think that spirit stones could be found everywhere? Although he was cursing in his heart, Su Yuan still accepted his fate. He nodded and said, "After this matter, I will definitely give you the 2 spirit stones. No problem." This old man still trusts the reputation of the Traceless sect. Zheng Fang nodded and said, it was a good deal to earn 2 spirit stones every time he made a move. Moreover, they might not even fight. If it was just a formality, Traceless sect would not have the courage to go back on their word. After the matter was settled, Su Yuan immediately left Yuan's sect and rushed to Traceless sect. The difference was, when Su Yuan came, he was alone. But when he left, there were 3 people. One of them was the Formation Hall Master, Xiong Haogan. He was a cultivator at the middle stage of the God Martial realm. In addition to Xiong Haogan, There was another guest at the middle stage of the god-martial realm who followed him. As for the cultivator at the late stage of the god-martial realm, it was Gong Mingzi. This old man who escorted Nyingbo to the Liang Mountain spirit domain chose to join Yuan's sect in the end. Qin Shujian and Nyingbo played a part in this. But no matter what, Gong Mingzi's joining also allowed Yuan's sect to have its first cultivator at the late stage of the god-martial realm. Elder Gong, where did you cultivate in the past? I'm a little blind and didn't recognize you for a while. Looking at Gong Mingzi, Su Yuan asked politely. A cultivator at the late stage of the god-martial realm. It was impossible for him to be unknown in the entire cultivation world. But Su Yuan really didn't know Gong Mingzi. Which cultivator in the world who could cultivate to this level wasn't famous? Gong Mingzi smiled faintly and said, I used to be a rogue cultivator in the mountains and wasn't famous. It's normal that Elder Su hasn't heard of me. Elder Gong is too modest. On the third day, the green lotus retreated and the stars hung in the sky. As Yin Bancheng's breakthrough got closer and closer, the situation in Baiyun Mansion became more and more tense. Giant Lingzi's eyes were shining as he said, it's already the third day. If it's fast, Yin Bancheng should be able to break through in another 2 days. The longer the phenomenon lasted, the higher the probability of a successful breakthrough. If the success rate for the first 2 days was only 50%, then on the third day, when the phenomenon appeared, the success rate increased to 70%. On the fourth day, it would be 90%. Once it reached the fifth day, the success rate would approach 100%. Therefore, now that the third day had arrived, Zhu Lingzi no longer hoped that Yin Bancheng would fail in his breakthrough. Sect leader, should we make a move? The Great Spirit Sect elder standing behind Zhu Lingzi also had an abnormally solemn expression. Everything that needed to be prepared had already been prepared. The rest. There was only one last step left. Giant Spirit said softly, inform the Dark Spirit Guards to cut off the Traceless Sect's eyes and ears. Then inform the Crimson Heaven Sect and the Yin Yang Sect to prepare to attack the Traceless Sect and prevent Yin Bancheng from breaking through. All right. Remember, the Dark Spiritual Guards will only eliminate the eyes and ears of the Traceless Sect. Don't do anything else. Zhu Lingzi exhorted. As long as they didn't directly attack the Traceless Sect, it wouldn't be considered as interfering with Yin Bancheng's breakthrough. Even if the Sky Origin Sect wanted to pursue the matter, Zhu Lingzi had a way to escape. The elder said, I know what to do. Go. Yes. This simple conversation was destined to set off a bloody storm in the Baiyun Mansion. The Dark Spiritual Guards. They were the men of sacrifice cultivated by the Great Spirit Sect for generations. They were similar to assassins. The strength of the Dark Spiritual Guards wasn't weak. For many years, the Great Spirit Sect wanted to eliminate some opponents. When it was inconvenient to do so, they would let the Dark Spiritual Guards do it. In a city, a shop selling sundries opened as usual. Many people came and went, making the business in the shop quite prosperous. When night fell, the flow of customers decreased a lot. When it was almost late at night, the shop officially closed. Several servants were moving things, preparing to close the door. At this moment, several cold lights cut through the night sky, splashing a lot of blood. As several people fell to the ground, someone in the shop suddenly shouted, sneak attack. Swish. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, a dozen people appeared from inside. They drew out all kinds of weapons, and several auras that were not weaker than the spiritual martial realm burst out in an instant. This was a sudden change. Some of the people who were still walking around were frightened and fled in all directions. In the dark night, dozens of black-clothed people stepped on the moonlight and tightly surrounded the shop. Who are you? Why did you kill people for no reason? The shopkeeper stood out and looked at the black-clothed people around him with a dignified expression. At the same time, he asked sternly, how dare you kill people in the city? Are you ignoring the imperial court? Someone else shouted. Killing people in the city was not a trivial matter. This was a provocation to the imperial court. Unless one was 100% sure, no one dared to do so. Facing these people's questions, the leader of the black-clothed people said coldly, end the battle quickly. Send people to intercept the Imperial Court's reinforcements. Remember to focus on fighting. Don't kill people at will. Also, kill them as soon as possible regardless of the cost. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 black-clothed people retreated. The remaining black-clothed people went to kill the people in the shop. Kill. The battle began. At the same time, the experts of the Imperial Court who were guarding the city also noticed the movement here. They wanted to send people to investigate, but they were stopped by the 10 black-clothed people. It was different from killing the people in the shop. These black-clothed people mainly focused on fighting with the experts of the Imperial Court. Who are you? How dare you kill people in the city? Hurry up and surrender, and we'll be lenient with you. The experts of the Imperial Court in the city were also furious. Killing people in the city was undoubtedly rubbing their faces on the ground. However, no matter how they shouted, the 10 black-clothed people kept silent. Only their fierce attacks forced these people to stop. Similar situations were happening almost everywhere. The Traceless sect also received the news as soon as possible. Our sect's spies in various places have been attacked. The attackers know our sect's movements very well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found most of our people so easily, Jing Bianyun said with a gloomy face. When the various places were attacked, he received the news. Although he had expected this result, Jing Bianyun still couldn't help but be furious when it really happened. This meant that those people finally couldn't hold back and were going to attack the Traceless sect. And Peng said in a deep voice, "Sect Master means that there is a traitor among us. That's why the information was leaked." After that, he glanced at the other elders with killing intent in his eyes. Hearing this, an elder immediately said unhappily, "Eldarin, what do you mean? Are you suspecting us?" "Humph, it's not a simple matter for our spies to leak information for no reason. In that case, Elder and May have betrayed us." An elder sneered. And Peng's attitude made them very dissatisfied. What did he mean? If there was a traitor, why did he look at them? Did they have the word traitor engraved on their foreheads? For a moment, many elders expressed their displeasure. In this regard, An Peng was angry, but his face became colder. "I was just saying. Why are you so anxious? Did I hit the nail on the head? How dare you? Anpeng, when this old man became an elder, you hadn't even entered the Traceless sect yet. Since when did a child like you have the right to question this old man?" An elder at the late stage of the God-martial realm was furious. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall became solemn. "Enough!" Jing Bianyun shouted coldly. A terrifying aura swept out, making everyone's heart tighten. Elder and just made a slip of the tongue. "Elders, why don't you let it go? Our sect still prioritizes unity. If anyone dares to divide without permission, I'll be the first to kill him." The reprimand made the others' faces change slightly. Among the people present, Jing Bianyun was the strongest. Even the elder at the late stage of the God-martial realm was shocked by the aura just now. Then, his eyes became gloomy. Jing Bianyun's strength had become stronger. After reprimanding these elders, Jing Bianyun looked at An Peng and said coldly, "Eldarin, don't talk nonsense. All the elders are loyal to the sect. I made a slip of the tongue. I hope Sect Master won't blame me." An Peng also admitted his mistake. In the Traceless sect, he only respected 2 people. One was Yin Bancheng, and the other was Jing Bianyun. Jing Bianyun said, "Our spies were attacked. It doesn't necessarily mean that someone betrayed us. Although our arrangement is tight, it's not difficult for some people who are always paying attention to our sect to find something. If I'm not wrong, the people who attacked this time should be the Dark Spirit Guards of the Great Spirit sect." Dark Spirit Guards. Many people were shocked. This name was not small at all. When the Dark Spirit Guards were at their peak, they had assassinated a great cultivator at the middle stage of the God-martial realm. Because of this, many people in the Baiyun mansion had heard of the Dark Spirit Guards. However, the Great Spirit sect had always hidden the Dark Spirit Guards. Therefore, although their reputation had spread, few people had actually seen the Dark Spirit Guards. An Peng said, "The Great Spirit sect dares to attack at this time. Aren't you afraid that the Sky Origin sect will be angry? Why would the Sky Origin sect be angry? Jing Bianyun asked. The Great Spirit sect didn't attack our sect, nor did they interfere with the Supreme Elder's breakthrough. When did they go against the Sky Origin sect? The Great Spirit sect's approach was tantamount to skirting the boundaries. The Sky Origin sect didn't let others interfere with Yin Bancheng's breakthrough. The Great Spirit sect also didn't attack the Traceless sect. Instead, they attacked the Traceless sect spies in various places. As long as these people were eradicated, even if the Traceless sect didn't completely lose its vision, it would still be at a loss. An elder said, "What does the Great Spirit sect mean?" "It's hard to say." Jing Bianyun shook his head and said, "But since the Great Spirit sect has taken action, this is just the beginning. In the next 1 or 2 days, the Great Spirit sect will definitely take action again. We must not take it lightly." For him, it didn't matter what the Great Spirit sect did. The Traceless sect's approach was to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. No matter what the Great Spirit sect's plan was, as long as Yin Bancheng succeeded in his breakthrough, all their plans would be useless. Soon, the Supreme Elder will definitely come out in 2 days at the earliest and 3 or 4 days at the latest. As long as there are no accidents, the breakthrough is already 100% successful. As long as he can survive this period, he won't die. Jing Bianyun comforted. It was almost the 4th day, and the vision hadn't ended yet. The probability of success was already very high. Hearing this, the other elders were also relieved. As long as they guarded the mountain gate and didn't come out, there wouldn't be a big problem. As for the other losses, when the Supreme Elder succeeded in his breakthrough, he would naturally make up for them one by one. Just when the Traceless sect was holed up, Zhu Lingzi said, "Let the people of the 2 sects take action. The spies of the Traceless sect have almost been removed. Let's end the battle quickly. As long as we interfere with Yin Bancheng's forced exit, it will be fine." Killing Yin Bancheng was just a thought. The possibility was not high. But as long as they forced Yin Bancheng to come out, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Boom! In the sky above the Traceless sect, endless flames suddenly appeared and turned into a giant sword, slashing toward the mountain gate. "Who dares to behave atrociously in my Traceless sect?" Jing Bianyun took a step into the air and blasted out with his palm, directly dissipating the flame giant sword. Something unexpected happened. Suddenly, many experts in the Traceless sect were alarmed. At this moment, nearly 10 figures appeared, each of them wearing a mask. The weakest aura was at the peak of the spiritual martial realm, and many of them had reached the god martial realm. And the leader's aura was not weaker than Jing Bianyun's. Sure enough, they came. Jing Bianyun looked at those people and said in his heart. However, he was furious on the surface. He shouted sternly, "Who dares to cause trouble in my Traceless sect and stop my Supreme Elder from breaking through? Could it be that you want to go against the Yuan sect? He, Jing Bianyun, don't use the Yuan sect to suppress others. I, Fen Shan, have never been afraid of anyone. Today, Yin Bancheng is destined to fail in his breakthrough." The leader, who was wearing a flame mask, sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Fen Shan instantly made his move. Raging flames erupted and turned into a sea of fire that swept across the sky, dispersing the darkness of the night sky. When he made his move, the people around Fen Shan also rushed toward the other people of the Traceless sect. In an instant, a great battle broke out. "Kill the enemy!" Jing Bianyun roared and immediately blasted out a palm. The palm covered the sea of fire and rushed toward Fen Shan. What Fen Shan? In his opinion, it was just a fake name. Obviously, the other party was not willing to reveal his true identity to avoid being targeted by the Yuan sect. However, during the battle, Jing Bianyun kept guessing in his heart, wanting to know who the attacker was. Fen Shan was not weak. At least, he was not much weaker than him. It was impossible for the experts who could cultivate to the peak of the divine martial realm in the world to be nameless, not to mention that so many of them had appeared at once. At first, Jing Bianyun thought that these people were from the giant spirit sect. But on second thought, he felt that it was impossible. Although there were many cultivation techniques in the giant spirit sect, there was no one like Fen Shan who specialized in the raging flame's true origin. Boom! The great battle broke out, and terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. The Traceless sect had long been noticed by other forces, so at this moment, the outbreak of the great battle attracted many people to watch in secret. It seems that someone finally can't help but want to stop Yin Bancheng from breaking through. Someone gloated. Someone said coldly, the Baiyun mansion can't accommodate a second top sect. Hearing this, some people nodded in tacit agreement. That's right, the Baiyun mansion could not accommodate a second top sect. The cultivation world of a mansion could not be without a top sect, but it could not have too many top sects. There needed to be a balance. Obviously, the emergence of the Traceless sect broke this balance. Of course, if the Traceless sect became a top sect before the Yuan sect, then it would be the Yuan sect who was stopped from breaking through at this moment. Sometimes, a difference in order was enough to determine a lot of things. Are you able to tell which power the person who attacked is from? It's hard to say. There are many cultivators who cultivate the raging flame's true origin. Unless they reveal their true faces or have some trump cards, we can't tell. Do as you see fit. This is just the beginning. Someone said this, and the others also fell silent. Yes. This was just the beginning of stopping Yin Bancheng's breakthrough. Everyone knew the strength of the Traceless sect. Although there were many experts in front of them, they were still a little weak to break through the Traceless sect. Needless to say, the attacker must have other backup plans. Jing Bianyun, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Traceless sect. As long as Yin Bancheng stops breaking through now, we will retreat immediately. Fen Shan condensed a long flame sword, cut through the night sky, and charged toward Jing Bianyun. The terrifying power was vast and mighty, showing the absolute strength of the peak of the god martial realm. Jing Bianyun struck out with his palm and said with a sneer, "Today, no one can stop the Supreme Elder from breaking through. Anyone who makes a move will be the mortal enemy of the Traceless sect. It's not too late for you to retreat now. Otherwise, once the Traceless sect finds out who you are, it will be an endless hatred." Stubborn. Fen Shan shook his head and attacked even more fiercely. Inside the mountain gate of the Traceless sect, Gong Mingzi tilted his head and asked, "Should we make a move?" "No hurry. The foundation of the Traceless sect is more than this. Let's wait and see. It's also a good opportunity to understand the foundation of this force that is about to become a top sect." Xiong Haogan shook his head and said. The battle had just begun, and neither side had revealed their real trump cards. It was true that they wanted to make a move. But not now. Only when the Traceless sect couldn't hold on any longer would the other party remember the kindness of the Traceless sect. Although it was not a problem to make a move now, it didn't mean much. Besides, Xiong Haogan said, the people who attacked the Traceless sect must have other backup plans. I also want to see who dares to disobey the order of our sect and stop Yin Bancheng from breaking through. All right. Gong Mingzi nodded. Although he was an expert at the late stage of the god martial realm, his status was lower than Xiong Haogan's. Xiong Haogan was a hall master and an inner sect elder. Gong Mingzi had only joined the sect for a short time and didn't have any achievements. He could only be regarded as a guest elder. His status was lower than that of an outer sect elder. As for the other guest elder, at this moment, he was like a transparent person and didn't express any opinions. In his opinion, it was good to make a move at any time. Anyway, for this guest elder, the person who made the decision was Xiong Haogan. He just needed to follow his orders. Nothing else mattered. The battle was still going on. Jing Bianyun was worthy of being the sect master of the Traceless sect. His strength was superb, and he belonged to the top among the experts at the peak of the god martial realm. But even so, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Fen Shan. The more the spectators watched, the more frightened they became. They were almost certain that Fen Shan's identity was not simple. To be able to fight Jing Bianyun to a standstill, he must be a sect master. Boom. After crushing the sea of fire with one palm, Jing Bianyun suddenly clenched his fist in the void. At the same time, A shocking sword essence erupted from the mountain gate of the traceless sect below. The next moment, a long sword flew up from below and headed toward the void. It was the sect's Taoist artifact. When Jing Bianyun held the long sword, his aura became as terrifying as an abyss. The expression behind Fen Shan's mask also became solemn. The Taoist artifact of the traceless sect was not simple. It was at the level of 3 seals. Coupled with Jing Bianyun's strength. For a moment, Fen Shan felt a great threat. Ignoring Fen Shan's thoughts, Jing Bianyun took a step forward and slashed the void with his long sword. The star-like sword light sprinkled down and easily tore the sea of fire apart, forcing Fen Shan to retreat. "What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" When Fen Shan condensed several raging flame longswords and cancelled out the sword light, he also shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the long river of yin and yang ran through the void. The palm encompassed heaven and earth as it charged toward Jing Bianyun. At the same time, 10 powerful auras erupted from the void. 10 masked men in black directly joined the battle. "You're finally here." Jing Bianyun looked solemn. In the face of this palm, he didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward and shattered the palm and the long river of yin and yang. He had long known that there was a backup plan. But now, with the appearance of the other party, he also felt a certain amount of pressure. The peak of the God Martial Realm, another expert at the peak of the God Martial Realm. As for those who were hiding in the dark and watching the battle, when they saw the appearance of the experts, some of their faces changed. In less than half a day. Right now, there were already quite a number of experts who had appeared. 2 at the peak of the God Martial Realm and more than a dozen great practitioners in the God Martial Realm. Such a force. Ordinary large sects might not be able to take out such a force even if they used all their strength. As the long river of yin and yang shattered, a masked man in black appeared and stood beside Fen Shan. "Hey Yang, you're finally willing to come out. I thought you were waiting for me to die," Fen Shan said angrily. The black-clothed masked man, Hey Yang, said flatly, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Jing Bianyun has even brought out the Traceless Sect's sect-guarding Dao artifact. Let's end this quickly, lest something unexpected happens. Kill him. I don't believe Yin Bancheng can hold back." Fen Shan smiled cruelly and then attacked again. At the same time, He Yang also struck out with his palm. The grey qi turned into endless silence, and the void seemed to wither. For a moment, the pressure on Jing Bianyun increased greatly. It was true that he had a Taoist artifact in hand, but facing 2 experts who were not weaker than him, even with the help of the Taoist artifact, he still felt strained. "Please help us, Origin Sect experts." In this regard, Jing Bianyun had to ask for help. Below, Xiong Haogan smiled and said, "It's time for us to make a move." 3 powerful auras erupted from the Traceless Sect's mountain gate. Then, the 3 of them flew into the air and directly joined the battle. P.S. I recommend a book, Invincible Vajra Master. Chapter 5:15. Xiong Haogan took a step forward and flew into the air. With his divine telekinesis, 27 spiritual swords flew out and formed a sword array, attacking one of the black-clothed men in the divine martial realm. He did not choose He Yang and Fen Shan, the 2 peak divine martial realm cultivators. It was important to know one's own limits. Although he was a mid-stage divine martial realm cultivator, he could fight against a late-stage divine martial realm cultivator with the help of 27 spiritual swords. However, he was still not strong enough to fight someone at the peak of the divine martial realm. There was no other reason. His own strength was limited. Xiong Haogan was only a 3rd-stage divine martial realm cultivator. Now, he had barely reached the 4th stage. Although he was a mid-stage divine martial realm cultivator, he was at the bottom. As for the 27 spiritual swords, he had replaced some of them with mid-stage spiritual swords, increasing their power by a lot. With Xiong Haogan's capital, he had the strength to replace all the swords with mid-stage spiritual swords. However, he could not control 27 mid-stage spiritual swords with his strength at the 4th stage of the divine martial realm. Therefore, Xiong Haogan only replaced some of them. Now that the sword array was formed, its power was stronger than before. However, it was still not strong enough to fight someone at the peak of the divine martial realm. As Xiong Haogan attacked, the other mid-stage divine martial realm guest elder also chose a cultivator at the same stage. As for Gong Mingze, he consciously attacked Fen Shan. There was no other way. He was the only late-stage divine martial realm cultivator. If Gong Mingze did not attack Fen Shan, no one else could. Boom! The flames retreated. Fen Shan glared at Gong Mingze and asked, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in the grudge between us and the Traceless sect?" As he spoke, the expression behind the mask became serious. Late-stage divine martial realm, he was indeed a variable. Gong Mingze was forced to take a step back. He immediately took out a long spear from his storage ring and pointed it at the void. He said helplessly, "I'm Gong Mingze, a guest elder of the Yuan sect. I'd like to ask for your advice. Is the Yuan sect really going to protect the Traceless sect?" Fen Shan's heart sank when he heard Gong Mingze's words. The people of the Yuan sect had attacked. He had to consider whether Qin Shujian was hiding in the dark. Gong Mingze shook his head and said, "It's not protection. My sect has already made it clear that no one is allowed to stop Yin Bancheng from breaking through. Your Excellency's attack on Traceless sect's mountain gate is equivalent to slapping my Sky Origin sect's face. In this old man's opinion, you'd better withdraw. Otherwise, you'll inevitably be killed. What nonsense are you talking about? If we delay any longer, Gong Mingze will succeed in his breakthrough." He Yang stepped on the Yin-Yang River and was fighting with Jing Bianyun. When he saw that Fen Shan was still arguing with Gong Mingze, he immediately became angry. What kind of situation was this? She was still blindly bragging. If he delayed any longer, even if he wasn't defeated, he would still be suppressed by Jing Bianyun. No, he was being suppressed now. With the Traceless sect's sect-guarding Dao artifact, Jing Bianyun's strength was close to that of a half-step celestial being. He Yang knew that his strength wasn't any weaker than Jing Bianyun, but the other party had a Dao artifact. He couldn't do anything about it. He also had a Dao artifact. It was just that it wasn't convenient to use it now. Otherwise, everyone would know his identity. The arrival of the people from Yuan sect had clearly exceeded the expectations of some people. They also didn't expect that Yuan sect would send people to station at the mountain gate of Traceless sect in advance. Suddenly, many people's expressions changed. Could it be that Yuan sect really valued Yin Bancheng that much? Inside the Giant Spirit sect, Giant Spirit Child's expression was also gloomy at this time. The battle in Traceless sect couldn't be hidden from him. Originally, with the help of Fen Shan and He Yang, as well as the assistance of nearly 20 great cultivators in the divine martial realm, they could force Yin Bancheng to come out of seclusion. Although they couldn't destroy the Traceless sect, there was absolutely no problem. However, the appearance of Xiong Haogan and the other two had alleviated the crisis of Traceless sect. Damn it, Traceless sect is really valued by Yuan sect. What is my Giant Spirit sect inferior to Traceless sect? Giant Spirit Child couldn't understand or guess. The elder next to him said, "Jing Bianyun is powerful and has a sect-guarding spiritual artifact. If we continue to stand here, He Yang will undoubtedly lose. Sect Master, what should we do?" The meaning of his words was already asking if Giant Spirit Child had any other tricks up his sleeve. If he did, then he should just use them. If this continued, they would be in more danger. Giant Spirit Child took a deep breath, then suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Don't worry, they have more tricks up their sleeves. Let's wait and see." Today, Yin Bancheng has failed to break through. No one can stop him. In the void, the battle was still ongoing. Gong Mingze relied on his high-grade spiritual artifact Long Spear to fight Fen Shan back and forth. He was a great cultivator in the late stage of the God Martial Realm and was only one step away from the peak of the God Martial Realm. In addition, Gong Mingze's cultivation method was focused on killing, so his attack methods were even more astonishing. With the two of them working together, Fen Shan couldn't gain much of an advantage in a short period of time. The raging flames turned into a sea of fire, burning mountains and boiling the sea. The long spear shook the void, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. Every collision created a terrifying shockwave that swept out in all directions. At this moment, Fen Shan was above the sea of fire. As his thoughts rose, the sea of fire suddenly became violent. Golden crow illuminating the world. Boom! A huge firebird rose from the sea of fire, and the surrounding air suddenly heated up. The burning space was slightly distorted, and a heatwave rushed toward them. Gong Ming's expression was solemn. Blood-red energy was attached to the long spear, and a murderous figure condensed in the void. Kill! The spear blasted out, and it was as if thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were fighting. The blood-red energy spear cut through the sky and directly bombarded the huge firebird. The firebird let out a loud cry and instantly divided into 10, tightly surrounding Gong Ming's. The battle situation changed rapidly. At this moment, an elder of the Traceless sect screamed and fell from the sky. The battle had been going on for more than an hour, and finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer and was defeated. Elder Gong's son, Su Yuan, was furious. His long sword burst out with a biting cold energy, and he madly attacked the black-clothed man in front of him. As for Jing Bianyun, although his expression was calm, the killing intent in his eyes had already revealed his anger. "I want all of you to die with me." As soon as he finished speaking, a star-like sword light rose and directly dispelled the night. Wherever the sword light touched, the yin and yang river collapsed. He Yang didn't dare to face it head-on, and could only retreat step by step, constantly consuming the power of the sword light. Seeing this, Jing Bianyun took a step forward and charged toward He Yang again. By now, he had some understanding of who the person was. However, since the other party was masked, he didn't dare to reveal his true identity. In order to hide himself, he couldn't use many methods. After all, ordinary cultivation techniques were easy to use, but there were also some unique methods. Once used, it would basically confirm one's identity. Obviously, these people didn't dare to offend Yuan Zhong directly, so they chose to hide their identity. With the death of an elder of the Traceless sect, the people of the Traceless sect were furious. Jing Bianyun's attack was fierce and terrifying, and instantly suppressed He Yang. Boom! A pagoda shattered the void and came crashing down from the sky. The pagoda was thousands of feet tall, like a huge mountain, and its terrifying power made people's hearts tremble. "Giant spirit, how dare you attack my Traceless sect?" Jing Bianyun roared and slashed out with his long sword. 100-feet-long sword aura collided with the giant pagoda. The moment the sword aura collapsed, the pagoda was also shaken and shifted. The pagoda shifted, but Jing Bianyun was also shaken to the point that his blood and qi were surging. He Yang seized the opportunity, and the yin and yang river once again crossed the sky and directly blasted out with a palm. The protective aura was shattered, and Jing Bianyun coughed out blood and retreated. The sudden change also caused the spectators to be astonished. They recognized this pagoda. It was the mountain-suppressing pagoda of the Giant Spirit sect, a true three-seal Dao artifact. It was even stronger than the Traceless sect's Dao artifact. No one expected that the Giant Spirit sect really had the guts to attack Jing Bianyun with the mountain-suppressing pagoda. If the person who fought hid his identity, the mountain-suppressing pagoda was the symbol of the Giant Spirit sect, and there was no possibility of hiding it. Isn't Giant Spirit afraid of offending Yuan Zhong? How dare he openly use the mountain-suppressing pagoda to attack Jing Bianyun? The Giant Spirit sect is desperate. Once Yin Bancheng breaks through, the Giant Spirit sect will be almost destroyed. In the eyes of others, the appearance of the mountain-suppressing pagoda was a sign that the Giant Spirit sect was desperate. Otherwise, the Giant Spirit sect would not appear at this time. As for the people of the Traceless sect, they were both shocked and angry. At this moment, a burly figure stepped on the sky and took back the mountain-suppressing pagoda with one hand. He then looked at Jing Bianyun, who was being beaten up by He Yang, with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry." The mountain-suppressing pagoda suddenly flew out of control. I suspect that someone secretly played tricks to snatch the mountain suppressing pagoda's master recognition mark from me, which led to this situation. While speaking, the mountain suppressing pagoda shone brightly. Giant Spirit spat out a mouthful of blood and then shouted angrily, "Thief, how dare you snatch my sect's supreme treasure at this time? Today, I will break your divine sense. If we meet again in the future, we will fight to the death." Then, he put away the mountain suppressing pagoda and cupped his hands towards Jing Bianyun. "Sect Master Jing, I'm really sorry. You guys have fun. I'm going to find the thief who stole my sect's supreme treasure. Goodbye." After saying that, Giant Spirit simply stepped on the sky and left. The rest of the onlookers were all in a mess. Now, there was only one thought left in their minds, and that was, F***CK, this is also possible. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Giant Spirit had obviously launched a sneak attack on Jing Bianyun. The mountain suppressing pagoda was the Tao artifact of the Giant Spirit sect. How could it be snatched by others so easily? This was simply a joke. But Giant Spirit Z still did it. Not only did he do it, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood before leaving to show his sincerity. Seeing this scene, Jing Bianyun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Giant Spirit, I'm not done with you." It was just that no matter how he roared, Giant Spirit had already left. But the loss just now allowed He Yang to take advantage of the situation, causing the original advantage to disappear. Besides that, Jing Bianyun still had to be wary of the shameless Giant Spirit, who was hiding in the dark to launch a sneak attack. So when he attacked, he held back some strength just in case. In this way, he had no advantage against He Yang. Regarding this, Jing Bianyun was both angry and depressed. After dealing with the Giant Spirit sect for so many years, how could he not realize that Giant Spirit could be so shameless? In the distance, Giant Spirit's figure appeared. The mountain suppressing pagoda had already shrunk to the size of a foot and was held in his hand. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been completely wiped away. However, he no longer had any plans to attack again. Using the mountain suppressing pagoda to attack Jing Bianyun was already the limit of what he could do. As for attacking again, it was already impossible. Yuan Zhong's orders could not be violated. Yin Bancheng, who had broken through, was indeed terrifying, but the Giant Spirit sect still had a glimmer of hope. But if they offended Yuan Zhong, it would be a real disaster. "I've done all I can. The rest is up to you. Let me see how strong the experts of White Yong Estate are." Giant Spirit looked at the battle in the distance, and his face became cold and stern. On the other side, when Tiangang sect's Xiong Hongfei saw this scene, he shook his head and clicked his tongue in wonder. "I never thought that Giant Spirit would even do such a thing." The mountain suppressing pagoda attacked Jing Bianyun and even injured himself. Sky Origin sect, what great power and influence. In the end, his face became solemn. With just one sentence, he forced an expert at the peak of the God Martial realm to find an excuse to injure himself. Such power and influence. It was something that other sects did not have. At this time, the situation was changing rapidly. Although Jing Bianyun was injured by He Yang, with the help of the Traceless sect's Tao artifact, as time passed, the situation gradually stabilized. By now, the sky had already turned white. From the beginning of the battle until now, a night had passed. In the Traceless sect, all the cultivators above the airborne realm had participated in the battle. Only the disciples at the spiritual god realm and below did not participate in the battle without permission. These people were the foundation of the Traceless sect. Although they were not high-end combat forces, they were the future of the sect. Even if a few god martial realm elders died in the battle, they could not let the disciples suffer too much damage. If a sect had a gap, then it was not far from destruction. Boom. The sword energy was vast and powerful. The long river of yin and yang shook the void. The moment the sword energy slashed down, He Yang took a step back. Blood splattered from his chest, and a deep wound appeared on his body. However, Jing Bianyun was not in a good state either. While he injured He Yang with a sword, he also suffered a palm strike from his opponent, and he coughed up blood. At this moment, Xiong Hongfei took out a seal, then wrapped it in spiritual ether and smashed it directly at Jing Bianyun. Who is it? Jing Bianyun was furious and immediately slashed at the incoming spiritual ether. When the sword energy slashed down, the spiritual ether directly shattered, and a seal appeared. It directly shattered the sword energy and smashed toward Jing Bianyun. When the seal was close to him, Xiong Hongfei's divine will moved, and the entire seal suddenly exploded. Boom! The power of a Dao artifact's explosion was not weaker than the explosion of an expert at the peak of the god martial realm. The void distorted violently. Terrifying fluctuations swept in all directions like the aftermath of death. Jing Bianyun never expected that someone would use a Dao artifact to self-detonate. He was caught off guard and directly suffered the power of the explosion. As soon as his protective aura rose, it shattered in an instant. Jing Bianyun held his sword with both hands, and all the spiritual ether in his body poured into the long sword. A sword energy hundreds of feet long swept out, vowing to annihilate the aftermath of the explosion. Rumble. A terrifying collision occurred, and the impact of the impact caused the void to collapse. The sword energy hundreds of feet long suddenly shattered. Jing Bianyun's body was stained with blood as he fell. On the other side, although Heiyang was far away, he also suffered the attack. The Yin-Yang River was directly destroyed, and the sky was dyed red with blood. Apart from that, many of the people who were fighting were affected by the shockwaves and suffered injuries. For a moment, everyone's expression changed dramatically. The explosion of a Dao artifact was completely beyond their expectations. No one would have thought that at this critical moment, someone would launch a sneak attack and even self-destruct a Dao artifact. Blood flowed from the corner of Xiong Hongfei's mouth, and he quickly wiped it clean. This is all I can do. If it's still not enough, there's nothing I can do. Looking in the direction of the Great Spirit Sect, Xiong Hongfei said softly. He had once obtained this Dao artifact from a sect in the spirit domain. Since he refined it, he had never used it in front of others. A two-seal Dao artifact was supposed to be his trump card. But now, in order to interrupt Yin Bancheng's breakthrough, Xiong Hongfei had directly used it. The Dao artifact self-detonated. After severely injuring Jing Bianyun, he also suffered a considerable backlash. But compared to the other party, Xiong Hongfei was much better. On the Great Spirit Sect's side, Giant Spirit seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of the Tiangang sect. At this time, if there was anyone who would make a move, it would most likely be the Tiangang sect side. Xiong Hongfei, you are much more decisive than I thought. On the battlefield of the Traceless sect, Jing Bianyun was seriously injured by the self-detonation of a Dao artifact. It was comparable to the self-detonation of a peak divine martial realm cultivator. Even a heavenly realm cultivator would be injured if they were not careful. Although he was strong, he was not even a half-step heavenly realm cultivator. In the face of such a self-detonation, Jing Bianyun was lucky that he did not die immediately. Good, very good. In order to stop the Supreme Elder from breaking through, you really put in a lot of effort. Jing Bianyun's clothes were tattered, and his body was bleeding profusely. He looked at Heiyang with eyes full of cold and crazy killing intent. Seriously injured. Since he reached the divine martial realm, this was the first time he had suffered such a serious injury. As for Heiyang, he was not feeling well either. He was not sure if the person who had just detonated the Dao artifact was Giant Spirit. A Dao artifact that no one knew, coupled with the fact that the other party had attacked from afar, it was too difficult to capture the traces. But compared to Jing Bianyun, he was much better. Jing Bianyun, you are already seriously injured. Why do you still want to fight to the death? Tell Yin Bancheng to stop breaking through, and I will immediately take him away. Jing Bianyun's eyes were crazy and tyrannical as he shouted angrily, anyone who stops the Supreme Elder from breaking through must die. My Traceless sect will definitely step into Whiteyong Prefecture in the future and wipe out your Yin-Yang sect. Boom. A terrifying sword aura was activated and slashed directly at Heiyang. Heiyang frowned and sneered, stubborn. The battle broke out again. But compared to before, the battle now was even more tragic. The self-detonation of a Dao artifact caused Jing Bianyun and He Yang to be seriously injured, but neither of them retreated. Instead, they fought desperately. Jing Bianyun swore that he would not stop until he killed He Yang. The experts watching the battle secretly smacked their lips. Jing Bianyun is really crazy. If he continues to fight like this, isn't he afraid that his foundation will be damaged and he will never be able to move forward? At this point, what else can he do but fight to the death? Obviously, the Traceless sect has placed all their hopes on Yin Bancheng. Everyone's face was very heavy. The world was really going to change. Whether Yin Bancheng succeeded or not, the world of Baiyun Prefecture was going to change. Fighting to this extent, both sides were clearly fighting with real fire, to the extent that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Boom! A loud noise shook the sky. Gong Mingze coughed up blood and retreated. The hand holding the spear cracked. In terms of strength, he was still inferior to Fen Shan. As time passed, the gap became bigger and bigger. Until now, he was still unavoidably injured. Fen Shan looked at Gong Mingze and said coldly, "I don't mean to be enemies with the Origin sect. If you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened. If the Traceless sect becomes a top sect, it won't be a good thing for the Origin sect. Why do you want to fight to the death for the Traceless sect?" He really didn't want to kill Gong Mingze. In other words, Fen Shan didn't dare to kill him. If he didn't kill the people of the Origin sect, there was still room to maneuver. Once he killed the people of the Origin sect, it would be useless even if he hid his identity. Qin Shujian was a vengeful person. If the Origin sect really attacked the Whiteyong Prefecture, the top sect of the Whiteyong Prefecture might not be able to stop them. Such a lunatic sect. Unless he had no other choice, Fen Shan didn't want to become enemies with them. Buzz! At this moment, a shocking sword cry sounded. Xiong Haogan had finally killed his opponent with his sword array. Then, 27 spiritual swords streaked across the sky and surrounded Fen Shan. "Deacon Gong, this guy isn't weak. Why don't the two of us work together?" Gong Mingze said, "Then I'll have to trouble Elder Xiong." "You're welcome." Seeing this, Fen Shan's face suddenly darkened. Xiong Haogan, who had a sword array, wasn't any weaker than a late-stage divine martial realm expert. Now that Gong Mingze was added, he also felt that it was troublesome. Xiong Haogan said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be from the Crimson Heaven sect. In the world, only the Crimson Heaven scripture and a few other cultivation techniques have such power. My sect has never had any grudges with the Crimson Heaven sect. Now that you've come with your face covered, you don't want to be enemies with my sect. Yin Bancheng's breakthrough is irresistible and no one can stop it. If you retreat now, our sects won't hurt each other. If we continue to fight, things won't be so simple." Fen Shan was silent. Xiong Haogan continued, "You can see the current situation clearly. Although you're strong, it's obviously impossible to destroy the Traceless sect in a short time. As for the backup, even the Dao artifact has self-destructed. The person in the dark hasn't shown himself. Obviously, he doesn't dare to offend my sect. It won't be long before Yin Bancheng succeeds in his breakthrough. If we continue to fight, it won't be so easy for Yin Bancheng to leave after he succeeds in his breakthrough. I've been in the cultivation world for thousands of years. I'm not scared," Fen Shan said gloomily. Xiong Haogan said, "You should know whether it's true or not. Now that the phenomenon is about to reach its peak, the celestial being's momentum has been formed. If the celestial being makes a move, do you have the confidence to escape?" Hearing this, Fen Shan's face turned even uglier. Chapter 516. At this moment, the vision was getting stronger and stronger, indicating that Yin Bancheng was about to break through. Fen Shan looked at the situation. By now, the people he brought had already been injured, and the Traceless sect had also suffered a lot of casualties. Jing Bianyun was also seriously injured. If they wanted to stop Yin Bancheng from breaking through, now was the best time. However, when Fen Shan looked at Gong Mingze and Xiong Haogan, he hesitated again. With his strength, he was definitely not afraid of the two. But there was one thing that Fen Shan had to admit. That was, if the two of them joined forces, their strength was enough to fight against an ordinary peak god martial realm expert. Even if he wanted to break through their blockade, it would not be an easy task. But if they retreated just like that, they were unwilling to do so. After all, in order to get to this point, they had paid a heavy price. If they retreated now, all their efforts would be in vain. Thinking of this, Fen Shan's face turned fierce. In an instant, raging flames surged into the sky, turning into dozens of golden crows that pounced toward the two. Seeing this, Xiong Haogan also showed a look of regret. Then, he had to activate the sword formation and launch a killing move. Boom! Boom! Now, the sky above the Traceless sect had turned into a battlefield. Dozens of god martial realm experts were fighting, and the fluctuations were not much weaker than that of an ordinary heavenly being. At this moment, no one intervened. For the spectators, it was time to decide the fate of the Traceless sect. In the sky, a sea appeared in the sky. Above the overwhelming waves, a bright moon slowly rose from it, competing with the sun for brilliance. The bright moon rose from the sea, a terrifying aura surged from the bright moon, causing the void to tremble violently. In everyone's mind, the same thought emerged at the same time. Yin Bancheng is about to break through. He Yang shouted angrily, Fen Shan, don't hold back anymore. If Yin Bancheng breaks through, neither of us will have a good ending. Both he and Jing Bianyun were seriously injured, and the two of them were fighting bitterly. Hearing this, Fen Shan's face darkened. In the end, he stared coldly at Xiong Haogan and Gong Mingze and said, "You forced me to do this. You can't blame anyone if you die." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a jade stone from his storage ring. Seeing this scene, Xiong Haogan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Retreat." After speaking, he did not wait for Gong Mingze to react and immediately fled to the side. Although Gong Mingze did not know what was going on, he did not dare to hesitate. Seeing this, Fen Shan could not be bothered with him and directly used his hand to crush the jade. Rumble. A vast aura spread out, and a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi condensed into a finger pointing at the mountain gate of the Traceless sect. There were thousands of Daoist rhymes circulating around the spirit chi finger. The terrifying aura made everyone's heart palpitate. Heavenly human decree. Many people looked at the finger descending from the sky in disbelief. The aura made them feel a little suffocated. On the other side, Fen Shan's eyes revealed a crazed look. In order to obtain this Deva decree, he had paid a hefty price. Originally, Fen Shan was not prepared to use this trump card. After all, if he were to use his trump card, putting aside the fact that he would have to consume a lot of energy, if he were to kill someone from Yuanzhong, he would have to bear a grudge that would not rest until he was dead. Unfortunately, Xiong Haogan and Fen Shan were too forceful, and Fen Shan had no choice but to do so. However, the escape of the two made him heave a sigh of relief. Since they had escaped, he could attack the mountain gate of the Traceless sect without any scruples. At this moment, the spirit chi finger descended. Many of the Traceless sect's disciples exploded under this terrifying pressure. The powerhouses who stayed behind all unleashed powerful attacks. The energy gathered together like a long river and directly bombarded the spirit chi finger. However, compared to the power of a heavenly human, the strength of these disciples was too weak. Fart. Fart. Another group of disciples coughed up blood and fell to the ground in front of this power. Some of the weaker ones even exploded into clouds of blood mist. Before the heavenly human's attack landed, the Traceless sect's disciples had already suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, the bright moon in the sky shone brightly, and a terrifying power erupted from it. Then, the entire Traceless sect shook. Next, an old man in luxurious clothes appeared in front of the giant finger. He stretched out his hand and clenched it in the air. The surrounding spirit chi suddenly exploded, and a vast wave of energy condensed in the palm of his hand. Immediately, it collided with the spirit chi finger. Boom, the terrifying aftermath spread out, and the spirit chi finger was annihilated inch by inch. Not good. The moment he saw the old man in luxurious clothes appear, the face behind Fen Shan's mask suddenly turned pale. Retreat, everyone, retreat. As he spoke, he had already unleashed all his true essence and fled toward the distant sky. As he fled, Fen Shan cursed in his heart. Damn it, how could Yin Bancheng succeed in breaking through at this time? In addition to his anger, he also bore a grudge against Xiong Haogan and Gong Mingze. If it weren't for the two of them, how could Yin Bancheng succeed in breaking through? On the other side, after seeing this scene, He Yang also abandoned Jing Bianyun without thinking and fled with his men. Jing Bianyun shouted angrily, "The Supreme Elder has succeeded in breaking through. Everyone, listen to my orders and stop them. How could it be so easy to leave after killing someone?" Yin Bancheng's appearance directly gave the people of the Traceless sect a shot of confidence. It was obvious. The Supreme Elder's appearance at this moment, coupled with that terrifying aura, was obvious that he had succeeded in breaking through. A heavenly human. The Traceless sect finally had a heavenly human cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Bianyun activated his long sword and slashed at He Yang. He knew that He Yang was the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. If he killed him, there would be a lot of trouble. However, for Jing Bianyun, no trouble could stop his desire to kill. Pick up the Yin-Yang. He must die. Feeling the killing intent behind him, He Yang didn't stop. He took Jing Bianyun's sword and disappeared into the distance. Yin Bancheng looked at the many disciples who had died and then stepped into the air. "Since you're here, don't leave." The spirit chi of heaven and earth fluctuated. A huge palm condensed in the air and directly covered two great cultivators in the God martial arts realm. Then, it squeezed hard, and a bloody mist suddenly burst out of the palm. Then, Yin Bancheng waved his hand again, and the spirit chi palm suddenly spread out, turning into endless spirit chi arrows, bombarding in all directions. Oh no. Many people who had left the Traceless sect's territory were pierced by the spirit chi arrows and fell to the ground. Some of the stronger cultivators withstood the spirit chi arrows' attack and didn't slow down at all. It had only been 2 breaths since Yin Bancheng appeared. Nearly 10 cultivators who besieged the Traceless sect had died. Fen Shan and He Yang fled with the remnants of their defeated troops. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Seeing that the others were still preparing to chase after them, Yin Bancheng shook his head and said lightly. Then, he landed. He had arrived. He glanced around, causing the hearts of the onlookers to tighten. Yin Bancheng had successfully broken through. The cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion officially had a second heavenly human cultivator. Not only that. As soon as Yin Bancheng broke through, he killed nearly 10 great cultivators in the God martial arts realm. The supreme means of a heavenly human were fully displayed. Some cultivators who had only heard of the name of a heavenly human but had never seen one in action were extremely shocked. After Yin Bancheng disappeared, someone let out a sigh of relief and murmured, "Is this the power of a heavenly human expert? Killing a God martial arts realm cultivator is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables." Looking at the fallen people, he also felt a wave of sadness in his heart. It wasn't that he was shocked by the fall of these people, but that he felt sad that he was not worth mentioning in front of a heavenly human even though he had worked so hard to cultivate to such a level. If you don't become a heavenly human, you will always be an ant, someone muttered under his breath. When the others heard this, they all fell silent. If you don't become a heavenly human, you will always be an ant. In the past, they didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but now that they saw it, they truly understood what it meant. At this moment, many people had the urge to break through to the heavenly human realm. But they also understood. It was not easy to break through to the heavenly human realm. "We failed." Giant Lingzi sighed. Seeing Fen Shan and He Yang leave in defeat, he knew that the Traceless sect had won this time. The elder next to him asked, "What should we do now?" "What else can we do? Let's talk to Yuan Zong." Giant Lingzi shook his head and laughed. He had long been mentally prepared for this failure. If they lost, then so be it. He had already done enough, but he still couldn't stop Yin Bancheng from breaking through. This was something that couldn't be helped. Giant Lingzi said, "There will be news from the Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect. Ignore it for now. If you want to talk, Ask if you can return the 10 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones for 1 sect, 20 spirit stones for 2 sects. Originally, this was just a deposit, and there would be more after the matter was completed. But now that Yin Bancheng had successfully broken through, the Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect could be considered as incompetent. I'll try my best, the elder said hesitantly. This time, many people from the 2 sects had died. He was sure that if he really went to ask for the spirit stones, the 2 sects might directly attack his giant Lingzi sect. Sometimes, he felt helpless about the willfulness of this sect master. However, he also knew that giant Lingzi was just joking. Once the deposit was given, there was no possibility of getting it back. Subsequently, giant Lingzi shook his head again and said, "Forget it, I will go to Yuanzhong in a few days. Pay attention to the situation and don't let the Traceless sect come knocking on our door." Don't worry, the Traceless sect has suffered a lot. Even if Yin Bancheng breaks through, it will take time to stabilize the unstable hearts of the people in the sect. Even if they want to make a move on us in a short time, it won't be so fast. Giant Lingzi said as his eyes signaled for him to calm down. Hearing this, the elder could only nod helplessly. He hoped that this was really the case. Otherwise, if Giant Lingzi chased them away and the Traceless sect came knocking on their door, he would have to consider whether to escape or not. On the other side, Xiong Hongfei also sighed, looking a little melancholic. He failed. He had paid the price of a Dao artifact, but he still failed. However, other than the giant Lingzi sect, no one should be able to guess that it was his Tiangang sect who did it. TSK, if Jing Bianyun knew that I was the one who seriously injured him, I'm afraid he would drag Yin Bancheng here to fight. Xiong Hongfei shook his head slightly. Then he raised his head slightly and saw that someone was approaching. The Tiangang sect's expert was about to intercept him, but he was instantly stopped by him. Soon, a person appeared in front of Xiong Hongfei. Xiong Hongfei said, "Giant Lingzi, how come you have time to come to my Tiangang sect? I'm just here to take a look. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you later." Giant Lingzi smiled faintly. While speaking, he sat down opposite Xiong Hongfei as if they were close friends. Xiong Hongfei poured him a cup of tea and laughed, "Your words are unpleasant to hear. Our sects are so close to each other. If you want to come and see me, you can come and see me at any time. I'm just afraid that Yin Bancheng won't agree." "Are you afraid?" If I were afraid of him, I would have hidden with my tail between my legs when Yin Bancheng broke through. Giant Lingzi sneered and said, "How about it? Are you interested in cooperating again?" Xiong Hongfei's expression also became serious as he said calmly, "What cooperation?" Giant Lingzi said, "Yin Bancheng has broken through, and my giant Lingzi sect is a thorn in his side. It's inevitable that he will take action against my sect. However, it won't be easy for Tiangang sect to stay out of it. If our 2 sects join forces, with our heritage, we can't fight against the Traceless sect, but it shouldn't be a problem for us to protect ourselves. Yin Bancheng is a heavenly being," Xiong Hongfei reminded. Giant Lingzi smiled and said, "So what if he's a heavenly being? Don't tell me that you, Xiong Hongfei, are really afraid of a heavenly being. Our 2 sects can put together 3 or 4 peak divine martial realm experts, plus some heritage. Even if a heavenly being comes, we still have the capital to fight back. If my giant Lingzi sect is destroyed, Tiangang sect will be helpless alone. My Tiangang sect has never had any enmity with the Traceless sect. No matter how overbearing Yin Bancheng is, he can't control my Tiangang sect. Maybe, but if Jing Bianyun knows that he was seriously injured by the explosion of Tiangang sect's Dao artifact, this narrow-minded Traceless sect master might not let go of this grudge. If a top sect wants to take action against a force, they only need to have a legitimate reason. Yin Bancheng's character is conservative, but Jing Bianyun's ambition is great. Does Tiangang sect have the confidence to fight against the Traceless sect alone?" Giant Lingzi raised his teacup, took a sip, and then looked at Xiong Hongfei with a smile. Now, the 2 sects were almost like grasshoppers tied to a rope. No one could escape. No one could break free. Whether it was Giant Lingzi sect or Tiangang sect, As long as one sect was destroyed first, then the other sect would definitely not have a good ending. Xiong Hongfei's finger gently tapped, apparently considering something. After a long while, he looked at Giant Lingzi and said, "What other plans do you have? It shouldn't be as simple as cooperating with my Tiangang sect, right?" "Of course." Giant Lingzi didn't hide it and nodded. "Right now, there is only one force that has the right to speak in Beiyun Mansion, and that is Yuan Zhong. As long as our two sects get the protection of Yuan Zhong, then there will naturally be no problem. Even if the Traceless sect wants to take action against our sects, they will have to consider whether they can afford to offend Yuan Zhong. As far as I know, Yin Bancheng's breakthrough this time is backed by Yuan Zhong. If you go to Yuan Zhong, you might be like a lamb entering the tiger's mouth." Xiong Hongfei glanced at him. Giant Lingzi was really bold. He had just refuted Yuan Zhong's face, and now he dared to send himself to the door. Wasn't he afraid that Qin Shujian would slap him to death in a fit of anger? Giant Lingzi said, if it were other sects, of course, they would have to worry about it. But for Yuan Zhong, there is no such problem. In Yuan Zhong's eyes, there has never been a distinction between friend and enemy. If he is an enemy, it only means that the benefits we offer are not enough. As long as we offer something that can move Qin Shujian's heart, then we will be Yuan Zhong's ally. Previously, when Yuan Zhong established Beiyun Mansion, no one was willing to submit to him. After all, isn't it good to dominate a place? Why would they want to find a father above their heads? But there is one thing that Sect Master Xiong needs to know. At that time, there was no threat from the Traceless sect, so we could ignore Yuan Zhong's existence. But now, we can't. If we want to deal with a top sect, only a top sect is qualified. What's more, the Traceless sect is supported by Yuan Zhong. No matter what, the Traceless sect has to bow its head in front of Yuan Zhong. Xiong Hongfei said, "So, you've already thought it through." Giant Lingzi said, "It doesn't matter whether I've thought it through or not. Because Yin Bancheng has successfully broken through, we have no way out. Even if we move our sect, the Traceless sect will not agree. We can either fight or find a backer. Apart from these two options, there is no third option. Although the two sects joined forces, there was hope to resist the Traceless sect. But if they really fought head-on, the casualties wouldn't be small. If one of them wasn't good enough, thousands of years of foundation would be gone just like that." Although Xiong Hongfei and Giant Lingzi looked relaxed, they both knew the seriousness of this matter. Xiong Hongfei picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he put down the cup and easily embedded it into the table. He chuckled and said, "Since Brother Giant Lingzi has already thought it through, then I have nothing to say. If you want to go to Yuan Zhong, then I will accompany you. Then let's go." Traceless sect. With Yin Bancheng's breakthrough, the sect was also mixed with joy and worry. It was certainly gratifying to have one more celestial being in the sect. But in this battle, 4 divine martial realm elders had fallen. In the end, when Fen Shan used the celestial decree, hundreds of disciples were killed or injured. It could be said that, although such a loss wouldn't hurt the Traceless sect, it was definitely uncomfortable enough. In the main hall of the sect, Jing Bianyun sat on the main seat. His clothes were still stained with blood. Yin Bancheng, who had successfully broken through, sat on the first seat on the left. Xiong Haogan and the other Yuan Zhong reinforcements sat opposite Yin Bancheng. The rest of the people were the elders in the sect. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yin Bancheng. Jing Bianyun asked, "Has the Supreme Elder successfully broken through?" "Yes, from today onwards, our Traceless sect will officially be promoted to a top sect." Yin Bancheng nodded slightly and said with a faint smile. In one sentence. It lifted most of the haze in everyone's heart. Jing Bianyun forced a smile on his face and said, "The Supreme Elder has successfully broken through. Our sect will have one more celestial being in charge. The sect will definitely reach an unprecedented peak. It's really worth celebrating." But, Jing Bianyun's smile disappeared, and his face turned ugly. The people who attacked the Traceless sect this time should be the Yin Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect of the White Yong Mansion. This time, Several elders and a large number of disciples have died. This grudge must be avenged. The atmosphere in the main hall also fell silent. On the other hand, Seong Haogan and the others sat there with their heads lowered, and they were like wooden statues. These grudges were the Traceless sect's own business. They were invited to come here this time merely to be Yin Bancheng's Dao protectors. Now that Yin Bancheng had successfully broken through, their mission was considered completed. If it weren't for giving face to this newly ascended celestial being, the three of them would have left after the matter was over. Therefore, they turned a deaf ear to the internal conversation of the Traceless sect, and had no intention of interrupting. Yin Bancheng glanced at the three of them and said, "The Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect came to attack our Traceless sect. This is a provocation to the cultivation world of our Baiyun mansion. This matter is definitely not over." Seeing Yin Bancheng's gaze, Seong Haogan could only smile. Provocation to the cultivation world of the Baiyun mansion? If that's the case, then so be it. He understood the meaning of the other party's words, but he had no intention of answering. Yin Bancheng continued, "However, there are also top sects in the Whiteyong mansion, so it's not appropriate to act rashly. On the other hand, the giant spirit sect colluded with the outer sect to harm the cultivation world of the Baiyun mansion. This matter needs to be settled properly." Although he was breaking through, it didn't mean that he was unaware of everything. Every move that happened in the outside world was under Yin Bancheng's perception. It was only because the breakthrough was imminent that he couldn't do anything else, so he didn't appear. This was also the reason why Yin Bancheng was able to appear in time when the celestial law attacked. He had already succeeded in breaking through. It was just that at that time, he was silently consolidating his realm. However, Fen Shan's backup plan forced Yin Bancheng to come out of seclusion halfway. As a result, although he had broken through to the celestial being realm, his realm hadn't completely stabilized. Subsequently, Yin Bancheng looked at Seong Haogan again and said, "The giant spirit sect once launched a sneak attack on the Traceless sect when I was breaking through. They also secretly colluded with the Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect. My Traceless sect and the giant spirit sect are settling our grudges. Your sect won't interfere, right?" Elder Yin's words are difficult for me to answer. After all, I'm just a small inner sect elder of the Yuan sect. There are some things that I can't decide. I'm only here on the orders of the Great Elder. Elder Yin, I can't control what you do," Seong Haogan said with a faint smile. Yin Bancheng frowned slightly. What he was most worried about now was that the Traceless sect's attack on the giant spirit sect would cause the Yuan sect to intervene. If it was possible. Yin Bancheng didn't want to have any conflict with the Yuan sect. Now that he had broken through to the celestial being realm, he wasn't afraid of Qin Shujian. After all, the other party had just broken through not long ago. In terms of strength, even if the other party was stronger than him, it wouldn't be by much. But there was one thing to know. In addition to Qin Shujian, the Yuan sect also had Jiang Feng. Even Yin Bancheng had to be cautious when dealing with two celestial being realm experts. If he offended the Yuan sect because of this, that wasn't what he wanted. P.S. I recommend a book. Isn't it enough to cultivate with hands? Chapter 5:17. If Seong Haogan agreed, then he would have a reason to make a move on the giant spirit sect. If Qin Shujian investigated later, the Traceless sect would also have a reason to explain. But it was obvious. Seong Haogan had his own plans and would not go according to his plan at all. Yin Bancheng could do nothing about it. Jing Bianyun said, "Our sect has a grudge with the giant spirit sect. These grudges have lasted for thousands of years. I think Sect Master Qin is also a reasonable person. There won't be any problems." "I think so." Seong Haogan chuckled. No matter what Yin Bancheng said to Jing Bianyun now, he would give an ambiguous answer. He wouldn't give a definite answer, but he wouldn't reject it outright. In short, he was trying to smooth things over. There was no other way. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Traceless sect wanted to kill the giant spirit sect. But from Qin Shujian's perspective, it was a completely different story. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. In the forbidden area, Qin Shujian withdrew from his cultivation state. The spirit stones placed there were dim in color. The spirit qi had almost been absorbed. 463 star acupoints. Looking at the acupoints in his body, a smile rose on Qin Shujian's lips. He had used up all his foundation in exchange for today's success. Before he went into seclusion, he only had 396 stellar acupoints. Now, he had 463. This time, he had opened a total of 67 star acupoints in his seclusion. Feeling the surging power in his body, the smile on Qin Shujian's face became more and more obvious. I've opened 67 acupoints, but my strength has increased by at least 50% on the original basis. As I guessed, the further I cultivate, the more my strength increases after opening the star acupoints. Although he had not broken through to the second layer of the heaven-human realm, but he had already walked a long way in the first layer of the heaven-human realm. Before he started cultivating, Qin Shujian did not have the confidence to deal with a cultivator at the third stage of the sky-human realm with his own strength and without using his array Dao cultivation. But now, he was confident that he could suppress an ordinary cultivator in the third layer of the heaven-human realm with his own strength. Realm was the foundation. The higher one's realm was, the longer one could live. However, when one's realm could not be raised, strength was the most important factor. However, looking at the gloomy spirit stones around him, Qin Shujian sighed again. The other sky-human stage cultivators probably don't need so many resources for their cultivation. Front and back. He had spent over 1,000 spirit stones. Under such circumstances, he was still unable to advance from the first level of the sky-human realm to the second level of the sky-human realm. Any other cultivator at level 1 of the sky-human stage would have succeeded in breaking through to level 2 of the sky-human stage, given the support of so many spirit stones. Regarding this, Qin Shujian felt helpless. There was nothing he could do about it. Opening the stellar acupoints and condensing the myriad manifestations' astral body required too much spirit qi. They were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Similarly, they had to pay a corresponding price. There were gains and losses, and it all depended on how one weighed it. Qin Shujian did not want to destroy the Gui Yuan ancestral canon, cultivate a new cultivation method, and then become a celestial being. Or else, he had done so long ago. There was no need for him to work so hard to synthesize a cultivation method. The reason why he did so was because he hoped to have unparalleled combat strength while having a realm. It's good to challenge someone of a higher realm. I just hope that I won't be the one to be challenged. Qin Shujian shook his head, then took out the communication jade token and read the message inside. He ended his cultivation this time. Firstly, it was because the spirit stones were almost used up, and secondly, there was a message that disturbed him. Qin Shujian was not in seclusion, so he would still receive the message. Usually, if there was nothing urgent, no one would send him a message. However, if there was a message, it was basically something important. Getting up from the forbidden area, Qin Shujian looked at the spirit stones scattered around him and set up a spirit gathering array to cover these spirit stones. In the next few years, these spirit stones would not be used. At least, he would not use the spirit stones here before the spirit qi inside was completely replenished. The myriad manifestations' astral body had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was, as long as there was enough spirit qi, the breakthrough would be a piece of cake. After all, the star acupoints could be opened all the way. Unlike other cultivation methods, even with the help of spirit stones, the cultivation needed to be done step by step. However, the disadvantages were also obvious. If there were not enough spirit stones, the breakthrough would be much slower than others. After placing the spirit stones properly, Qin Shujian turned and left the forbidden area. In the Chengwu Hall, Giant Spirit Zi and Xiong Hongfei looked at Qin Shujian in front of them and both stood up and cupped their hands. Giant Spirit Sect's Giant Spirit Zi, Tiangang Sect Xiong Hongfei, greets Sect Master Qin. Both of you, please take a seat. Qin Shujian said calmly. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. The two also sat down. After sitting down, Giant Spirit Z and Xiong Hongfei also secretly sized up Qin Shujian. It was also their first time seeing this diviner supreme cultivator who was famous in the cultivation world. Qin Shujian casually picked up the teacup beside him and looked at the two of them, saying, "Why are the Giant Spirit Sect and Tiangang Sect here this time? I don't remember having any contact with the two sects." "Sect Master Qin, you must be joking. Sect Master Qin's name is famous in the cultivation world, and you deserve to be the #1 person in the cultivation world in Baiyun Mansion. The two of us also know about your reputation and regret not having the chance to meet you normally. This time, we heard that Sect Master Qin is in Yuanzhong, so we specially came to visit you." Giant Spirit Z smiled. Qin Shujian nodded as if he understood something, then said, "Since you're just here to see me, now that you've seen me, can the two of you leave?" Giant Spirit Z's smile froze, and the words he was about to say were all rebutted back. He never thought that Qin Shujian would refuse so straightforwardly. To put it bluntly, this was already a slap to his face. But, with Qin Shujian's identity and status, even if he publicly slapped his face, he, Giant Spirit Z, had to accept it. This was not Traceless Sect, and the other party was not Yin Bancheng. When it came to domineering and ruthless. In the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion, if Qin Shujian claimed to be second, no one would claim to be first. Xiong Hongfei, who was on the side, also had a solemn expression at this time. The meaning of Qin Shujian's words had already revealed his dissatisfaction with the two sects. He had to think about it. Was it because of Traceless Sect that caused the other party's dissatisfaction? However, Xiong Hongfei glanced at Giant Spirit Z, but still did not interrupt. Since the other party wanted him to personally go up, then he would just watch. Anyway, this trip to Yuanzhong was just a formality, and the one who really made the decision was still Giant Spirit Z. Just when Giant Spirit Z was about to reply, Qin Shujian said, "My sect released the news that no one can stop Yin Bancheng from breaking through, but now it seems that some people did not put this sentence in their eyes. But it's fine if they just don't put it in their eyes. I'm just afraid that some people don't even put Yuanzhong in their eyes. That would be troublesome. Sect Master Qin's words are reasonable. According to my investigation, the people who took action this time should be Yuanzhong Mansion, Crimson Heaven Sect, and Yin-Yang Sect. If Yuanzhong wants to find trouble with Yuanzhong Mansion, Giant Spirit Sect and Tiangang Sect will definitely follow." Giant Spirit Z did not hesitate to sell out the two sects. Qin Shujian was obviously going to condemn him at this time. If he did not sell out the two sects, then he would have to take the blame himself. It was better to die than to die. Giant Spirit Z was very frank and direct. "Fine, then the Giant Spirit Sect and Tiangang Sect will take the lead and destroy Yin-Yang Sect and Crimson Heaven Sect first. If Nine Palace Sect takes action, I will naturally resist." Qin Shujian nodded. Nine Palace Sect was the top sect of Yuanzhong Mansion. Every prefecture had a top-notch sect that suppressed the cultivation world. Before Yuanzhong appeared, Baiyun Mansion was the only one that did not have a top sect in the cultivation world. Therefore, in terms of strength, Baiyun Mansion was the weakest among the 13 manors. It was only until Yuanzhong's appearance that this situation was broken. Giant Spirit Z said seriously, "If Sect Master Qin says so, we will naturally obey." It seems that Giant Spirit Sect and Tiangang Sect really give Yuanzhong face. Qin Shujian smiled faintly before his face turned cold. "If I remember correctly, you, Giant Spirit Z, also took action a few days ago to sneak attack Jingbianyun. Although Yin-Yang Sect and Crimson Heaven Sect are hateful, your Giant Spirit Sect is not any better. Originally, I didn't plan to take action against the Giant Spirit Sect so soon, but since you have delivered yourself to my door, then don't blame others." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying murderous intent filled the hall. Giant Spirit Z and Xiong Hongfei's hearts tightened. In front of this killing intent, the two were like drifting boats in the sea that could be swallowed up at any time. Giant Spirit Z squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Giant Spirit Z is willing to admit his guilt. If Sect Master Qin really wants to punish me, then I will accept it. Even if I die, I am willing." Qin Shujian looked at him deeply and said calmly, "You disobeyed my orders. It would be unreasonable if you were not punished. However, seeing that your attitude is good, I will give you a chance to live. If you can take one move from me and not die, then this matter will be over. If you die, then it is because you are not strong enough. You can't blame others. Not strong enough. How dare you go against Yuanzong? You deserve to die." Giant Spirit Z's smile disappeared, and his face was unprecedentedly solemn. He could hear that Qin Shujian really wanted to kill him. One move. Hearing this, not only did he not relax, but he became even more solemn. One move of a diviner. It was absolutely extraordinary. Qin Shujian dared to say this. If he did not deal with it seriously, Giant Spirit Z did not doubt that he would die in the inherited martial hall. He came to the door confidently and was killed cleanly. If this spread out, it would be a joke. Just as Giant Spirit Z was about to speak, Qin Shujian's finger was stained with tea. Then, with a flick of his finger, a drop of tea instantly shattered the void and flew towards Giant Spirit Z. It was obviously a drop of tea that could not be any more normal. At this moment, it exploded with a fatal killing intent. Giant Spirit Z did not even have time to think and hurriedly used his trump card. A shadow of a pagoda had just condensed around his body, but it was quickly smashed into pieces. Boom! Giant Spirit Z's chest burst out with blood, and he was directly sent flying. A sudden change of events. This made Xiong Hongfei, who was sitting at the side, stand up in shock. His face was full of disbelief. His body smashed onto the floor of the hall, and the entire inherited martial hall trembled slightly. Fart. After Giant Spirit Z landed on the ground, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The clothes on his chest exploded, and his flesh was badly mutilated. One could even see his faintly beating heart. Soon, Giant Spirit Z took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The wound on his chest eased and recovered a lot. His originally pale face also had a bit of rosy color. He struggled to stand up from the ground and said, "Sect Master Qin's strength is earth-shattering. I admire you." In his words, his weak state was obvious. Qin Shujian glanced at him and said indifferently, "There are some things that you don't have to pretend too much. What I said naturally counts. Since you didn't die after receiving one of my moves, then the matter of disobeying orders will be forgotten." "Thank you, Sect Master Qin." Giant Spirit Z's pale face suddenly became much rosier. Then, he returned to his original position and sat down. If not for the change, he would have thought that he was going to die just now. This scene. Xiong Hongfei's expression did not relax. Regardless of whether Giant Spirit Z was seriously injured or not, he was definitely injured. A single drop of tea was able to injure a cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm. This kind of strength was shocking. To be able to become the sect master of a large territory. Giant Spirit Z's strength was a bit stronger than the average peak divine martial expert. Not to mention half a step. But it was not much different. But even so, Giant Spirit Z was still injured by Qin Shujian. Even if Giant Spirit Z did not use his true strength, Qin Shujian just casually made a move. Qin Shujian said, "Even if the matter of Giant Spirit Sect making a move is over, there was still someone who secretly made a move and drove the Dao artifact to self-destruct. Does Sect Master Xiong have any explanation for this matter?" I hope Sect Master Qin can understand. My Tiangang sect did not know about the self-destruction of the Dao artifact," Xiong Hongfei said seriously. "It doesn't matter whether you know or not. There has to be an explanation for this matter. If you take one of my moves like Giant Spirit Z, this matter will be considered over." Qin Shujian said indifferently. Whether it was Tiangang sect or not, it was not important in his eyes. No matter what, he had to find a scapegoat to vent his anger. Xiong Hongfei sent himself to the door, and Qin Shujian did not let the other party escape so easily. In his opinion, the person who secretly made a move was basically Xiong Hongfei. Giant Spirit Sect made a move. Tiangang Sect had no reason to stand by and do nothing. Xiong Hongfei heard this, and the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. He finally knew. This sect Master Qin did not need any evidence at all. He did things based on his own preferences. In this regard, Xiong Hongfei was also very helpless. May I ask Sect Master Qin, can I change the form? Tiangang sect is willing to contribute 2 spirit stones to make up for this crime. I wonder if Sect Master Qin has agreed. Xiong Hongfei said sincerely. Qin Shujian's originally tense face also smiled slightly at this time and nodded. Since Sect Master Xiong has said so, if I refuse, it will be a bit of a disgrace to you. It's settled then. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Xiong Hongfei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately felt some pain. 2 spirit stones. For Tiangang sect, it was also a large sum of money. But compared to his own injuries, this price was still bearable if he gritted his teeth. Giant Spirit on the side looked up at the top of the hall and was speechless for a while. Why didn't he think of this? Spirit stones to buy a life. Xiong Hongfei really thought of it. If he could think of it earlier, Giant Spirit would almost choose the same approach. Qin Shujian's move just now. Although it did not seriously injure him, it was not light either. It would take at least a few months of recuperation to fully recover. Qin Shujian said, "The small things are done, let's talk about business. What is the purpose of you coming here? Don't rush to answer me. Think clearly. If you continue to beat around the bush, I don't have time to waste with you." Giant Spirit sect and Tiangang sect came to the door for no reason. To say that nothing happened, Qin Shujian would never believe it. Even if the two didn't say it, he could guess a little. The two looked at each other and Giant Spirit said, "Yin Bancheng broke through to the celestial being realm. Our Giant Spirit sect and Traceless sect have always had a lot of grievances. Now that Traceless sect's strength has greatly increased, Giant Spirit sect admits that we don't have the capital to resist. So I implore Sect Master Qin to lend a helping hand and protect our Giant Spirit sect." Xiong Hongfei also echoed, "Tiangang sect also has the same intention." Protection. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "What price are you willing to pay? Sect Master Qin can speak as long as we can do it. Every sect will receive 30 spirit stones. In addition, 30% of the annual profits from the various industries will have to be given to the Sky Origin sect. If you agree, as long as you don't deliberately cause trouble, and if the Sky Origin sect is able to do so, I will guarantee your sect's safety." Qin Shujian said. As soon as these words came out, both of their faces changed. 30 spirit stones were still acceptable. The two sects could grit their teeth and take it out. But 30% of the annual net income of various industries was unacceptable to the two. Because once they agreed, then the Giant Spirit sect and Tiangang sect would be regarded as Sky Origin sect's vassals. And 30% of the net income was also not a small amount. It was fine in the short term. But if it continued for 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, this number would accumulate and it would be terrifying. This was not an alarmist talk. How old was Qin Shujian now? According to the rumors, he was only about 30 years old. As long as a celestial being didn't die, he could live for at least 5,000 years. As long as Qin Shujian didn't die, the chance of the two sects resisting Sky Origin sect was almost zero. In other words, as long as they agreed to Qin Shujian, then in the next few thousand years, the Giant Spirit sect and Tiangang sect would be Sky Origin sect's vassals. Right now, Zhu Ling's expression was also fluctuating. He had long expected Qin Shujian to ask for an exorbitant price. But he never thought that the other party would be so ambitious. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted the two sects to become his Sky Origin sect's vassals. As for Xiong Hongfei, he was not much better at this time. Looking at the conflicted expressions of the two, Qin Shujian said, "You two can think about it carefully. The problem now is not just the Traceless sect. In the future, when the Eastern continent connects to the three major continents, there will definitely be trouble again. At that time, it might even affect the entire human clan of the Eastern continent. If you agree, when the Baiyun mansion is in turmoil, Sky Origin sect can still protect you." The Eastern continent. The three major continents. Hearing this, The expressions of the two changed again. Although the imperial court had publicized the matter of the three major continents, the news of the three major continents did not cause much of a stir before the heaven and earth restriction was truly opened. Even when the news first spread, it caused an uproar. However, in the next few months, this news gradually died down. Now that Qin Shujian mentioned it again, the two of them remembered it again. Giant Spirit Sect was silent for a while and said, 30% of the profit is fine, but there is one thing that I hope to change. If our two sects are in danger, Sky Origin Sect needs to do everything you can to help. He could hear the loophole in Qin Shujian's words. What do you mean by doing everything you can? At that time, Sky Origin Sect could casually find an excuse and say that he couldn't leave. 50%. Qin Shujian stretched out a hand and said, 50% of the net profit of the two sects. Under the condition that it doesn't harm the foundation of Sky Origin Sect, if the two sects are in trouble, Sky Origin Sect will definitely help. 50% is too much. If we give out so much profit, our sect will stop moving forward. In another 1,000 years, even if there are no foreign enemies invading, we will be destroyed. Giant Spirit Sect frowned and said, 40% at most. Sect Master Qin, this is the biggest concession we can make. In his opinion, if Sky Origin Sect was really so ruthless, then he would rather join forces with Tiangang Sect to fight against Traceless Sect. As for the so-called three major continents, everything was unknown. Whether or not he could really threaten them was another matter altogether. Now they agreed. It was equivalent to investing in some things in advance to have a guarantee in the future. But if they invested too much, they would rather take the risk themselves. Seeing this, Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, okay, 50%. That was just nonsense. He never thought that the other party would agree. Even to be able to get 40% of the profit was already beyond Qin Shujian's expectations. Originally, he thought that under the other party's argument, 30% would also be agreed. After all, to be able to become a major sect of a large region, the foundation of the two sects was really not shallow. Now that there were two more sects to supply, Sky Origin Sect had another stable source of income, which was very beneficial for the development of the sect. After the matter was finalized, the rest of the things were much simpler. Qin Shujian gave the two of them a deadline, which was to send 30 spirit stones to Sky Origin Sect within a month. As for the other income, it would be settled once a year. After the matter was settled, Giant Spirit Sect and Xiong Hongfei also got up to leave. The two of them didn't want to stay in Sky Origin Sect for a moment longer. The more they stayed, the more they felt that they would lose. After leaving Sky Origin Sect's territory, the two of their faces became gloomy. Giant Spirit Sect sighed. This time, we really suffered a double loss. We misjudged him. Originally, he thought that no matter how shameless Qin Shujian was, there would be a limit. After all, as a heavenly supreme cultivator, he still paid attention to face. In the end, Giant Spirit Sect found that this was completely different from what he had thought. In terms of shamelessness, he found that he was still a lot worse than Qin Shujian. If he didn't know the other party's identity, he almost thought that he was dealing with a hooligan. Xiong Hongfei also sighed. This time, I've been screwed over by you. Giant Spirit Sect deserved to be screwed over. He was screwed over because he was implicated. Chapter 518. Thinking of how he didn't stay in Tiangang Sect and had to accompany Zhu Lingzi to go crazy and come to Yuanzhong, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. But now, not only did he lose 32 spirit stones, but he also had to cut a part of Tiangang Sect's income to Yuanzhong in the future. Although it was 40%, Tiangang Sect could still reduce part of it. But no matter how much it was reduced, it was impossible to reduce it too much. A 40% reduction meant that he still had to give up about 30% of the income. If the difference was too much, Yuanzhong would definitely see through it. So there had to be a limit to the reduction. Thinking about it, Xiong Hongfei was a little depressed. But at that time, it was obviously impossible to refuse. Qin Shujian didn't say anything, but if he refused, he would also offend Yuan Zhong. However, Xiong Hongfei nodded in agreement. He had his own considerations. For the current Tiangang sect, it was naturally not easy to take out this amount of resources. However, it would be a different story once the 3 continents were connected. The 3 continents had not opened yet. But from the eastern continent, one could guess the situation of the other 3 continents. Not to mention anything else. At least there were a lot of resources. If Tiangang sect could get a share of it, they would definitely earn a lot. Then, Xiong Hongfei and Zhu Lingzi looked at each other. After the two left the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, they went back separately. Yuan Zhong, Zheng Fang said, Traceless Sect and Giant Spirit Sect have been entangled in grudges for a long time. Now that Yin Bancheng has successfully broken through, he is preparing to attack Giant Spirit Sect. If Sect Master agrees to Zhu Lingzi's request at this time, I'm afraid Yin Bancheng will be dissatisfied. The current Traceless Sect was not the same as before. With a celestial being in charge, Yuan Zhong had to treat it seriously. Qin Shujian chuckled and said, Great Elder, you have too many concerns. Send a message to Traceless Sect and ask them to stop their plans against Giant Spirit Sect, lest the 2 sects become too ugly. In his eyes, it didn't matter if Yin Bancheng broke through or not. A cultivator at the first level of the celestial being realm could not threaten Yuan Zhong. It was precisely because of this confidence Qin Shujian dared to let Yin Bancheng break through. Or else, how could he give the creation pill to the other party so easily? Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out another piece of spirit paper and dipped his finger in some tea. Then, he started writing on the spirit paper. He used his hand as a pen. Water was used as ink. The spirit chi of heaven and earth followed his movements and gathered in the spirit paper. Very soon, the word saber appeared on the paper. Zheng Fang only glanced at it, and he felt as if a terrifying long blade was slashing at him. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked, causing his spirit to tremble. This feeling, it forced him to avert his gaze, not daring to look at the word blade again. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already folded the spiritual paper and handed it to Zheng Fang. He said, Don't let anyone open the spiritual paper without permission. Hand it over to Yin Bancheng and tell him about my Yuan Zhong's intentions. Zheng Fang stretched out his hand and took it. Although the spiritual paper was as light as a feather, it felt as heavy as a mountain. It forced him to circulate his true essence in order to hold the spirit paper. Sect Master, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Zheng Fang nodded. He knew very well what this piece of spiritual paper meant. Since Qin Shujian had made a decision, Zheng Fang could only acquiesce. Then, Zheng Fang got up and left with the spiritual paper. Not just anyone could hand this thing over to Yin Bancheng. Although Qin Shujian wrote a simple word blade, seriously speaking, this could be considered an alternative heavenly decree. In terms of preciousness, it was not something ordinary things could compare to. There was even some of Qin Shujian's thoughts attached to it. Therefore, Zheng Fang did not dare to let others do it and decided to make a trip to the Traceless Sect personally. Only Qin Shujian was left in his original position, slowly sipping tea. Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng have both broken through. This small alliance finally has some form. However, if we want to expand it, we still need to polish it carefully. Fang Xinglan's last visit gave Qin Shujian a new idea. That was to take advantage of this opportunity to integrate the power of the cultivation world. Not to mention controlling the entire cultivation world, just borrowing a part of the power would be of great benefit to the origin sect. Alliance. It was the hub of borrowing this power. Since they were allies, there would naturally be someone in charge. If they were uneasy and joined forces with a few sects, what was the difference between them and a plate of loose sand? As for the position of the head, Qin Shujian was confident that no one could compete with him. Or rather, for the time being, he would not accept anyone who could compete with him. Soon, Qin Shujian looked into the distance again. That was the territory of the demon race, at the end of the endless mountain range. What exactly is there in the 3 major continents? The 3 major continents, combined with the current eastern continent, should be the 4 major continent. Qin Shujian's expression froze. The 4 major continents. He was a little familiar with this. However, this place was called the Eastern Continent, not the Dongsheng Divine Continent, and there was no Huagua Mountain or Aolai Nation. No. Qin Shujian quickly reacted and muttered to himself, maybe there really is a Huagua Mountain here, or maybe there was a Huagua Mountain here before. I remember that outside the human race of Great Zhao, there is an endless sea. If there is a Huagua Mountain, then is it in the sea? For a moment, Qin Shujian's mind raced. This was not a small matter. If it was really proven that the 4 continents here were the same as the 4 continents in his imagination, then this was the legendary earthly immortal realm. Earth God realm? Game world? All of a sudden, Qin Shujian had a strong desire to find out more. The entire Eastern Continent was huge. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, their forces were only on land. However, in addition to land, the Eastern Continent also had an endless sea. The sea was as vast as the land. I should have thought of this earlier. Qin Shujian realized that he had neglected this matter. There was no other way. After entering this world for so long, he had been working hard to survive and did not have the time to think too much. Although there was an ocean in the Eastern Continent, there was none in Baiyun Prefecture. It was different from what he knew in his previous life, where the continent was surrounded by the sea. The sea and the land here were more like a world that was divided into 2 halves. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian could not sit still. No, I have to investigate the situation. If there really is a Huagua Mountain here, then this is not a game world at all, but the Earth God realm that I used to know. In other words, this place has something to do with my previous life. The more Qin Shujian thought about it, the more excited he became. Of course. The reason why he was excited was not because of whether this was related to his previous life, but because of the excitement of solving the mystery. As for his previous life, to be honest, Qin Shujian did not miss it. In his previous life, he did not do well, but no matter how well he did, it was useless. No matter what, the lifespan of a mortal was only 100 years. Qin Shujian used to think that 100 years was a long time, but in his opinion, 100 years was too short. Not to mention 100 years, even if he had a lifespan of 5,000 years, he still felt that it was not enough. Not to mention, now that he was a heavenly man and the master of a sect, his words and actions could determine the fate of others. It could be said that this was a completely good situation. Abandoning these and returning to the past, working hard for 3 meals a day, Qin Shujian felt that unless he was crazy, otherwise, he would definitely not want to go back. Wait, Qin Shujian thought of another thing, then he put down the teacup, got up, and walked towards the forbidden area. Inside the forbidden area, the bow of heaven and earth was working hard to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, it had been upgraded to the level of a 5-seal Dao artifact by Qin Shujian. But for the bow of heaven and earth, a 5-seal Dao artifact was both an achievement and a starting point. As a Dao artifact with aspirations, after becoming a 5-seal Dao artifact, it wanted to be able to upgrade to a 9-seal Dao artifact one day. Although this process, it might take tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. But it did not matter. A Dao artifact existed forever. As long as the spiritual energy was not exhausted, the Dao artifact would exist forever. The bow of heaven and earth believed that one day, it would become a 9-seal Dao artifact that could suppress heaven and earth. A 9-seal Dao artifact. Thinking about it, the bow of heaven and earth was a little excited. But soon, it stopped absorbing the spiritual energy. The bow trembled and an old voice came from inside, "Sect Master, not bad, you've cultivated very hard." Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, he valued the bow of heaven and earth quite a lot. A 5-seal Dao artifact was nothing. However, a 5-seal Dao artifact with sentience was a completely different story. Although the bow of heaven and earth's knowledge might not be all right, there were still many things that could be used as a reference. It was said that having an elder at home was like having a treasure. The bow of heaven and earth could barely be considered half a treasure. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's smile became even brighter. "Oh heaven and earth, how long have you been in the Yuan sect?" "It's been 3 or 4 years. The bow of heaven and earth stuttered when it spoke. It could not be helped. Qin Shujian's current state was really a little scary. After being in the Yuan sect for so long, when had the other party ever smiled at him like this? If it weren't for the confidence of the 5-seal Dao artifact supporting him, the bow of heaven and earth would have suspected that Qin Shujian wanted to refine it. Qin Shujian said with a smile, "I think I've been good to you over the past few years. Of course, I was originally just a small spiritual weapon. Now I can become a 5-seal Dao artifact thanks to the help of the sect master." The bow of heaven and earth's old voice came out. Then, it said with some fear and uneasiness, "Sect master, if you have something to say, you can just say it. If I know, I'll definitely tell you." At this moment, the bow of heaven and earth could also guess something. After all, its only use was probably this bit of knowledge. Or else, Qin Shujian would not have such an attitude. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression also turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "Since you've said so, then I won't beat around the bush. Among all the Dao artifacts, you're the most knowledgeable, so I can only ask you. Sect master, please speak. Have you heard of the Dongsheng divine continent?" Qin Shujian asked the question in his heart. The bow of heaven and earth said, "Dongsheng divine continent, I've never heard of it." "What about the Aparagadania continent?" "No." "Nanjan section continent?" "No." "What about the North continent?" "No." Qin Shujian frowned. These names were the names of the 4 major continents that he used to be familiar with, but the bow of heaven and earth did not know anything about them. However, Qin Shujian did not give up and continued to ask, "Have you heard of Huagua Mountain?" "Forgive me for my shallow knowledge, but I've never heard of anything that the sect master said." The bow of heaven and earth was a little confused now. The only thing it could show was this little bit of knowledge. But now it did not know anything. The bow of heaven and earth wondered if this would lower its position in the other party's heart. Then, Qin Shujian asked a few more questions one after another. For example, the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, the uproar in heaven, the sea-calming divine needle, and so on. The bow of heaven and earth's answer was that it did not know and had never heard of it. Qin Shujian stood still and said after a while, "What about Pangu?" "Huh!" The bow of heaven and earth exclaimed and asked, "What did sect master say? I didn't hear you clearly just now." "Pangu." "Sect master, please speak louder. I can't hear you clearly." The bow of heaven and earth was going crazy now. Qin Shujian either asked it a question that it had never heard of, or said something that it could not even hear clearly. At this moment, Qin Shujian took a deep breath and said, "It's nothing, I was just saying casually. Cultivate well." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the bow of heaven and earth standing there in confusion. I've never heard of the 4 major continents, but I turned a deaf ear to the words Pangu. It's not that the bow of heaven and earth doesn't know, it's that it can't hear these 2 words at all. It was not the first time Qin Shujian had mentioned Pangu. Last time, he mentioned these 2 words in front of the bow of heaven and earth, but it could not hear him clearly. At that time, he did not think about it carefully and only thought that the bow of heaven and earth really did not hear him clearly. Then, he thought of the 4 major continents. Only then did Qin Shujian think of the strange behavior of the bow of heaven and earth before. Now, after some questioning and probing, the result was as he had expected. This world is definitely related to the 4 major continents, or it might really be the legendary 4 major continents. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. He found that he was very close to something. The 2 words Pangu could not be heard. Without a doubt, Pangu did exist here, but for some reason, this name could not be heard. As for the reason that he could say it, Qin Shujian guessed that it should be because of his previous life. Then, Qin Shujian thought about it again. But I have to confirm this matter. If that is the case, then the other 3 major continents are not simple. The Dongsheng divine continent, the Aparagadania continent, the Nanjan department continent, and the North continent. Together, they were known as the 4 major continents. This was the famous Earth Immortal realm. If that was the case, then the so-called immortals must exist. After all, if there were no immortals in the Earth Immortal realm, how could it be called the Earth Immortal realm? However, judging from the current situation of the disappearance of immortals in the Eastern continent, if this was really the Dongsheng divine continent, there must have been a huge change that caused there to be no immortals. Qin Shujian felt that his thoughts were a little messy again. At this moment, he came back to his senses and happened to see the plaque of the Sundry Hall. "Why did you walk all the way here?" Qin Shujian was a little speechless. However, he did not turn back. Instead, he walked into the Sundry Hall and directly found Shu Yuanming, who was dealing with things. Seeing Qin Shujian arrive, Shu Yuanming immediately put down the things in his hands and led the sect master into the inner hall. After they sat down, Shu Yuanming asked, "Sect master, is there anything you need today in the Sundry Hall?" "Nothing. I just have some things to ask you, Elder Shu." "Sect master, please tell me. I wonder if Elder Shu has heard of Pangu?" Qin Shujian asked this question again. Shu Yuanming looked puzzled and said, "Sect master, who are you talking about? I didn't hear you clearly just now." "Nothing, I just want to ask, how is the investigation of the pursuer I asked you to investigate?" Qin Shujian thought to himself, as expected, and then changed the topic. Shu Yuanming could not hear him, so it was not the problem of the Heaven-Earth bow. The real problem was. It was the name Pangu. Shu Yuanming did not think too much and replied, "I have been sending people to investigate the pursuer, but there has been no news during this period." "Then what about the token of the unknown cave abode?" "There is no result for the time being. Increase your efforts and investigate carefully. The token of the unknown cave abode can be considered from the side of the Inhumans," Qin Shujian instructed. The bronze token he had obtained had been dropped by a player. In Qin Shujian's opinion, if there were other bronze tokens, then it was very likely that they were in the hands of other players. He also wanted to find the player who had the token. It was a pity. Hundreds and thousands of players had died at that time. It was not an easy task to find the player with the bronze token. Moreover, Qin Shujian did not want to be too wantonly publicized. The bronze token was not of great importance, but it also contained a huge treasure. If it was possible, he did not want too many people to know about this matter. Shu Yuanming nodded and said seriously, "Sect master, don't worry, I will find out as soon as possible." It had been almost a year or two, and there was still no clue. To be honest, he was a little ashamed. If there was no so-called pursuer and the unknown cave abode token, it would be fine. If there really was, then there was a problem with his ability if he couldn't find out after so long. Qin Shujian said, "Don't be too flamboyant. Don't let too many people know about this matter." "I understand." On the other side, Zheng Fang also personally came to the Traceless sect. As the great elder of the Yuan sect, his visit naturally attracted the attention of the Traceless sect. In the cultivation world, Zheng Fang also had a great reputation. The great elder of a top sect, in some sects, had a status that was 3 times more honorable than the sect master. In addition, the Yuan sect was now very famous, so some of the elders in the sect were also known by others. In the main hall, Yin Bancheng personally received Zheng Fang. Jing Bianyun was seriously injured and was now healing. Yin Bancheng came out at this time, just in time to appease the people, reorganize the sect, and eliminate the impact of the war. "Elder Zheng, you've come a long way. This old man didn't come out to greet you," Yin Bancheng said with a faint smile. Zheng Fang cupped his hands slightly and said, "Elder Yin, you're too polite. May I know why Elder Zheng is here this time?" Yin Bancheng stroked his beard and asked. He instinctively felt that Zheng Fang came to visit at this time. As far as he knew, since the establishment of the Yuan sect, the number of times this great elder left the sect could be counted on one hand. Every time he left, it was to exterminate the entire sect. Now that he suddenly came to the Traceless sect, Yin Bancheng couldn't help but think. But thinking was just thinking. Yin Bancheng didn't have too many concerns. After breaking through to the celestial realm, he already had the confidence to face the Yuan sect. Although he was still in awe of the Yuan sect, he was no longer as fearful as before. Zheng Fang said, "This old man came here for two things. First, to congratulate Elder Yin on your successful breakthrough and let the cultivation world of the Baiyun Mansion have another celestial realm expert. Second, to connect the three continents, the cultivation world of the Baiyun Mansion needs stability. I hope the Traceless sect can support us." "Elder Zheng, what do you mean by this?" Yin Bancheng frowned and his face didn't look too good. Although the other party hadn't said it clearly, he had already guessed something at this time. Zheng Fang said, "I heard that the Traceless sect has always had some grudges with the Great Spirit sect, but the Great Spirit sect is a big sect after all. If there is a problem, it will definitely cause unrest. My sect master hopes that the Traceless sect can put aside the previous grudges and forget about the past. After all, the Traceless sect is now a top sect. Why should we be angry with the Great Spirit sect and lose our status for no reason?" Yin Bancheng said, "This old man was able to break through to the celestial realm because of Sect Master Qin's help. If Sect Master Qin asked, the Traceless sect should have agreed." Hearing this, Zheng Fang's face also changed a little. But, Yin Bancheng continued, "The grudges between our sect and the Great Spirit sect have lasted for thousands of years. These accumulated old grudges can't be cleared up with a few words. The hatred between the disciples of the two sects can't be let go so easily. Even if this old man agrees, the disciples of the Traceless sect will still be furious. However, this old man can guarantee that the Traceless sect will only destroy the Great Spirit sect and won't touch any other sect in the cultivation world of the Baiyun Prefecture." In his words, Yin Bancheng showed his determination to destroy the Great Spirit sect. Zheng Fang shook his head and said, "This old man can't make the decision on this matter. I'm just a messenger to inform Elder Yin of the sect master's intention. If Elder Yin insists, I can only report it truthfully. But the friendship between our sects is not shallow. This old man doesn't want to ruin our friendship because of a small Great Spirit sect. It's easy to destroy the Great Spirit sect, but there are some things that I hope Elder Yin can consider clearly. After all, the cultivation world of the Baiyun Prefecture still needs to preserve some strength in the face of foreign enemies." After that, Zheng Fang took out the folded spiritual paper, then covered it with his true essence and placed it directly on the table beside him. "Sect Master asked this old man to give this thing to you. Please accept it, Elder Yin. This old man has nothing else to do, so I'll take my leave first." Zheng Fang got up and cupped his hands. Without waiting for Yin Bancheng to reply, he directly left the hall. In his seat, Yin Bancheng's face was completely gloomy. Looking at the back of Zheng Fang, a cold light flashed in his eyes. But soon, this cold light disappeared. But his gloomy face was a little dark. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.